all the shit. That's just fucking. Shit. Peace, 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 peace. Yeah. We're gonna get it in. Yeah, the conscious channel. You gotta remind me to hit you up. I totally forgot. Okay, so let's get let me send this link out a little bit. Then we're going to get started. Peace to the chat. So you already know how we starting this one off. You already see it. So Mac 10. So a lot of misinformation, is unfortunately running wild in the Black communities. We talk about conspiracies. Well, what about the counter conspiracy? Being that Black folks are anti-vaccinations, and if the enemy, whoever that may be, they, the Bilderbergers, the DuPonts, if they have a problem with you, why not? Why release COVID-19? That's weak. Most people over, I think 80% recovers. There are more viruses and more bacteria, bad microbes that can do a better job than COVID-19. Why release a new a disease, a novel coronavirus? Why not? Ebola does the job very well, by the way. Since we're not vaccinated, you dig? Why not let Ebola run rampant? That has up to like a 90% kill rate. The opposite of COVID-19. COVID-19 has like a 90% recovery rate. Ebola has a 90% kill rate. Why not release? That's why Brother Jabari said, if they, you know who the they is, right? If they are trying to kill us, they are the worst killers ever. They are very unsuccessful. I mean, look at the tools and the methods they use. There are better methods. Ebola. Let Ebola run wild. Don't put, you guys claim that stupid stuff are in vaccinations, stuff that you believe accumulate over like time. Well, Ebola works immediately. You dig? You be dead in a week or two. Okay. Then we had the Black Plague. There's a lot of rats out there in New York. You dig? In the cities. We could get that going. Get that, and you know how fast that thing works. You know what I mean? That plague was so dangerous that you can go to bed healthy and die disease ridden. That's how dangerous that disease was. That bacteria. How about smallpox? That also has a 90% kill rate, up to 90% kill rate. Why play around and give you COVID-19, the flu? Why not just go to the most deadly diseases known? That works fast. That works fast. There are so many diseases out there that work fast. I think the hantavirus. Let's look this up together. Let's look this up together. The hantavirus. Let's look this up together. I think it's like it's associated with deer mice. I can spell it. Here we go. You dig? How dangerous is the hantavirus? Oh, pulmonary syndrome. Okay. It is a hantavirus. Why play around with COVID-19? Why not get right to it? Hantavirus. Pulmonary syndrome, HPS, is a severe, sometimes fatal respiratory disease in humans caused by infection with hantaviruses. Anyone who comes into contact with rodents that carry hantaviruses is at risk of HPS. Rodent infestation in and around the home remains the primary risk for hantavirus exposure. Why not go there with it? You dig? Very, very, very dangerous disease. Ebola, malaria, yellow fever. You know, you guys talk about nanotechnology. Okay. Some of you say that they are purposely lacing uh, animals up with diseases to infect us, and they are man-made diseases. Okay, well, how about let those mosquitoes fly? Since we're not vaccinated, right? Those who are vaccinated to these diseases like Zika, like malaria, yellow fever, they're going to be very fine. They get bit, it's a regular mosquito bite. You get bit, death, severe pain, agony. You guys got to stop it, but keep it going because we're going to keep going. You dig? We're not going to stop. The alarmists want us to stop so they can keep their fear mongering going, running wild. So I just pulled up on you, hantavirus. Yeah, hepatitis C, hepatitis B. You dig? Just to name a few. Just to name a few. So Africa is pro-science and you are not. So this goes way back. You guys claim that Egypt was dealing with some type of science, correct? You guys would say that Egypt was pro-science. Okay, cool. What about those Greeks? The majority of them. Were they pro-science? No. No. What about those Romans? Were they pro-science, the body of them? No. You died teaching science. You died challenging religion. They were very anti-science, okay? Science seemed to contradict their belief system. They believed that the earth was in the center of the solar system. Science says the sun was. They died. You dig? They got killed. Galileo was on home and he was well respected. They put him on house arrest. Okay. Somebody well respected who had to get like pardoned, whatever. But yeah, so this anti-science, you know, they got the anti-Semitic word. What is it? Anti-science. Okay. Anti-science. The people who you claim are part of this Illuminati, this elite class, they were against science. Science was a thorn in their thumb. They wanted to push Catholicism everywhere. Science contradicted it over. It contradicted it over and over and over. Science challenged their whole creation story. Right? challenged it over and over and over. It didn't stop. It kept going. So science, and that's science and philosophy, right? So science and medicine also challenged their spookisms. They believe these diseases was coming from God, these famines coming from God, punishing the wicked and the disbelievers. That's what religion taught. Religion taught that. Science said, nah, God ain't do that. So science keep taking the power from God. God created the earth. Science said, nah, it came onto his own. Religion says God created the sun, moon, and stars. Science say, nah, that was the Big Bang. Religion teaches that God created everybody, all the insects, human beings, and everything else. Science says, nah, that's evolution. So science has become to be a thorn in religious doctrines' thumb or toe. So that's why, quite naturally, the people who are against science, just ask them what their religion is. I guarantee they got one. Most chances they got one. I guarantee that. So science and medicine debunk the stories of God sending famines and doing this and doing that. No, it's actually bacteria. No, it's actually a virus. No, it's actually fungi. No, it's actually a parasite. That's all it was. And we can cure it. You don't need to pray. Because they were praying for the diseases to like disappear or to so the famine can go away. Science said, nah, we can do it. We don't need to pray. We can do it. We can prevent it. Just be more sanitized, right? Clean our water the best we can. Wash our hands. Try to be as clean as possible. And let's start producing antibiotics and vaccines. That's what science said. So that's a walk down memory lane. All right. They who you call they always been against science. All right. They hate science. Okay. Peace. Science, like Ricardo Robinson said, kills God. It takes, well, if it doesn't kill God, it takes the power away from him. Because now you don't need God to get things done. Science can do it. So if you're at my screen, as I give you a little breakdown or a little timeline of who always was against science, well, look right here. This man has a religion. It's on his flag right there. Always been against scientific medicine. Always been against scientific philosophy. Always. Okay. Never praised science for any of his findings. You don't hear any scientists coming from this doctrine. They give none of them praise for all the fields of science you have today. No praise in this doctrine right here. Zero. But they give one scientist praise. True story knows. They give one scientist praise. Yakub, who's a pseudoscience. So the only scientist, I forgot, they got the 12, 23 scientists, pseudoscientists. So they give praise to scientists who are practicing pseudoscience, creating people in laboratories. You guys talk about diseases or viruses and bacteria are being created in laboratories. Well, damn, y'all did it. Y'all were the first ones, according to your doctrine. Y'all was the first one to create something in a laboratory. According to y'all doctrine, y'all created white folks in a laboratory or through a scientific experiment. So this is all your stuff. So that conspiracy theory, that's yours. You did it. You were the first one to clone people and make things. You were the first person to practice eugenics. With this whole experiment that you claim happened in the Isle of Pelam. What, 6,600 years ago, something like that? Let's hear him out. And let's check the validity of his information.
The fact that we were injected with the most virulent form of syphilis.
So he says that we were injected with syphilis.
The fact that we were injected with the most virulent form of syphilis during the Tuskegee experiments from 1932 to 1972.
Stop right there. All right. So we're going to build on that right there. And we will browse through the other topics. All right. Let me just send this link to some of my brothers that's in the nation or believes in the original doctrine from the nation. Mm-hmm. So he said that we have been stuck with a needle, a lace vaccination. I'm sorry, a lace vaccine with syphilis. One more time. Run that back, Turbo.
The fact that we were injected with the most virulent form of syphilis during the Tuskegee experiments from 1932 to 1972.
So this is how rumors get started. It get passed around. 1 second. So periodically, I'm going to play this video every so often because for the people who are coming in new, that I uploaded it and apparently there's no sound. So one more time, Minister.
The fact that we were injected with the most virulent form of syphilis during the Tuskegee experiments from 1932 to 1972, 40 years.
Okay. Now, that's the minister. He has a large flock, so he can't be mistaken. It got to be the truth. It got to be the truth. The minister said it. So it's going to go in that religion and that body of thinking. It's going to go unchallenged. Now, how dare you challenge the minister? Okay, so run that back. My screen wasn't shared. Oh, it was. One more time.
The fact that we were injected with the most virulent form of syphilis during the Tuskegee experiments from 1932 to 1972, 40 years.
So we were injected with syphilis for 40 years. I mean, really, and this is being passed around. You see whose IG this is. This is Brother Ben X. You dig? He said this is from 2013. So you had 7 years to correct this information. You know, to pass back to the minister to say, oh, you made a mistake. Go back. I mean, like, let's be real. The experiment was horrible for Black folks. You dig? But we don't need to add to it. We don't need to plant a glove, Mark Furman. The experiment speaks for itself. It was a horrible, horrible experiment that Black folks were being exposed to because of their race, a racial experiment. 40 years, that's right. It was 40 years. But it wasn't Black folks being injected with syphilis. Okay, now they might have created, they might have set the breeding grounds for it. You dig? Where it perpetuated because their wives end up getting it, their children end up getting it, something like that. I'm pretty sure it went around in their community. So that happened, but we can't start adding to it because it's important. I'm saying this because it matters, because when you say injected, and we know that this country leads the world in science, especially medical or medicinal science, and they prevent diseases by how? By injecting you with something. So if you're told a lie, because there's a whole agenda here, you're being lied to. There's an agenda that they are against. You see the vaccine, they're against vaccines. So again, you could just tell the story and by itself is horrible. Like I said, they might have created the breeding grounds where it, spread across each other. You dig? But nobody was injected. That's very important because they're tying that injection word to vaccinations. to get you to stop taking vaccinations, to get you to refuse them when they're presented. That matters. That's why. See, you can't let a little lie go on. You got to challenge it. Okay, so brother Didac Mercury, click that link right there. So he says, yes, injected in the Tuskegee experiment, they took perfectly healthy young men. Okay, I do. Matter of fact, don't click that link. I don't click that link. I'm gonna give you a wrench, bro. Didac memory. Don't click the link. I'm not gonna let you on until you source up. So do me a favor, bro. Didac Mercury. Do me a favor. Post a link to what you just said, because information comes from somewhere. It's written down, right? You read that somewhere. Somebody documented that. So do me a favor. I gave you a wrench. You can talk now. Go get that link, paste it in here, and let me look at it. Let us look at it. So don't click that link until you do that. We need, look, he has most channels you can't source up. You dig? They say source up, but you can't. So it's like, they play with you. No, you can source up here. Everybody has a wrench for that reason. So I gave you the wrench. Go get that link, put it in here, and let's look over it. You dig? Let's fact check it. That's all we do here. We fact check information. If you know something I don't know, then correct me. Okay? Because if what you're saying is true, then I could totally understand the fear of vaccinations in the African American, or just African periods in this country. It's justified, the fear of vaccination. You can provide that, because what is true is that we were part of an experiment sponsored by the government. You dig? Doctors, trustful doctors and nurses. Why would they be lying? So they deceived us. They tricked us, and they caused us bodily harm for 40 years. But they did not inject anything in us. If you have something new, share it with us. You got a wrench. Go. Matter of fact, let me delete your comment until you can. I don't want people. Let me delete that comment until you post a link. So I'm not gonna let fake news just surface in the chat. So you got a wrench. Go find that. You have the right to go wherever you want. Go get that link and put it in here. I guarantee you, he's not gonna just grab a random link. I think he's responsible enough to actually read the link. He's gonna make sure it's there. So when he read that it was 600 volunteers and 399 of them were already infected before the experiment, and 201 were not, 201 were not, he's going to be reluctant to paste that thing in here. Guarantee you. Okay, so my man, the watcher is here. The watcher, you want to add on? Zen, you can add on. This is a moment we could build. We're going to build segment by segment. You know how we do. Probably 3 a.m. You dig? 2 a.m. So he said, Craig Scruggs says, NOI Muhammad University only produced religious followers after 100 years. No scientists, nor medical doctors or anything. Yeah, that's a fact. Wait, how you don't have I just gave you a wrench. All right, you got a wrench now. All right, so you got a wrench. I don't know what happened. You got a wrench now. It says, give me a moment. I'm new on getting me acclimated into the YouTube world. Only thing I'm doing is making comments so far. Okay, well, okay. Look. Peace, Fitzroy. Look, brother. Yeah, why these brothers don't know how to copy and paste? I'm not gonna call out names, but it seems like you guys are just not against science. You guys are against technology too. How come y'all can't copy and paste? Elijah Muhammad said, adapt to technology, like keep up with the ways of the advancing worlds. You dig? Like, we can't just simply, how do you ever create a resume? All of them can't copy and paste. Jeremiah Judah, you my boy, but I caught you asking Max Bird how to copy and paste.
Peace, peace.
Peace, my brother.
What's up with y'all?
What's going on? Did you catch the little snippet?
Nah, I just hopped on.
Okay, well, get into it. It's only 5 seconds. There you go. It's only 5 seconds.
The fact that
He said the fact. Okay, so he's a fact. He's a fact checker.
the fact that we were injected with the most virulent form of syphilis.
That's right. That's it right there. Okay, he said it. He's a minister. He has a lot of followers. You can't just
man,
be a member of that organization and just find the truth out and then say, "Nah, you're wrong." That's not how it works in that religion. If the minister said it, leave it alone. You dig? That's how that works in that organization. If he said it, leave it alone.
that's crazy, son. You know, I just had to get on somebody about that the other day. I was like, bro, because this nigga literally posted an article debunking his claim. In the first sentence of the article, it said 200 men came into the study with syphilis, and
399.
Huh?
399. 201 didn't.
All right, my bad. 399. You feel me?
Yeah.
But his status is saying, they injected us with syphilis, and I clicked on the joint.
Right.
The first sentence, literally the first sentence said that they found these men. You feel me?
Are you serious? This brother right here?
No. This was somebody else. I was just saying I had to get on somebody like literally last.
That's crazy.
But it's like, come on, fam. Y'all not even reading the sources you're providing.
That's crazy, bro. Like you said, it's in his own research.
Man, bro. And then you can go to the CDC, and the CDC will tell you, and they'll tell you where they messed up, and how
right
the
here.
science.
We're right here, my brother.
Right. Boom. There you go.
Yeah, but go ahead, Bill. We'll come back to this.
Now I was just saying, like, I ain't even noticed at first. When he tried to combat me, like they don't say that. So I looked it up right quick, like trying to find the actual reports, and the CDC got a whole question and answer type of thing. Whereas doing, you know what I mean, just like you showed, like you just showed it, but it's like, bro, like this is easy. This is light work.
Hey Zen, I realized to do this. You can go right after me, Watcher. I realized to do this. I realized, unfortunately, whatever the community is saying, I have to go the opposite. If they're all headed one way, I go the other way. And I'm always right when I do that. The Watcher, go ahead.
It's funny because last week I asked you that because I saw someone in the chat, and again, I don't want to say it all directly, but I wanted to verify, like, is it the case that they were given or injected with syphilis, or they were misled and weren't fully treated with the syphilis vaccine?
Right.
Yeah, they wasn't treated.
Right. I mean, I knew it, of course, but I like saying it so people don't automatically just reject the information. If I ask it,
right. Yeah, that's a smart way of doing it.
Right. Well, actually, some people get offended when I do that because I'm being disingenuous or patronizing or whatnot. But I attract more flies with honey than vinegar. What the fuck do I know? I don't know shit.
I thought that was a good way of doing it, yo, but it seemed like no matter which way you do it, somebody gonna get offended. You feel me?
Yeah. And when you're debating, and opposed to cursing people out and being rude and disrespectful off top, I think that method is less offendable. But again, if I'm trying to get a point across, I'm not concerned about offending you. I'm more about educating the audience. I don't care what the person I'm speaking to, but people like changing the rules to be right. So I'll let that lie.
Right. Yeah, I agree.
The misinformation, man, and coming from, and that's what we're trying to tell people that was on our channel, and in the chat and the panel, we were saying, we can't stop because the people, like, we are all according to YouTube world, right? And even in real life, all of us are pretty like non-influential, really, none of us. But there are people who got the gift of gab that's out there on World Star, you dig, on DJ Vlad, all of them. I ain't got any names. Everybody who's spreading misinformation, all of those platforms, every last one of them, they are reaching more people. You dig? With that one interview. And they are the ones who are saying this stuff. All of them. News channels. You dig? Phil Donahue, all of them. Hannity. They're on the largest platform spewing this misinformation, representing us before the world, embarrassing the hell out of us on the world stage. Crazy. And this is why we got to talk about it so often, because what? We got 23 people subscribing. Watching. Bro, we're not influencing anybody. So, we got to act like the coronavirus. You dig? Zen said something to me. I said to two people. You dig? We got an R naught. We supposed to have an R naught of two.
right.
You dig? And we can have a pandemic, surgeon.
Mm-hmm.
That's how that works.
Not factor.
Word.
Nah, yeah, this is bananas, bro. This right here, like the fact that this came out 23 hours ago, that's what they say, right?
This is I don't know when this was, to be honest.
This is from 2013 series.
No, this actual video, yes, was from 2013. Yeah, but you're right about that. He reposted this a day ago.
Yeah, yesterday. Yeah. That's ridiculous, man. Like, come on.
Retweeted. But like you said, Zen and the Watcher, dude, this is easily Googleable. How do you make a mistake like that? And this guy there's this Minister Farrakhan, he has a huge research team.
Let me say this, yo. Not only is it easily Googleable, but yo, you literally have to be Googling nefarious shit to find some wild shit about that syphilis project or whatever it was. What is
that's crazy.
But any of this stuff, like
Tuskegee,
usually as soon as I type
Tuskegee experiment.
Yeah, the Tuskegee joint.
Yeah.
But usually as soon as I just type in the Tuskegee experiment or just type in like a random question, like I never find no nefarious sources at first. Like these people really gotta be reaching to find this shit.
Word.
But yeah.
Okay, so now that you said that, because I know I wanted to chop it up with you guys before we move on. Cause I know people are gonna come in later and they're gonna see this and they're gonna say, "Yo, what did he say?" Then we gotta go back. But I guess we'll just do that. So let's go to the actual report, like you said. This is. I'm not picking and choosing. I was actually everywhere with this, guys. I was everywhere with this right here. It said the same thing everywhere. History Channel, whatever you want to go. Black channels, you did go to a black website, same thing. If it's credible, they're gonna say the same thing. So actually, like this gives more probably detail because it gives you a timeline right over here. So it says the study begins in 1932. The Public Health Service, working with the Tuskegee Institute, began a study to record the natural history of syphilis in hopes of justifying treatment programs for Blacks. It was called the Tuskegee Study of Untreated Syphilis in the Negro Male. What's it called? Tuskegee Study of Untreated Syphilis in the Negro Male. The study initially involved 600 Black men, 399 with syphilis, and 201 who did not have the disease. The study was conducted without the benefit of patients' informed consent. Researchers told the men they were being treated for bad blood, a local term used to describe several ailments, including syphilis, anemia, and fatigue. In truth, they did not receive the proper treatment. Now, here's the messed up part. This is the part where I cringe at. In truth, they did not receive the proper treatment needed to cure their illness. In exchange for taking part in the study, the men received free medical exams, free meals, and burial insurance. Although originally projected to last 6 months, they were lied to. The study actually went on for 40 years. Now that's ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
What went wrong?
Now, you can question morality right there for sure. 100%.
Right. Oh, yeah, definitely. Because, and it's crazy. After they discovered penicillin, they never even treated any of them with penicillin. Now that's barbaric.
Yeah. Which happened like halfway through, right?
Right. Yeah, exactly. Like they discovered that real fast.
Halfway through the joint, halfway through the study, but yeah.
Yeah, so I get it. So people are justified in 2020 to second guess, to question the government's medical solutions. You dig? It's justified, but what we don't got to do is add to the stories in, and that's what the minister did.
Yeah.
He add to the story because he's part of the anti-vaccination movement. So it's funny he said needles, because what else is associated with needles? The vaccines are associated. So he had to say needles so we can have that in our mind. So when there's a vaccine,
Trigger word.
exactly,
Trigger word.
exactly. So when there's a vaccine for a pandemic or epidemic what we're facing right now, we could think of Tuskegee as though it was a needle involved. There was no needle involved. You already had the disease walking into that.
But you know what's crazy though, bro? Let me just add this and then you can continue. Like why is nobody making the argument of, the real story? Like the real story is bad enough. Like why do we have to act like they purposely injected us?
Right. Yeah, because they got it tied to vaccinations.
Man, that is crazy, bro. That is crazy. But yeah, go ahead.
Okay, yeah. So they right. That's a very good question. I thought of it too. Because think about it, Zen. It's already bad. It tells on itself. It's a bad experiment. I mean, they're done. You really so we don't need to add. We don't need to say a gun was involved, a vaccination. We don't got to say any nanotechnology. The experiment it speaks for itself. It was horrible.
Right. And it was based off of racism.
Right. Pure racism. They didn't even. And what was inhumane about it is that when they discovered the penicillin, very quickly, they didn't treat anybody with it. So they never even benefited from the actual research that came out of it.
Right.
And all they got was $10 million. Like people should be in jail. People should be hung.
They got $10 million for what?
For like reparations to be repaired.
Oh. Damn. Come on, man. Between 399 people?
Well, I guess, yeah. Well, I think all 600. Because they were all part of the study. So it doesn't matter if some people never contracted it. They were
that ain't no money with 6.
Huh? Yeah.
My issue is, what about the people that they got set free and went burning up and through the neighborhoods and shit?
Right. So I guess I'm thinking if we look into the lawsuit, maybe all 600, because they were all documented, so you could trace them all back. So they can't say we don't know. You do know. 600 people. You got all their names. It's part of the study. They were tracking them and following up.
Everybody got $16,666. I guess that is a lot of money for that time.
No, they got that recently, dude. I think.
Are you?
Yeah, because look, the study ended in 74.
Golly.
So the study ended. The white guy blew the whistle, and then you know how America does when it comes to us. Like they belabor the point, so they filibuster. What's the new word? They bloviated, and then all of a sudden, 20, 30 years later, they say, okay, after inflation, here you go.
Right, take this check.
Bro, that's sad, man. That's sad, and people died, by the way.
Yeah, I heard. So I'm pretty sure a lot of the people who were studied, it wasn't even them that got the payout; it was their family.
Yes, and I'm pretty sure there were some survivors. True story and sent me something. Let me.
God damn, man! I don't even know if you want to read it. I mean, we need to read. God damn, True. God damn. God damn.
Hold up. Let me look at it. Let me look at it first.
Oh my gosh. I need a drink. Lather a nigga up with some oil and then beat him with a whip or a leather belt, then send the ass out in the sun to go work some more.
Oh my God.
Oh gosh. Damn.
Yeah, how you pronounce that though?
God damn. Which word? Take it syllable by syllable. The same. Let me see. Where is it?
You're gonna have me sound like Oswald Bates. How about y'all pronounce that thing? You dig? Let me
God damn.
Let me do it like this.
That ain't Truth. God damn.
Let me do it like this, because I ain't about to be Oswald Bates on this thing. Matter of fact, I'm gonna break this word up. How about that? Let's break this word up.
It's a pseudoscience nonetheless. God damn.
All right, so let's break this word up. Okay. So can I get it? Here we go.
Dysesthesia.
Dysesthesia. All right. Dysesthesia. Okay. That's right. I'm gonna cheat. Take the easy word. To Aethiopica. Aethiopica. Let's see.
God damn.
Did I spell it right? Oh, I spelled it wrong. It's I right there. Really?
Fuck.
Oh, I got all these tabs. My thing's slowing up on me. All right, so here we go. Oh, I spelled. Wait, this is wrong. All right, let me just copy and paste. I'm bugging.
Just add the E, bro.
Yeah. My joint, I got all these tabs. So my thing is, I got two browsers, by the way. They both got tabs. So my thing is freezing up on me. So every time I mess up, it freezes. Okay. All right. Damn. Okay. Aethiop. So I guess Aethiopica. Fuck it. All right. So this says Thesia Aethiopica. Okay. In psychiatry, it was known as an alleged mental illness described by American physician Samuel A. Cartwright in 1851, which proposed a theory for the cause of laziness among slaves. Today, Dysesthesia Aethiopica is considered an example of pseudoscience and part of the edifice of scientific racism. So, okay, so basically calling the slaves lazy and beating them, I guess. Cartwright contended that the existence of Dysesthesia Aethiopica was clearly established by the most direct and positive testimony, but other doctors have failed to notice it because their attention had not been sufficiently directed to the maladies of the Negro race. So my man just convinced himself they're suffering something. You dig? They can't work 24 hours.
Bro,
Something is wrong.
The fucking
Yeah,
remedy.
that's insane, yo.
Yeah.
The remedy. That's
That's
a
literally insane.
Wait, they got a remedy?
yeah, his remedy.
Where?
Oh my god.
Where you
Wait,
see that, bro?
let me find this.
It was easily curable. Read after that.
Okay.
That's what pissed me off. Reading the bullshit is the bullshit, right?
There we
Oh,
go.
right
Cartwright felt that Dysesthesia Aethiopica was easily curable if treated on sound physiological principles. Sensitivity of the skin was one symptom of the disease, so the skin should be stimulated. The best means to stimulate the skin is first to have the patient well washed with warm water and soap, then to anoint it all over in oil, and to slap the oil in with a broad leather strap, then to put the patient to some hard kind of work in the sunshine. So
So
that's
one nigga up and beat him with a leather strap and put him to work outside in the sun.
the cure for being lazy.
That's the fucking oh my god. That's why I was tripping, bro. That's why I was tripping, bro.
Yeah, that's one of them stories.
Uh-oh, he went out.
Oh shit.
He went out.
Yeah. I gotta go downstairs and I'll start with some wine. Some Pinot.
He went out.
God damn. Then
Damn, I cut off.
Yes, you did.
he started right out the gate with the gunshot.
No, I was just saying that's that type of story will make you want to travel back in time and put hands.
You know what I'm saying? Fuck. Damn.
Yeah, so Brother Jabari said that Brother Polite was irresponsible in his message. And we have to admit, a message like this is very irresponsible because it's
The
inaccurate.
fact-
And we're in a day and age of fake news.
that we were injected with the most virulent form of syphilis.
Okay, listen. Why we can't challenge misinformation? You know, like they would act like we gotta just take this hook, line, sinker. Why we believe this is false? Like there's no way you can read this. There's no way. There's no way you can read this. Like nobody teaches that. That's credible. Science that's not what happened. But you have to say that because you're anti-vaxxer and you're trying to tie needles with needles and vaccinations. See? When they inject you with something, who knows? This can be the Tuskegee experiment all over again.
Yeah.
It's a lie. It's like going to the hospital and you're already positive with COVID-19, and then they just give you placebo pills. That's it, and send you home. And say, no, you'll be fine. You'll be fine. And then come back next Tuesday, and they just track. They do, you know what I mean? They do a follow-up to see how it's progressing in your body. And the whole time you're thinking that they're tracking the drug working inside you, but they're tracking the disease working inside you. They're tracking the disease working inside you and not the drug. So the patient thought it was the drug they're tracking, not knowing, unbeknownst to them, it's the disease they're tracking. And they wanted to know how it can affect a human being for a long period of time, 40 years.
What was his purpose in saying the most virulent version of the?
Well, yeah. He virulent is a strong dosage, like it means it's very infectious. So yeah, the wordplay was heavy.
The fact that we were injected with the most virulent form of syphilis during the Tuskegee experiment.
Because syphilis come in a bunch of stages. And he's talking about that.
Any form of it is my point.
Say that again?
But did they get injected with any form?
Nah. That's
my whole point. Not only is he saying he's putting the extra on it.
Right, exactly. All of that just to, again, they're part of it. If you see Rizza Islam post, like everything he posts is like anti-vaccines, nothing else. It's anti-vaccine campaign for him. And that's just it. Like they're just sold on this idea. And we talk about the DuPonts, the Build-A-Burger, Build-A-Cheeseburger, Build-A-Whopper. And these people are working with them. They're working with the people who are going around pushing this anti-vaccination movement.
Wow.
It's crazy. And now look, no,
not only that,
that
I was about to say what's his name? Rizza Islam got promotion pretty much from being on Drink Champs the other week.
right. It's paying off.
Like, come on, man. Revolt, y'all pushing this guy.
Yeah, it's crazy. And again, so because of that, they were able to link up. Now check this out. They were able to link up with a whole bunch of anti-vaxxers. And this is a known fact that the anti-vaxxer movement is predominantly white. So these people, the message is like convoluted because they're saying that they are trying to kill us, but the they who's trying to kill us, they're working with that they, the part of that, the branch of that they. So it's like, yo, which one? Which day is trying to kill us? Because when we look in the background of the they who they want to fellowship with, we see that those individuals have a dirty past on record. A dirty past on record. I'm talking about flat out lying. And I might pull it out today. I might pull out Andrew Wakefield, the father of the modern anti-vax movement. I might pull up his history today. I might do that at some point of this program.
Damn, man.
So Stu P says viral. Oh, he said virulent. I think he said virulent. Virulent. How transmissible a pathogen is.
Yeah, I think he was speaking to my question, not understanding. I already know. I'm just asking the question for the rest of the class to get that way I highlighted. My fault. Sweet or stupid. Yeah, so this is very irresponsible. Again, the experiment by itself is already like a horrible study that would make anybody, not just black people, anybody cringe from hearing what took place. There's just the inhumane actions that were involved. Just to, like, don't look at life as valuable at all. And then the most cringing part, the most hard part to digest is that
they developed penicillin right like soon afterwards and wouldn't treat anybody with it. I mean, that's crazy because volunteers, when you volunteer to be a lab rat for like maybe a vaccination, right? You are definitely going to be one of the first people to get it, to get the actual legit form when it comes out. These guys didn't even benefit from the experiment. They was left to go back to their neighborhoods and pass it along and just die.
Mm.
You know, so look at this irresponsible message for who just came in. I mean, it's just pure fake news.
The fact that we were injected with the most virulent form of syphilis during the Tuskegee experiments from 1932 to 1972, 40 years.
Okay, so of course he bloviates more. It's 4 minutes and 42 seconds. And he touched on other different claims that just wild. That's why I keep stopping it. The other claims are wild in themselves. And that's another rabbit hole that I'd rather not just deal with right now. But again, why is he tying injection with this study, this experiment that we know no injection was involved? They already were found with the disease coming in, more than half of them. He's throwing that in there because he's part of an anti-vax movement. And he's trying to tie that in with why we shouldn't trust vaccinations today. Check out his check. Just type in the minister or anybody from this organization and vaccination. They're look, it says right here, the devil wicked tricks using vaccines. It says it right here.
Is there this is just me and that's something I really don't know and I need clarification on. Between the NOI, the Nation of Islam, and the Fruit of Islam, are they part of the same tree, just different branches, or is it just?
It's the same thing. So basically, it's like the let's say the military, right?
Okay.
Or right. So the military, and you got different branches: Navy, Army, but it's part of the same umbrella. It's a U.S. defense team. Like what do you call it? The U.S. military, and it just Marines is different fractions. So the NOI is everybody. But they break it down. The FOI is the Fruit of Islam. That's just the men only. And then you got the GCC and the MGT, and that's the women only. MGT, Muslim Girls in Training, and GCC, I forgot what that stands for, girls, something. But it's only, so they break it down where just the women and men only. So when you hear GCC, I think it is, and MGT, that's the women only, and FOI is all the males. So they separate by race when they go FOI and MGT.
I mean, sex.
Yeah.
So, okay. So I was under the guise that the Fruit of Islam was like a separate branch, as far as like the active military type branch of it, not all men, but Fruit of Islam is all the men.
Yeah. FOI, Fruit of Islam, is all the men.
Just verifying.
MGT is Muslim Girls in Training. Yeah, because people. That's a good question. Because people, when they hear FOI, they would think the same thing. They don't know that that's the same. They're part of the same organization. They're just broken up by sex, separated by sex, divided by sex.
Right on.
Yep.
Appreciate that.
Yeah. Right. Yep. So I was a member, so I definitely know. And so and they got it's like it's designed. It's like set up like kind of like a military, where like the men have a captain, so the FOI have a men's captain, and the women, they have a women's captain or lieutenant, captain and lieutenant. But there's only one minister, but it's broken down where like the the men basically run the men, and the women pretty much run the women. Like the men is not in charge of the women. Only the minister is, like he's in control of everybody.
Okay. Right on.
Yeah, so the message is very misleading. It's miseducation, and it's irresponsible to make up something to push an agenda. So as I keep going over, like we talk about agendas and we talk about people pushing things. Why you need to say, why you need to add into this, like add in misinformation to tell a horrific story. The story in itself is just horrific. Like if you want to scare people, if you want to cause fear mongering, if you want to shock the world, just tell the regular story. It would do that. Right? You don't got to add anything in there. So we sourced up on where it came from. Well, information, where we got the information from, CDC, and like I said, I've been to many
Hey,
different
bro.
websites. Yes.
I just want to say this, and then you can continue.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying, like, I'm literally reporting all information that I see that's not real. Like, I'm reporting this shit to Facebook, Instagram. Like, I'm scrolling down my timeline right now, and I just reported something. That's why I needed to comment.
Okay.
Yo, I'm reporting shit, yo. I swear to God, I'm tired of this shit. Facebook is going to take y'all niggas shit down. Instagram going to take y'all shit down because I'm reporting it. So anybody I see, I'm reporting it. They got some bullshit information. I encourage the listeners to report their shit too. You feel me?
Yeah, it's crazy, man. Like, yo, we don't. If you have the truth, why not just speak the truth? Like, everybody claim to be truth bearers. It's like, yo, then why not just say the truth? Like, why are we on here saying the truth without any, addition to it? We're just saying what it is. Like, if I talk about the Big Bang, I'm not going to add to it to convince you. I'm going to tell it how I learned it, and either you accept it or you don't. But
Right.
I'm not going to add to it to win you over. Yeah, so really, God did start the Big Bang. See, so you can accept it now, right? I'm saying God started it. Oh yeah, okay. Now I'm not gonna know God had nothing to do with it, and you're gonna accept that or you're not. So yeah, we don't have to add to the truth. And so why are you?
Right.
But again, they push things, my brother, in words. So I say people push things by word only. Actions, they're going opposite. All these guys are vaccinated. You dig? They're taking all type of medications, but by word alone, they're telling you to stay away. And that's what's going on.
Main thing. That's the main thing right there that none of these guys want to address is that, oh, my mom had me vaccinated before I went to school.
Right.
Bang. Y'all all went to public school. You know damn well everybody talking this shit has been vaccinated 9 times out of 10, bro.
Yeah, and so you have an option. You dig? Like, they want to live among themselves, but that's why I say by word they say one thing, but action they do the other thing. Listen, guys, you want to create your own society, right? You want to teach your own children. Well, do that. You can do that. Like, there's programs you can buy. The Watcher will share with you. There's programs you can buy that you can actually teach your children. Like, you can homeschool them. But you can't do it. You know why? Because you didn't put yourself in a position to be able to do that. You're actually working for them. And when you work for them, you don't have enough time to do what you want to do. 8 hours, 10 hours, 12 hours.
That's a good point. You're working to give them a better life, so you don't really have time to dedicate.
Yeah. And just to explain to, I guess, some people in the chat why Zen said that, and I agree with him, because it's dangerous when you put out disinformation. Not all information is good information, or we need to let people choose the information. No, some information is actually harmful, can mess around and get people killed. So you got to be aware of disinformation. I put the definition in there.
I mean, anytime to where as though this is kind of anecdotal situation, but being as though, I got people who I've known for years who want to fight me over information like this. You feel me? Like, yo, it has gotten this far to where as though it is not people, but a person who I've never had problems with throughout my entire life. You feel me? Just because people on his own page agree with me over him, this nigga mad.
Yeah. I don't even like your Facebook people, bro. You just put information out, then I see arguments start. I'm like, damn.
Bro, all I do is drop links and people just assume my perspective from me dropping a link. And then I gotta go in from there. But I do that on purpose too. But at the same time, it's funny to me because people will assume your position before they even ask you.
Right. And what about, I can show you a comment right now from Facebook where my man, matter of fact, I'm gonna read it to you. I'm not gonna put him on blast. check this out. Check this out right here. And like it's sad. It's really sad because people are afraid. Zen and with Watcher, they're afraid to like share information. Like, yo, we're not even debating. Look, let me find this. Oh, it's a damn post, man. All right, let me find this post. It's a, you know what? Let me find. I can find it right here. Let me find it right here. Watch this.
Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, or if you had a vaccine or plan to. Serious allergic reactions may occur.
I better hope I can't find it. Yeah, what was it? Was it a post or was it? You know what? I think it was instant. I think it was instant messenger. Yeah, it was. I think it was instant. Yeah, I got it right here. Okay, so look at this. So look at this. They tagged me to a post about Bill Gates. You know, here we go about Bill Gates and his dad. Blah 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 blah. So I said, bro, this video is conspiracy talk. That's all I said. I said, bro, because he tagged me to a video that he posted. He want my thoughts. I'm like, he want my genuine thoughts. My genuine thoughts were, bro, this is conspiracy talk. I left it like that. That's it. I didn't argue, debate anything, Zen. He said, did you watch it? The info is about his parents. Simple Google Wikipedia search. You see? So he's telling me, did I watch it? It's a simple Google Wikipedia search. Zen, I said, I don't need to watch it. It's silly. So I'm letting the guy know I'm not interested, right? So he's aggressing me with a video. I don't give him a video and say you got to watch it. He's aggressing me. So then he put, it's only, now he's adamant, bro. He says it's only 5 minutes. Always stay teachable, brother. Now look where he's going with it. The Watcher and Zen. I let the guy know it's conspiracy talk. I'm not interested. It's only 5 minutes. Bro, to me, it's silly. Yo, it's only 5 minutes. Stay teachable, brother. You know what I mean? So now I'm like, oh boy. So you dig? So now I'm like, all right. I said, bro, he isn't his parents. I said, just like we aren't our parents. I say, so a black person with a parent that is an alcoholic or addict is doomed because their parents are alcoholics and drug addicts. I said, bro, it's not sound logic. Just because your parents did something doesn't necessarily mean you're going to do it too. That's all I'm trying to say. I don't need to watch it.
That's a fact.
And then I added in. I said, now I follow Bill Gates to a degree. And let's talk about him and his works alone. Like, let's talk about the good he has done. You dig? You talking about his damn parents. Let's talk about him. I said, the problem is that everybody watch videos and they don't read books. You know, you send me links, but what book have you watched? Now watch this. This dude, now look, he aggressed me, the Watcher and Zen. He aggressed me. When I finally responded, like I did, look how he went. No reason to talk.
Hey, bro, I don't know if you know, but I can't see your screen or nothing.
No. I'm reading off Facebook.
Oh, all right.
I
got you. Go ahead.
So he said no reason. Look what he said. He said no reason to talk to you. You didn't watch the video. Hey, I let him know earlier I didn't want to watch it, right? But he wants to talk. So he said, your mind seems to be made up. My advice: stay teachable. One person cannot possibly know everything, even if they specialize in a subject. It's things happening in plain sight as predicted, and some still don't see it. Peace, brother. Stay safe in the pandemic. Now, you see that? Okay, so you know I had to go back. So I said research, and like I was nice, by the way, 'cause I know what to do in real life. So I said research isn't someone's put together video, because that's what it was. I said, and a conspiracy video at that. I said, my mind isn't made up. I said, y'all mind is made up. I said, y'all don't know anything about the man. That's why y'all will shy away from a build. I don't shy away. I'm here. So he's the one that wanted to go. I'm like, yo, let's talk about it right here on this instant messenger. Let's go right now. He trying to shove something down my throat. I'm like, dude, I don't need to watch a video about a dude's parents. If my parents was mass murderers, what that got to do with me? If I was 3 years old and they were mass murderers, I'm now 42. What they got to do with me? What they got to do? I didn't participate in that. What they got to do with me? What did I do? So that's that causation link that my man trying to pull.
Yeah, I agree.
Don't know anything about them. So when I start sourcing up,
But look, before you finish your point, right? Because I want to say something to what you said like 2 minutes ago, right? So to say that you're gonna be like your parents. Hello, you can still hear me?
yeah,
All right. To say you're gonna be like your parents, that's assuming that the environment doesn't change.
right,
Like
right.
you're invoking that you're gonna be like your parents, and nothing about the environment or the world is changing around your parents. You see what I'm
Right.
saying?
Yeah,
So that's not facts. Like the world
right.
changes every day.
Pure
So
speculation.
right. So how can your kids be like you? I mean, they can stand on your shoulders, like they can take your good ideas and pass them on,
Right.
but they ain't gonna take on the bad ideas, because if the bad ideas
Right.
aren't useful, then they're just not useful. Like they're not gonna be, this is natural selection and evolution. Like if we can't use this ideology, it's gonna get mutated out of the genome, basically. Like to be more technical about it, but yeah, that's all I gotta say on that. But yeah,
Hey, look at the bad advice our parents gave us. Our parents told us, "Don't hang around him. He's no good." It turned out he's your best friend to this day. You dig? Your
yeah.
parents, you dig?
Or that nigga got 5 businesses and you done learned hella shit from that nigga.
Right.
Yeah.
Also, stay away from her. I don't like her. Something about her. Like no real logic, nothing. And then now that's your wife. Y'all got 10 children together. You dig? Y'all the wife of the year, the couple of the year and shit. So like parents are wrong all the time. No, I want you to do this in school. Or you know what I mean? So what do you do? Like you said, the bad advice you chuck it away, or the suspect, the opinionated advice you chuck away, and the good advice, the stuff they learn from experience, you take that, you take heed. Real simple.
That's what I messaged you the other day when some people said that parents or children follow their parents or they look to their parents. I'm like, I don't know whose experience that is, but most of the time, kids look at their parents and they try to do the opposite.
Right.
A lot of times the parents get frustrated because the kids don't do exactly what they say. They end up learning from the streets, especially if what their parents are saying is on some BS, or if you see your mother constantly pumping the shit out of your dad, 9 times out of 10, that kid is not going to date a female that's like his mom.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Or a female sees traits in her father she doesn't like, and she going to look for someone that has opposite traits.
Right.
I'm sure there's cases where it doesn't happen, but majority of the situations of the people that I know with, they completely go the opposite way of their parents, especially if their parents is on some bullshit.
Yeah, it happens, And
then again, you're right. I see all things popping. Towards the end, I recognize that my parents may be right, but while I'm living my life, I'm trying to figure out for myself. And I find out down the road when the homie smashing the girl, like, damn, my mama told me from the beginning not to trust this dude. But again, the main point is a lot of kids, they try to go the opposite from their parents. Right. Not automatically like them.
I mean, I see that from kids that I see that from more so from parents who don't adapt with the times. If you can adapt with the times, like I you know what I mean? Because I do got friends whose parents are a lot more evolving, should I say, than other parents, and their relationships are better because I seem like they understand the environmental pressures that might be at work, type of thing.
I get your point. I get it.
I mean, I don't know. This is all theoretical, but yeah.
I know you're using the analogy through evolution. It's just a hard connection to make for those who aren't in that mental vein. So I know where you're going with it.
Yeah. I gotta get better at breaking certain shit down, I guess.
It's just you're real scientific, so it's hard unless you just gotta be more relatable or meet people down on their platform. Because a lot of times you talk over people. It's just, but again, I think a lot of people listen to argue or listen to respond, as opposed to really listen to grow. Because I even saw the brother Ngozi, he posted something about a mystical song, and he had some cold lyrics in the beginning. And then like 49 comments later, niggas are like, oh, this nigga's a rapist. I don't listen to him. Tupac's a weirdo. I only like Nas. I'm like, God damn. The homie was just trying to give credit or say that these first few lines in the music was tight. And then I just recognized all these niggas just wanted to argue to jab at a nigga that they feel is smart or they want to one up on. So,
Right. Petty shit.
yeah. And I see it's a lot of that shit on your page.
At the very least, I can respect that individual had they joined a committee or organization that was against pedophilia or raping women, right? They're not associated with anything like that. So it's like, dude,
Right. They just want to shout out shit.
like, so how concerned are you for real?
Right. But they love their R. Kelly.
Right? Yeah. Again, they pick or they're spiritual leaders.
Ooh.
But nah, you are right, Watcher. Most people just want to argue, and I really don't come on panels like this to argue. I just want clarification, maybe to talk to light minds. You feel me? I'm not trying to argue.
Yeah, we are fact checkers. We don't argue. We say what we know, and we are human. We can misquote something. We can recall something poorly, right? And if somebody corrects us, it's not gonna feel good. You dig? We're gonna be a little annoyed and irritated and agitated. But when those emotions calm down, we realize, okay, yeah, I've been adjusted. I've been corrected. No problem. You dig? So, but we're not here to argue. We're here to exchange information and enlighten whoever does not know. If we all know, then guess what? It moves on to something new. If we all knew the same thing,
Right.
like, it becomes like religion. If we all knew something,
Exactly.
then we just move on.
Now, for example, right, like the other day when I was saying that, when Polite said he turns his phone on airplane mode, like I'm sitting there like, what does airplane mode think? Because what does airplane mode do, right? Because
Right.
I never built a cell phone, you know what I mean?
Right.
So I'm not totally familiar with all the mechanisms in it. I do know, it's a receiver and transmitter in there, all types of stuff like that. But I mean, my perspective was coming from the fact that I know somebody in the government to where as though they can't even have certain conversations around cell phones. So when somebody say just turn on the airplane mode, to me, I'm automatically thinking, well, damn, how is that stopping anything? Because this
Right.
nigga had to take phones totally out the room or out the house to even have certain conversations. Like, but I ain't even looked into it. I just automatically just thought back to my anecdotal experiment, should I say, from where I saw this guy doing this. But when I looked it up, I'm like, oh, all right. Like, you feel me? And
Yeah,
y'all was saying that to me, like, nah, it actually does stop the transmission of
Right.
information for you. I'm like,
Yeah.
all right, bet. I didn't know that. Like, I can't sit up here and debate with y'all about that shit.
Right. But guess what? He still is not off the hook, because that means nothing if your wireless is still running. You got to cut that thing off too.
Yeah. Because it is a loophole, because if you got Wi-Fi or if you got some other stuff, it is still transmitting
Right.
data. Like GPS and stuff, it is still transmitting
I
data.
cut that modem off.
Yeah. But in the crux of everything, like, I did not know that. You feel me?
Right. Yeah. Now it was definitely because, you know why? They be incorrect. When I say they, I mean the people in the community. They are incorrect so often that we have learned just to oppose it. If you're saying A, it must be B. If you're saying B, it must be A. So if you're saying turn your phone to airplane mode and it reduces the radio waves or whatever, we automatically gonna think that's wrong because you've been wrong so often. Like, how do
Yeah. Yeah. That's probably what it is more than anything.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, because I'm gonna be straight up. I'm biased when it comes to them. If they say something, man, if they say milk is no good, milk is good. If they say become a vegan, don't become a vegan. Whatever they say, alkaline water is the best water, it's not the best water. Whatever they say, I'm usually 100% against it.
But you know what? Nothing you said right now wasn't facts, though. Like, it all was facts. Cause Polite gonna tell you that probiotics is bad if it's coming from yogurt.
Oh yeah. And his reason was because it's for the savages. Like my man didn't even have enough research that was against yogurt to even explain why yogurt was a bad source of probiotics. It's actually one of the best sources according to people who actually do research.
You damn savages.
And it's a natural source of probiotics. It develops by itself.
Right.
that was
Not like supplements where people got to be involved.
Yeah, and that's where people gotta be careful with those vitamins and stuff like that too, because it is a supplement. You
Right.
want to at least make sure you're getting those vitamins in your diet, not by taking supplements.
Because as far as we know, if we want to be fair, as far and unbiased, as far as we know, that everything in that store, that supplemental store, is pseudo or placebo because there's no real testing behind it. It's not FDA approved. There's no science, independent research science, team behind that can verify and produce the results of the actual supplement. So all that stuff could be straight placebos.
Mm-hmm. 100%.
If we want to be, we want to be real. But I invite people here all the time, Zen, like everybody knows everything in a text. Everybody knows everything on Instagram and Facebook. I say, dude, just pull up. I'm live in 50 minutes. I'll send you the link. Just share your thoughts. We're not gonna argue. Everybody who's on this platform, even Jeremiah Judy, when he came on, he had one argument, but that's because he wanted to argue. But if he wants to talk to people, we are going to talk to him. We talked to him. Like he picked the wrong one that day and they had an argument. But if he just simply talks to people, they are going to talk back. Let me add in Asiatic Black Man Haskell. I didn't even see them.
Yeah, I did want to hear what he had to say. I felt like he had, even if we had points of contention, I wanted to hear what he had to say, but it just way left.
So the waiting room is annoying to me, but because Zoom had that like security problem, I'm going to listen to them. If they say, "Yo, do this," we got some problems.
Oh, that's why they did that.
Yeah.
Why? Where you got to wait in the back chat.
Yeah, like they automatically reset everybody's settings back to default because mine's you, as you know, you just came right in. Zoom resetted my settings back to the waiting room. So, and they said, "Listen, do what you want to do, but we strongly advise you do what we say to do." You did.
No, that's smart though, because then anybody could call in at that point.
Yeah, that's what's happening though, because a lot of parents or teachers that are all teaching online or they went home even at the university level, they'll put the link out and then people will link in with their burner accounts and then just go wild and wild.
Right.
Yeah. I've seen some examples of it, so it's necessary. Salute to Haskell and who is that?
Asiatic. What's up, y'all? What's going on?
Hey, peace to the brothers.
What's going on, fellas?
Red Dot, I think a fucking Terminator and shit.
Yeah, so the actual, you could build on what you want to build on, but we're not going. I'm telling you right now, we're not going down any rabbit holes. We're going to build on whatever you want to build on, but we're not going down a rabbit hole. The discussion today is about Africa appreciation with vaccines, how vaccines rid Africa of so many diseases, and I'm going to touch on some major ones as we dialogue. So right now, you guys can build on things to keep it going. But like I said, we're not going down a rabbit hole too long. We're going to stay with the theme for the most part.
Oh man,
where in Africa are we talking about?
The entire continent. Vaccines have any pandemic, any endemic. I'll go there with you. Any pandemic, any endemic, vaccines and science, not just vaccines, because they got mosquito nets. So not just vaccines, and they got antiviral drugs. They got antibiotics. Science, period, has been to Africa's rescue. They've been there to rid Africa from all these dangerous diseases and these ailments that have been afflicted them for hundreds and hundreds of years. I give you one: malaria in Nigeria. 277,000 children die yearly. Not 20 years, not 50 years. Nigeria is responsible for a third of all of the malaria deaths. Nigeria. Guess who came with the mosquito net? Guess who came with the vaccine? Science.
The white man?
Yeah, the DuPont, the Bilderberger, the Builder Whopper,
Well, not just the white man, right? Not just the white man, because the white man has to have approval of the government in that area.
right.
Go ahead.
Yo, that terminology that's so funny. The white man.
Right.
Yeah, it is.
The white man.
Hey, did y'all touch on Sa Netherlight being all for the all pro government now?
He is?
Because of a black woman.
Oh
Yeah,
my God.
So apparently they got Kuzi Kinte. I mean, excuse me,
Look
Kizzy.
at Look at it.
You said Kizzy? Oh my God, you are wrong, man.
Yeah, so they got Kizzy Kunte. Fuck, why I keep Kizzy
He said, boy, he came here double loaded.
Kizzy Corbett or Corbett, whatever her name
I
is.
thought it was Kizzy Mikia, something like that. Kizzy Mika.
Well, her name is Kiznikia.
Yeah.
That's what I'm calling her, Kizzy.
Yeah, he said Kizzy Kunte.
Yeah.
I knew.
Yeah, I know exactly who Kizzy is. Yeah, I don't love Roots, but I love. Hey yo, when
Hey, Kizzy was low key fine in Roots now, sleeping.
hey yo, what was the one with Shaka Zulu? Remember that came on TV? Yeah, I recently watched the whole series like 2 years ago. Man, that is so dope, man. That Shaka Zulu one.
Nah, but unbiased, you didn't hear him. He was like gushing, you know, like, oh man, like, yo, the black woman is leading.
Right. I mean,
so now he ready to take the vaccine now.
Yeah. At Haskell, if it was a real conspiracy and we're that gullible, then let black folks lead the way in everything, right?
Yo, I'm sorry, but that's the definition of a simp. Like the other day, you was like, man, government, I ain't taking no vaccine. I ain't going to the hospital. And then all they had to do was just parade a black woman in front of you. You ready to go.
Look at the black woman. But you see, he wrote that. How do you do that shit? Said it was the black woman versus all the Hebrews type shit.
Yeah.
How do you phrase that shit? Damn, I couldn't even remember. I can't even listen to it. I just turned the shit off.
Where's Asiatic Black Man? Because he'd be like real humble in the back.
No, I'm right here, brother. How you feeling?
What's going on, my brother?
Nothing much. Just cooling out. How you?
Something.
Black man.
Hey, Lynn, you can do your presentation. It won't be too late. Like 11:30, 12. You can do your presentation, Lynn.
No, you gotta give him the hour around 2, yo.
1:30.
It's like, man, I'm playing, yo. He gonna get on here cussing me out.
All right, yeah. So about I could say about 11:30, 12. When you could come on and do your presentation. But Asiatic Black Man, I know you want to add something.
Oh no, I might have heard wrong a few minutes ago or earlier. I thought somebody said they was gonna call and get another person's channel shut down. I don't know the nature of what the discussion was right then. I had just came into the chat room.
Zen's comment on reporting fake news on Facebook.
Oh, okay. What's the criteria for that though? Is it just like
let me say this, Asiatic Black Man. When we're on Facebook, we all got to admit that there are a lot of fake. Right? It could be anybody. Okay, it could be anybody spreading some fake stuff that could injure a community or injure an individual. Right? I'm pretty sure I know that there's real agents out there who are spreading fake news because it's it injures people. So if you was in a group and you seen somebody breaking down why Molly should be taken by the youth only, like Molly's are safe or it's not that bad because it's from the earth from ages from 7 to 12.
Hell no.
Yeah, I think you probably flagged that.
Oh yeah, hell yeah.
That's all Zen was saying.
So let me give an example right quick, right? What's up, Asiatic? What's going on, bro?
Peace, brother Zen.
But like, for example, right? Let's say that the entire United States had a problem with black ice, right? "Quote unquote" black ice, right?
Yep, I hear you, brother.
All right. So it would be wrong. It would be detrimental for me to go on my YouTube channel and tell people not to wear seatbelts.
True.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I got you, bro.
If there's a whole case of black ice that's possibly out there that you could hit, you might not hit it, you feel me? But you could hit it. But this is a this is a countrywide thing. it would be wrong for me to go on my channel and start telling people, especially if I got a high following, yo, don't wear your seatbelt.
Yeah.
You feel me? That's just bad information, bro. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I hear you, bro.
Yeah, that was what I was saying. I just said it in a way that might be more, controversial just because we on this platform and it'll create attention, but that's not literally how I meant it. No.
Right. I could dig it, bro. It just alarms me, because I know the nature of censorship and what it can grow into. And that goes for anybody because it could be used in the reverse on us at times, But I understand what you're saying in that case, because that's like just outlandish or heinous information.
Yeah, well, you know what, Asiatic Black man, most people are not responsible and brave enough like you and Lynn
Right.
to actually come on and speak your mind. You dig, and
Right.
discuss what you disagree with and what you actually agree with. Unfortunately, most people don't do that. They hide behind their computers, like they won't let their voice be heard.
True.
Yeah.
Right. So if they believe something and we highly disagree, we're like, okay, well, let's just hear you out. Let's understand where this is coming from, and let's talk about it. You dig? There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, I ain't got no problems with Asiatic, man. He always been respectful, and what I mean, like as long as we can talk, everybody can talk, and we not talking over each other, then we good.
Yes, sir. Same
We
here,
can
brother.
disagree, and I'll have no problem with it. But if I can't get my ideas out, or you can't get your ideas out, I'm pretty sure you would have a problem with it, as if I would. You know what I mean? So I don't got no problems with Asiatic, but
Yeah, me neither. With you, brothers. And the number one thing for me is I don't really care what set or sect a person claims. Long as we black first. You know what I mean? And try to
I
think
agree,
about
bro.
the interests, of our families and our people first.
But you know what? That's what it come down to. Like, I'm sorry if who was anybody trying to talk?
Nah, you good, bro.
All right,
Rock
but yeah, like Democrats and Republicans, man, not like every Democrat and every Republican don't have the same perspective on life. You know what I
Mhm.
mean? Inside of every individual's household, they have their own beliefs. But once you
Right.
leave outside that household, your beliefs don't really hold much weight at all. You feel me? You have to concede to the fact that everybody else around you has that same right that you have,
Yeah.
to hold your own beliefs and to protect them. And then, at the end of the day, when you go home, you can uphold those things. But while you out in the street, it really don't fucking matter.
No.
You feel me?
Sitting
Your
on
beliefs don't matter out there in the world. For real.
Yeah.
Unless they concede with that with how the world is doing things, which is usually based off of science. You feel me? But whether an individual believes science or not, they still have to recognize these mechanisms that we.
I hear what you're saying, Zen. I hear what you're saying, Asiatic. However, I'm
Right.
over here playing with my flamethrower because I feel like you came on here, you're gonna drop a dime, you wasn't liking what you was hearing. But I
Oh no.
stand on what I'm saying, nigga, because if I see some bullshit and if it's harmful to my people, I don't even know how to do it, but if I was on that level, I'd be flagging shit like a motherfucker. If you're talking about, oh, this shit is fake, I don't believe in this and that, you don't need to wear masks, you need to wash your hands, it's really 5G. If I had the power, nigga, I want to shut your shit down and I really don't care where it goes. Because to me, if my mom see that shit and she want to share it to me, we got a problem. So I'm all for letting, even the same way YouTube is flagging these motherfuckers for misinformation on Corona shit. The same thing with Facebook. I have a real problem with people thinking that they can put out disinformation with just for fun, for kicks, or being useful tools to other organizations. That shit gotta stop in my book. And I stand on that shit firm because I'm just anti that shit now. Any disinformation that's coming out, it's just I flag that shit. Even I won't get into the politics. I'll stick on where we're at right now. But anybody who has something, at least with the topic that we're talking about, vaccines, that shit is BS. It's gonna harm you. Blah blah blah. Man, fuck that shit. You on some bullshit. I had the power to flag it, I'd flag it. That don't mean that it's going to be taken out. I know it may set a precedent out there. What if that comes back on you? Well, fuck the what about this? We talking about this.
Hey, bro, when you flag something, it do go out. It do go out. Cause like
But don't they have like a committee that review it to see if your protest is valid or not?
the thing is about this, if it's about this virus, bro, like they not playing no games. In about 20-30 minutes, like you'll go back to the post and it'll say the post can't be seen no more or something.
Is that right?
Like, yeah, I didn't, bro.
How Sarnetta shit ain't shut down?
Because nobody reported it. I
Also,
guarantee you nobody reported it. But that's fine. I'm not trying to hit the YouTube channel. I was mostly talking about IG. When I said it earlier, with y'all referencing, what I said earlier was talking about these IG posts like what Unbiased got right here. I would have reported this shit. And Facebook, I reports it to this day. Right now, I report it.
I just came in. I missed like a good, what y'all been on? A couple hours now?
Okay, wait,
Nah, we ain't been on that long. But play the video.
Let me catch you up right away.
The fact that we were injected
Oh Lord.
during the Tuskegee
Run
experiment.
that back, Turbo.
One more time.
The fact that we were injected with the most virulent form of syphilis during the Tuskegee experiments from 1932 to 1972, 40 years.
Pause
So-
it.
Yeah, so he thinks black folks have been injected with syphilis, for, and he said for 40 years. So I mean, that's what he said.
Now, do you have any contention with someone flagging that information, Asiatic or Haskell?
I would. What I would say is like what Facebook is doing now is for information that's deemed for information that's deemed misinformation, they're providing links to the correct information.
Okay.
I believe that's the best route to go. Because like what he's saying isn't completely, what he's talking about here so far isn't dangerous, right? You may say it's historically inaccurate, but
It's dangerous because he's tying it to vaccines. If you see right here. So
yeah, that's why I said so. That's why I said so far. I haven't heard the rest, but to this point where you've paused it.
right. Well, no, you know why?
Look at the title.
Right. Look, the reason why.
Where's the title? I don't see
The
it.
devil's wicked tricks using vaccines.
Right. So the reason why I stopped
Bro.
that is because he makes other bogus claims that have nothing to do with this. He goes to many different things just all around the place. And I don't want to be running around that rate.
Bro, literally a sentence. He only got out a sentence and he
Right.
said like two, three things wrong already, which really it fucks up the basis of the claim.
What
Right.
did he say
That
wrong
vac-
though?
I'm
Hold up,
sorry.
there we go. There we go.
The only thing he said wrong that I can
What he said, my guy.
So Unbox, go to that CDC joint. Go to that CDC
Hold on,
joint.
we gotta walk this down.
All right, go ahead.
Walk
Yeah,
it down.
yeah. Point out what he said wrong. The only thing that I know is the injecting with syphilis thing. I do know the experiments did last for 40 years.
Yeah.
However, is that they didn't actually treat those guys that had syphilis,
Right.
not that they injected them. So that's the only thing that I know of. that he said.
Right. So he said they injected them with syphilis.
Right.
Right.
Let Asiatic talk. Asiatic, do you see any issues with that?
No, I don't see any issue with it.
Okay. So based off of what you heard, everything he said to your knowledge is 100% factual.
Yeah, I agree with what he said.
Now, Freeze, that's the reason why I have a problem. Because I know a lot of people may listen to that and hear that and give him benefit of the doubt because they respect him. He's well speaking. He's for black people and he's all for us. However, if you were to get information and find out that what he was saying is wrong, would you automatically start defending him, or are you like, damn, he was wrong? Well, maybe he shouldn't give out that information.
Well, I'm familiar with the information. I'm familiar with the experiment, and I know what's said. But at the end of the day, it's
No.
in-
Let's. Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead. I want you to finish.
at the end of the day, in my point of view, it's ambiguous to where from what I've read, it's ambiguous to where the source is of how the brothers became infected initially.
Okay.
Fucking
Can I jump in real quick?
yo.
Can I jump in real
How do
quick,
you
guys?
catch sexually transmitted diseases, bro?
Hold on. Can I jump in real quick?
Yeah.
No, because I want to finish. I'm trying to make sure because
No, I'm just gonna
My God,
add
let
some.
me finish this, please.
No, it's adding to what Asiatic is saying is
Haskell,
because
please. Haskell,
Hmm?
please. Put the cape
all right,
down.
go ahead.
Put the cape down. We ain't gotta save him. You ain't gotta strengthen his argument. Because again, I'm not attacking him or his argument. What I'm trying to say is if he has any information, any source, or just anything that we can go to that will shine light and educate me on what he knows that's different, I'm willing to concede and jump on a bandwagon. That's my whole point. That's what I wanted to get out. Go ahead, Haskell.
You mean the Asiatic?
No, because I already said I felt you had something to contribute. But what
Oh,
I wanted to
okay.
say, Asiatic,
No, I was gonna add to that is, if you're an agency, right, and the agency that conducted the interviews, from what I understand, was like the precursor to what has become the CDC today, right? If you're an agency sanctioned by the government and you're responsible for people's health, when you've admitted to telling that big of a lie, now everything goes into doubt, right? And that's what
Exactly.
Asiatic is saying. Like,
Exactly.
okay, you're claiming that you never injected nobody with shit, but before,
When you're done, let me go next.
huh?
When you're done, let me go next.
Yeah, and mind you, admittedly, it's speculation, right? But if you tell me, or if you conducted experiments for 40 years, told me that you were healing me, right? And for those 40 years, you were actually just studying me like a guinea pig. Now, when you come back and say, well, I didn't actually inject you with anything, well, how do I know? How do I trust that to be true?
I will tell you right now, Haskell, what's a whistleblower?
A whistleblower is typically somebody that's inside of an organization who informs the public about some malfeasance that's going on within the organization.
Asiatic black man. What's a whistleblower?
Well, I would agree basically with the same definition that the brother just gave, like someone who is inside an institution and may be privy to some information that the public is not privy to and comes out and exposes it.
Thank you. The
in a nutshell.
Okay, thank you, Haskell, Asiatic black man. The whistleblower said that.
So it's not speculation. It's not about trusting or distrusting. Someone who was on the inside gave that information out. And if that didn't happen, there wouldn't even be any discussion. So what I would want to know, I get if we're going to go down the slippery slope or using the analogy of I can't trust you on this, you lie here, so you can lie everywhere. Although that's not the case. But before I would pick up and run with that baton, which I'm willing to do to finish the relay, you got to give me something to hold. Give me some factual information that contests or brings doubt based off of what we're talking about. And if we cannot do that, that becomes harmful. That's
right.
So a narrative running with an invisible baton.
Right. So I mentioned the whistleblower because they didn't tell them themselves, Haskell. They admitted to what the whistleblower told about them. The whistleblower blew the whistle and said, all right, hey, this is enough. This is wrong. The whistleblower told the public, like you eloquently said, the whistleblower told the public about the 40-year study, about the 600 men who came in, 399 who were not infected, were affected, and 201 who were not infected. So it's the whistleblower who gave the actual details of the study, not the people who were conducting the study. So the whistleblower gave out the information. He gave out the freedom, information.
I wonder something, right? Like, because COINTELPRO and what was that other FBI thing that was going on where they was doing the brainwashing thing where the Manchurian Candidate was made.
MK Ultra,
right? MK Ultra and the other one I just said. Those two things got exposed because some people in Pennsylvania basically found out where the FBI stored their documents, and they raided the place, and they found MK Ultra, they found COINTELPRO, and they might have found this right here. What we talking about? For real. Because it all happened around the same time. This was early 70s, I think, when this happened. But I don't know. That's just something I'm throwing out there.
Yeah, but let's not get stuck there. I mean, to me, that's I don't want to say a trivial point, but in terms of,
I'm just talking.
No. I mean, the thing about what Farrakhan said. Let's say for now it's inaccurate. I don't think it rises to the level of needing to be censored. Now, as the video goes on, perhaps I'll see something that is more egregious. But so far, inaccurate, perhaps not anything, crazy.
Yeah, okay.
Is that fair? Is that fair, guys?
That we were injected with the most virulent form of syphilis during the Tuskegee experiments from 1932 to 1972, 40 years, allowing us to cohabit with others to spread the disease. And all we got when it was discovered was an apology and some meager, very meager compensation. Millions of Americans were given polio shots starting in the 1950s and 60s, and now flu shots.
Wait, so what did you see? So what was his point with that? So he started off by lying, by being incorrect about being injected. See how he tied those dots? So that's the problem, Haskell. He started off. So it's making sense now. So he had, instead of telling you the accurate truth about the experiment, he told you about somebody being injected, you see? And then he says, hey, and we were also injected with the polio vaccination in 1950. Then he stopped. Then he said, and we were also injected with the flu, you see? So he's saying that like they did in Tuskegee, they did it in the 50s, they did it in the 70s, 90s, 2020s. That's where he's going. All right, I'll play more.
And we don't know what contagions or toxins are in the vial or serum that we are being injected with.
Now, that's a lie. That's on every website you want to go ahead and look at. It's there. Just like I mentioned to a brother earlier, when you drink a Snapple bottle, the average person doesn't look at the contents and see what's on the, the benefit, the neutral fact, the nutrition facts. They don't look at that. And if you ask them, hey, what's inside that Snapple, my brother, my sister, they're going to say, I don't know. Okay, well, look at the damn label. It's right there. So that was another, so far, he said a bunch of things in 54 seconds, and he has not said one thing that was purely accurate. He's mixing falsehood with truth. Let's go on.
I went to Libya.
Now, this is somewhere else. Okay, so Haskell, he was done on that point. So you want to build on that? Haskell? Zen, the watcher?
I would say, go ahead, Haskell.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
What I would say is we can't be disingenuous because we saw how Polite tried to lay the foundation with using the radar and the radio waves and the corona. When you're trying to build a case, you try to use certain points that people are understanding, but you may use some deceit with your initial point in laying that foundation. So we can all pick up the gun and shoot flame for him doing it because it's very obvious. However, this is someone who we do respect or revere, and now we don't want to call it as it is. I'm not saying throw the baby out with the bathwater. I'm not saying he doesn't stand for a lot of good. He hasn't accomplished a lot. However, this post right here will be a flag that I wouldn't want my mother to see because I recognize she will swallow it whole and then just implement it when it comes to my nieces and nephews that she's watching. This is my point. This right here. Am I saying that he should be banned off Netflix and banned off social media? No. But this post right here, it's not beneficial to the greater good of the people. And that's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I agree.
Slide down no slope saying XYZ can happen in the future. No. This shit right here is what I have a problem with. Now, what I'm also willing to say, if you can come out and show that they were putting some faulty shit in the polio vaccines and they weren't telling us, or they actually were injecting people with syphilis, or the flu virus that has some faulty stuff in it, then I will gladly stand corrected, because I would rather not have to call this dude out on his falsehoods than have to. But again, you got to give me that information. We can't just ask me and slide down a slope.
Got anything Asiatic?
Well, you know, all I could say is we got a long history of interaction with the medical system here in the U.S. and just abroad that is shady at best. You know, and we have many examples. It's not just the Tuskegee experiment. We got with General Amherst coming in and giving smallpox in the blankets to the Native Americans. They've been using, you know, bioweapons, so it's not like or germ weapons.
Listen. You don't got to go back that far. We all accept the Tuskegee experiment as being wrong. So we could just deal with this right here. We don't need to go forward.
Yeah, we could deal with the truth. We don't need to stay
Right.
alive.
Well, that's not a lie, brother. That's the truth.
It is a lie when you say that they injected them. They didn't inject them.
That's a lie, Asiatic black man. And look,
No, he said the blankets. He said smallpox blankets.
But what I'm trying to say is, now we're sliding down a slope because this happened, so we have to automatically assume that what a general did as a tactic, intentionally, unintentionally, or whatever it was, that automatically erodes everything from that point on. Is that what we're really going to do? I would rather not, because again, to me, that's a slippery slope, and we're equating with one general with having the prerequisite on how the rest of the nation is going to move forward.
Right.
And again, that's kind of disingenuous.
Yeah, 14. Yeah, so we're not going to do that because we're staying on topic, and the topic is, you see, he drew a connection, which was a faulty premise from the door. You did. He said that he mentioned vaccines. It wasn't a slip when he said injections. He said that so he could tie other things into injections. So there was an agenda why he said that. So it wasn't like some slip up where he made a mistake. Oops. He said that on purpose to tie other injections all together and say all injections are bad.
I think he does. I think he does have an agenda, and the agenda is to raise our awareness to the nature of these institutions and the functions of these institutions.
So you're gonna start your family.
I don't agree that he's lying.
So all right. So pause. Right. So for us to say that certain institutions have agendas, we'd have to assume that they know something that the world doesn't know, bro. Like for example, this would have to be some groundbreaking information that we kept in-house for years, and we then tested it, and we're able to put it on the people without them even knowing. You feel me? Like for example, right? If all right, this is, you're pretty much invoking that we know everything about life, and like we can create life.
Me?
Who Asiatic? Yes.
No, that's not what I'm invoking.
You kinda are when you make the argument of, you know, it's possible that they're creating like biological warfare, right?
Oh yeah, I know that's a fact.
Based on blankets.
Oh, the germ warfare and the blankets, General Amherst? Yeah, that's a fact.
So, right, that's not what I'm saying. You're saying that you know that there's a war going on based off of that evidence, that smoking gun, so many years ago, and you're just going to ride it all the way out to 2020.
Oh no, it's not just that, brother. I know about.
I'm willing to hop on the bandwagon. Just give me the information.
Oh, I know about. I researched Fort Detrick, Maryland. You know, okay, I know about Fort Detrick.
Asiatic. You said the Europeans were responsible for afflicting the Native Americans with smallpox, right?
Yes, sir.
But how did Europeans get syphilis? Who gave them that? Was that equally biological warfare? Because they got it from the Native Americans.
No, I didn't know about that.
Yeah,
I
so
know
now
that they gave.
no,
I know
no,
that they
no,
gave the
wait.
blankets.
Bro, you say you ain't know about it, so stop right there. You can go ahead and research that.
Oh, all right. So look, that's my point. That's my point. Let me say that.
One
You
second. I got
finish?
one more thing,
Go ahead.
bro.
Go ahead.
One more thing. Smallpox. So they did come over with smallpox, right?
Yeah,
Right, man.
yeah.
So who afflicted Europeans with smallpox?
I think they came with it from Europe.
No, wait, but it didn't originate in Europe. You know that, right?
Well, I don't know where it originated, but I know that
Yeah, see,
they named the college after him, and they
I'm trying to have a dialogue with you. People are listening.
right.
I want to know what you don't know. So, bro, don't go somewhere else. Do you believe that smallpox originated in Europe? Yes or no?
I don't know where it originated.
Okay, it was in Africa way before Europe. Matter of fact, it was in ancient Egypt. So, was it biological warfare when smallpox left Africa to come to Europe?
No, they probably got smallpox from raping people in Africa, most likely.
Wait. So it's sexually transmitted.
Yeah,
Just like syphilis, they probably got from raping the Native Americans. To be honest.
Yo, let me make this point before I forget it, yo. You good, unbiased? You good?
Good.
So what I meant, just to finish off what I was saying, because I kind of lost my point, right? But when you saying that these people are injecting us with syphilis, right? You're saying that they already have an understanding of syphilis and that they really don't need to watch or study how it responds in our bodies. That they already know how it responds in our bodies, and they know it's going to kill us. They know it's going to have a negative effect on us. When these people ain't really necessarily know that, they figured out a cure for it halfway through the study. You know what I mean? But rather than saying that, oh, we now know a cure, no, they continued the study because they wanted to see what would happen in the long run of the study. So these people still had no knowledge of what was going on. So my main point is that human beings need to learn, yo, from death. We learn from death. Period. I don't care if you want to put a Asiatic face on it, a white face, black face, a red face. It don't matter. It's all data that we learn from, and we learn how to reduce our casualties from the people that we lost. You feel me? That was my point. So when you say they injected us, yo, they did this to us. They put AIDS on us. Like, that's saying that we already knew about this shit and we don't. Like, we have no understanding. Like, I mean, we have understandings, but on a broader scale on how to eradicate this from the genome, we don't have that understanding. And for us to say that they did this to us purposely, bro, like, they would end up wiping themselves out because they're putting in something into the genome of a planet where they don't even quite understand this shit, bro. But
Yeah, so I'm biased. Back to the topic at hand. I'm assuming you have a greater point about the fact that Africa kind of embraces scientific literacy. What was your
Okay, so it's good. So I'm glad that Asiatic black man said about biological warfare, because that fits the thing where I'm going. So we're going to go into diseases in Africa, you dig? Homeborn diseases. And by the way, malaria is in Europe now, Asiatic black man. So that argument is like petty. We could say, well, shit, how did malaria get to Europe? Because you can't, first of all, smallpox is not sexually transmitted. It's a skin to skin, and like you can also inhale the same thing you could do over here with COVID-19. But malaria, for the most part, is a mosquito disease, and so is Zika, and so is yellow fever. And these things are a plague in Europe, but they was in Africa first. So we're going to go right here. So I'm right here. You see my screen? It says bushmeat. Okay, Asiatic black man. You ever heard of bushmeat?
No.
Pascal, you?
Yeah, I have.
Is it you?
Absolutely, absolutely.
Watch, are you?
Yes, I have.
Okay, so bushmeat is from wildlife species that are hunted for human consumption in tropical forests. So we know that's not white folks. Bushmeat is an important food resource for poor people, particularly in rural areas. The numbers of animals killed and traded as bushmeat in the 1990s in West and Central Africa. So bushmeat is basically a wet market in Africa, were thought to be unsustainable. By 2005, commercial harvesting and trading of bushmeat was considered a threat to biodiversity. As of 2016, 301 terrestrial mammals were threatened with extinction. So these are Africans that are going to send some animals to extinction due to hunting for bushmeat, including primates, human-toed, ungulates, bats, diprotodont, marsupials, rodents, and so we get on Chinese people, right? And we're doing the same thing. And carnivores occurring in developing countries. You dig? So now they're eating animals into extinction, but if you let us tell it in Blackology, white folks are. It says bushmeat provides increased opportunities for transmission of several zoonotic. So bushmeat provides increased opportunity for transmission of several zoonotic viruses from animal hosts to humans, such as Ebola virus. You did this to yourself. HIV, you did to yourself, and various species of coronavirus, including SARS-CoV-2. So you see, so now these are things that originate in Africa through that wet market. And go ahead, get your.
The bushmeat is in a wet market. I'm biased though.
Of course not.
Let me ask you a question, unbiased.
What they do?
Why do they eat bushmeat in Africa?
Okay, the same way. Well, okay, so I'll throw this question back.
Why do people hunt?
Why do Chinese people eat bush? They got the wet market in China.
No, I'm talking about.
Why do Americans hunt?
I'm talking about Africa. Why do they eat bushmeat in Africa?
Well,
there's wild animals around you, my nigga. You don't eat what's around you.
Technology we have, they don't live in the cities we live in. They don't have the things we have. They don't have grocery stores, stuff like that. So they doing it.
Why don't they have grocery stores? Why
Scroll down, unbiased. Scroll down.
That's why.
I'm pretty sure this source talks about all the shit he asking right now.
What I'm saying is the reason our people are over there eating bushmeat or bat and things of that nature is because of economics. It's because of exploitation.
So why you ain't fucking with Bill Gates then? Why you ain't fucking with Bill Gates?
Let me finish, beloved.
My bad.
It's because of economics. It's because of exploitation. It's not just you talking about the world's breadbasket. You're talking about a place that produces the majority of this world's resources when it comes to textiles, commodities, whatever we want to look for. This is the place where it comes from. It's deliberately underdeveloped.
Wait, Asiatic, you can continue, but that's a rabbit hole, and I don't mind. But do you?
It's not a rabbit hole. It's context.
Yeah, but listen, we were talking about what they actually eat and how what they eat is considered zoonotic. It goes to diseases passed from animals to humans. So do you accept the fact that these diseases are spread from animal to human because they're eating things? So we could go to what you're saying in 1 second. Do you accept the fact that these diseases are originated from eating animals that contain these viruses?
No, I don't really accept the mainstream narrative.
Give them a source, unbiased. Give them something conclusive.
There's no need to go backwards then. All right. So so here we go. I got you.
Because it is reputed widely that AIDS came from the eating supposedly of monkey brain. That's like the most prevalent.
There you go. Okay, so which one you want? You want Ebola? Which one you want? You want Ebola? EJ the Black Man?
It's fine. Whichever you want to do, brother.
Got you. So I got it. Yeah, I got a whole bunch of stuff here for you. I figure a lot of these things are going to pop up, so I want to be right in arm's reach. So let me find my Ebola. Yeah, we're gonna pull up on all these. Here we go. All right, so let me click a couple links here. CDC. I'm gonna click on some different links. Wikipedia. There, still Wikipedia. Nah.
Type journal behind Ebola virus.
Okay.
Anybody else getting fat at the crib, man?
I wish I was, but I ain't got enough food. I've been eating soup every day.
You said I ain't got no food.
Hell no.
Scared to go out, bro?
I went out yesterday for the first time.
Nigga, I'm biased in the crib, terrified.
Yeah, I told this nigga go get a breath of fresh air. He was like, "Yo, you trying to kill me?"
Get some
I'm
of
like,
that
"Nigga,
sunlight, man.
you just going outside. You talk about
Right.
But that's pseudo though, because in the open air on the outside, ain't no viruses saturating the air, bro.
yeah."
Exactly.
That's pseudo. Now in a confined space, you know, they say that it's small enough possibly to become aerosolized, but you have to be in a somewhat confined space. Out in the open, like, nah, you good.
Yeah, nah, but I mean, everybody's got a point. He's not pseudo on it. Yeah, I mean, he would be pseudo if he was preaching that to everybody.
Yeah, just keep your
Like,
distance.
yo, don't
go
come
out.
out your house, yo. I'm staying in my house. Do whatever. Like, you know what I mean? That would be pseudo. But him taking extra precautions, I don't think that's pseudo, yo. I just
Oh,
think,
no doubt. Be cautious.
yeah, be cautious, man. Just be cautious. I mean,
Go out, get you some sun and some fresh air too. You know that sun got vitamins.
yeah, at least open your sliding door to your crib or something. You know what I mean?
Hey, sorry to cut you in. I had read somewhere that the pharmacies supposedly are gonna be they're gonna have tests for COVID pretty soon. I went to CVS and I asked the pharmacist. He told me in our area where I'm at, because I'm in the burbs, he's like more than likely it's not gonna reach us for a while. It would be more in the metropolitan type places like New York and stuff like that. So
Which makes sense because the numbers are higher there.
Yeah, population density. Yeah.
right,
Yep.
so y'all can't even get no cheeks right now in New York, man. That's sad, bro.
Hey, look, right? I went to
So Pornhub crashed so many times.
I rode past yesterday. Right? Look, I rode past the hospital
man.
yesterday.
Wow.
Look,
Y'all wild.
shit. They got this outside the hospital. A
Yo, this is
COVID-19 building. You see that?
Wait, where?
On my screen right now.
Oh,
You see that little building?
Oh,
That's
yeah.
where all the COVID-19 patients is outside the emergency room.
Where the hell is that?
That's in my city. I just rode there yesterday. That's the hospital right down the street from me, and that's the
shit.
yeah. I mean, it's not that little. It's longer. I'm in, but I mean, you probably could fit a good 500 to 1,000 people in there easily.
Oh damn, that look like one of them shits when we went to school. The what they call them joints, man? Damn, you know the little mobile.
Oh, that's where all the technical stuff used to be. That's where they used to do
what
home
they
ed.
call them shits, man? Damn.
Not what they call them joints. But I know what you're talking about though.
Okay, so let me go back here. So this is I put up a couple sources. So this is it says however, it says once an Ebola outbreak is recognized, African officials isolate the area until the outbreak ceases. However, in the outbreak that began in West Africa in March 2014, some of the infected people reached larger city centers before the outbreak was recognized. This caused further spread. What is this, man? What is this blocking?
This is Ebola, right? Yeah, this is Ebola.
Okay, so Zane, it says the infected Ebola virus detected during the outbreak was the Zaire strain. So there's more than one strain. The most pathogenic strain of Ebola. Health agencies are terming this outbreak as an unprecedented
Unprecedented.
epidemic.
Unprecedented, yeah.
Man, I tell you, this epidemic spread quickly in the West African countries of Guinea, of Sierra Leone. In addition, countries of Liberia, Nigeria, Senegal, Uganda, and Mali are reported confirmed infections with Ebola. In addition, a few infections for flare up of Ebola virus infected. Okay, I'm gonna see. Hold on. Okay, here we go. I was trying to get it here. Bush meat is the meat of wild animals, including hoofed animals, primates, bats, and rodents. Evidence for any airborne. I want to tie it down where they said it was.
Yo, that hemorrhagic fever ain't no joke, boy. God damn.
Ebola, right here, the Ebola virus is highly concentrated in any blood or bodily secretions. Okay, where we at? Contact with bats. So here we. What is this? What is this? Where are we? Okay, so it says the following are the recommendations from the CDC to prevent getting Ebola (EBD) from an infected person. Avoid the following: contact with blood and body fluid, saliva, sweat, vomit, breast milk, semen, and vaginal fluid. It seems that may have contacted an infected person's blood or body fluids, such as clothes, bedding, needles, and medical equipment. All right. Funeral or burial rituals that require handling the body of someone who died from EBD, contact with bats and non-human primates with blood, and raw meat prepared from these animals, bush meat or meat from an unknown source. So there you go. This is one of the ways to avoid from getting Ebola. It's the raw meat prepared from these animals. What animals? Bats, or meat from an unknown source. Okay, so this is coming from medicinenet.com. Yeah, as soon as this outbreak is done, this crisis is done, I'm gonna go ahead and get some glasses. I was playing Monopoly, and boy, man, oh man, oh man. Now I know I need
I gotta get some glasses too, bro.
Yeah, I need glasses for Monopoly. I'm over here moving the wrong piece. I'm doing some crazy stuff yesterday. I'm like, okay, wow. Okay, so anyway, here vaccines are to protect against Ebola. So this is Africa accepting science, okay? Because there, when you have viruses, you can't really stop it. A virus, it is going to hit you, and you just hope like hell your immune system overcomes it. For the most part, dangerous diseases like smallpox, and highly contagious stuff like measles, like you're not going to overcome that for the most part. You're going to get it, malaria, and the upside is just death or horrible complications. So things
pause, right? That video you played earlier, it said the bacteria or bacteria. What is measles? Measles is a virus, right?
Measles is a virus.
Right. So all right, the virus of measles can lay dormant in your genome for like a few years until agitated. Like that's crazy.
Mm.
Yeah,
That's what they said on that video you posted earlier today. Boss, you was playing earlier live.
Okay.
They said it could lay dormant for a few years.
Yeah, many viruses can do that for many years. I think Hep C, it's either Hep C or Hep B can do that as well. They could sit there. Also, the bacteria syphilis could linger around and not show side effects for many years. Okay, so here vaccines were developed in Africa eventually, and as you can see, it said vaccines to protect against Ebola are under development and have been used to help control the spread of Ebola outbreaks in Guinea and in the Democratic Republic of the Congo (DRC). So there you go. So we have we're going here. So this is again, what's at this point? It's just telling you when Ebola was first discovered in 1976 near the Ebola River. That's why it was named that. So this was a in a Democratic Republic of Congo. So it resurged back in 2014, but it's first discovered in 1976. They thought it was yellow fever and a whole bunch of other things because it was similar side effects, similar symptoms, you know, but it was bodying people. They realized that this was something totally different, but it seems to stem from bats and more so the consumption of bats. So this is the wiki. The wiki tells you about the side effects. It's horrible. It says, watch this. It says it's a viral hemorrhagic fever for humans and other primates caused by Ebola viruses. Signs and symptoms typically start between 2 days and 3 weeks after contracting the virus with a fever, sore throat. So it says 2 days. Between signs and symptoms typically start between 2 days and 3 weeks after contracting the virus with a fever, sore throat, muscular pain, and headaches. Vomiting, diarrhea, and rash usually follow, along with decreased function of the liver and kidneys. At this time, some people begin to bleed both internally and externally, bleed for no damn reason. All right, my brothers, the disease has a high risk of death. High risk. Watch this, killing 25% to 90% of those infected, with an average of about 50%. So 50% kill rate, if you average it out. Again, if you want to get rid of black folks, don't play with COVID-19. Just put Ebola over here. Ebola over here.
Bro, let me say this too, right? I was just watching a podcast earlier, with Eric Weinstein and his brother Brett Weinstein, right? And Eric was basically like antagonizing Eric to talk about, you know, how his research was stolen, right? And I mean, it was stolen, but the main dude who had the clout, who vouched for Eric, right? He was researching in Africa, and on his trip back, Eric was you know, emailed them and stuff to get his response, and he died. He got into a coma from malaria. He caught malaria while he was in Africa researching. I forgot what he said he was researching exactly, but he caught malaria. He went into a coma.
Damn.
He never came out of that coma. He died.
Wow.
So it's like, damn, like dude, research couldn't even get out there because it wasn't vouched for this guy. And who knows what that guy was even working on in Africa, and none of his information will ever get out there because of this virus he caught while he was there trying to research. You know what I mean? Man,
So now check this out. Right. So we're gonna touch on malaria. Definitely, it's part of what I have together. So this virus spreads Ebola. Ebola spreads through direct contact with body fluids. I want to say bodily, with body fluids such as blood from infected humans or other animals. Spread may also occur from contact with items recently contaminated with bodily fluids. There we go. Spread of the disease through the air between primates, including humans, has not been documented in either laboratory or natural condition. Semen or breast milk of a person after recovery from EBV.
Go back on bias
How far up?
about the primate thing.
So spread of
disease through the air. Okay.
between primates, including humans, has not been documented in either laboratory or natural conditions. Semen or breast milk of a person after recovery from Ebola, the disease, may carry the virus for several weeks to months. God damn. Fruit bats are believed to be the normal carrier in nature, able to spread the virus without being affected by it. That's what bats do. So check this out. Other diseases such as malaria, cholera, typhoid fever, meningitis, and other viral hemorrhagic fevers may resemble EBD. So that's why they couldn't figure it out. That's the scary part about it, Haskell. They thought it was one of these. And when you think it's one of those, you start preparing treatment for those things and realize that it's to no avail. They're just dying. She's like, what the hell's going on? You find out it's a whole new disease. So it says blood samples are tested for a viral RNA, viral antibodies, or the or for the virus itself to confirm the diagnosis. So that is bats, fruit bats, and the bushmeat. The bushmeat markets are definitely eating bats. So I guess we aren't going more on that one. That's like overkill.
Oh, and I'm biased. Guess who wrote a whole book on Ebola?
Who?
Your boy and mine. What's his name?
Weiler.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't click something off. Damn it.
Hey, and you know what's funny about that? Unbiased.
Yeah.
Back then, he was like a staunch pro-vaxxer. So you see, like the way how you go in on the people who are like anti-vax. He was like that same way in that book.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Unbiased, you familiar with Harriet Washington?
Yeah, I have her book, Medical Apartheid. What's up?
Yeah, I got that book too.
Yeah, I have that book.
Can I read from page 295?
Yes, sir. Wait. Let me read along with you. Hold on 1 second.
Hold on. I know where this is going. Unbiased ain't gonna like this, boy. Because there are some postulated origins of Ebola that is not particularly doesn't jive with the, I know where this is going. Go ahead, ABM.
Set it off, Asiatic black man. Let's get it.
Yeah, which paragraph?
Up in this bitch.
Hold on. Which paragraph? I'm on page 295. And
okay.
We're gonna put your work to fire. We're gonna see if this is incredible. Okay, so let's go.
I didn't even go for the juggler where Haskell was saying.
Hey,
I'm just
dude, get to your go. What paragraph? I'm here with you. Which paragraph?
Oh no, I'm on third paragraph.
Okay, go ahead.
Between 1987 and 1991, U.S. researchers administered as much as 500 times the approved dosage of the experimental Edomonation Ziegler measles vaccine to African Americans and Hispanic babies in Black neighborhoods of Los Angeles. The parents of the children did not know the mammoth overdoses were being administered, nor that the vaccine was experimental. They also did not know that the vaccine had earlier been given to 2,000 Haitian children in Cité Soleil, the most desperately impoverished area of Port-au-Prince, with as disastrous results. EX vaccinated children, all poor, began to sicken and die by the hundreds there and throughout the countries of the third world, including Senegal, Mexico, Guinea-Bissau. Horrified by the disastrously high death rates, the World Health Organization officials abandoned their plans to administer 250 million EZ doses throughout developing countries. Now, I'm just looking at the context.
What's after that though? What's after that?
Start right there. Do you see my screen, my dude? You see my screen?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Watch this. Yep. This is called a prepared brother. Boom. What you deny Kenyan? You're going to the Mexico. I got it right here for you, my dude.
Goddamn.
Yeah, that's what it was called. Yeah, y'all can't touch me, dude. I'm on top of this garbage. It's right here.
I'm biased.
Yeah.
I think you and him are talking about two different things.
Oh, same thing. No, same thing. I'm gonna show you. It's the whole. We already did this with Amber. The whole Mexico thing. I got you. It's the same thing.
He was talking about measles vaccines,
right?
And this is talking about tetanus.
Hey, yo, show me the footnote. What's the footnote there? It's in the back of the book. Find the footnote so we can sort it up.
The footnote for this?
Yeah, find that. It's 64, right? So find that in the back.
Page 295.
No, that's what she's saying. You got to remember.
Yeah, I know.
So she has a footnote that says 64. Go in the back of the book and find that footnote and let's source up.
Oh, god damn.
He asked you that because he already did it.
Okay, author of the interview with Dorothy Pelote 2003 author interview with Dorothy
What
Pelote.
page is that Amber's girl right there? Well, what page you at?
I'm on the source notes 64.
Yeah, he's
Yeah.
in the footnotes.
Yeah.
Bias.
Ask her, are you listening to me? I said, what page? There's a page on the goddamn footnotes.
Okay, it's
Yeah, I was like,
462.
y'all like extra
Hold on.
aggressive, man.
Hold on.
462.
I'm speaking.
Unbiased.
No, I'm cool. I'm saying I'm speaking in plain English, and you guys like he's in the footnotes. I know he's on footnote 64. I said, what page?
Yeah, but
462.
unbiased.
Yeah, 462. Yeah.
Got something in the clip.
When he read the footnote, it said that it's from the author's interview of this Pelote lady. So I don't think it's a page necessarily.
Oh.
You know what I'm saying? It's from her interview with that person.
Oh, so you got somebody's interview, dude?
No, the author of Medical Apartheid interviewed this Pelote lady.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
That's her source for that particular information about.
Okay,
the
so
measles,
right.
all of that.
So where did she get her information from? So yes, anybody can write a book and put what they want in there because that seemed very extreme, and it was very extreme. So now you got an interview with a lady. Let me look her.
Who's Pelote? Who's Pelote?
Look up the Pelote lady.
Whoa.
If she's a scientist, then that would be.
Asiatic.
Yeah.
You got the book, right?
Yes, sir.
Tell us what you reading, bro.
You already did. Unbiased got
did.
the book too, Zen.
Oh shit.
But I'm trying to make sure they on the same page because right now it don't sound to me like they on the same page. And
Yeah.
No, I told him 295.
Yeah, they got the same page. Let's go into the
third
footnote,
paragraph.
try to find out what
Yeah.
the source.
Unbiased could look at the footnote himself. He got the same.
Let's try to find the source.
Nah, it sounded like he already had the footnote. That's why he was asking him. But I'm trying to see if
Right, but I don't want to do his work. You know, if I talk about something, I bring it to you. I don't tell you to do it yourself.
yeah,
So I'm
but
saying,
he could, if go ahead.
What's her name? So I can type it in. No, I can't read on this damn screen.
Pelote.
if this,
Dorothy? Dorothy Barnes Pelote?
Yes. Dorothy Pelote.
So right here,
Yeah.
this is a black lady, a Democrat. She then served as Chatham County Commissioner. In 1992, she was elected to the Georgia House of Representatives for a two-year term and was re-elected 4 times. She represented the Savannah-based 149 representative district. I don't know if this is her, but she got it's Dorothy Barnes Pelote. I don't know if it's her, but Dorothy. So she's in the House of Representatives. Dorothy Barnes Pelote voted for her efforts to promote public awareness of the dangers of ovarian cancer, as well as for proposing more unusual legislative proposals. She introduced a bill that would make it a crime for anyone to answer the door naked. Former Savannah, Georgia legislator Dorothy Pelote is a fierce advocate for Black, Florida, and Georgia residents whose communities were visited by swarms of disease-carrying mosquitoes. Oh my! Released by the CIA. Oh my God! By the CIA.
What was her
You say, oh my
what quote
God,
did she use?
but keep reading.
Keep reading.
Yo,
Quote.
Yeah.
Like, what did she source?
But yeah, she sourced Harriet. She sourced Harriet Washington in the book Medical Apartheid. So they sourced each other.
No, the
Like,
Wikipedia article is sourcing Medical Apartheid.
Okay, so where's her information coming from?
yeah, they couldn't have sourced each other. What's the what was she sourcing her? What was her
Hold on
statement?
right
She
quick.
sourced her from?
At the bottom.
Right quick, because after the part where it says 60s, it says CIA documents suggest that scientists in the MK Ultra project experimented with such biological exposures in Black communities in order to determine whether such releases would be effective against foreign enemies. Now, the source is there and it's from Medical Apartheid, right?
Right.
So what we would have to determine is this is making a definite claim that there are actual CIA documents that suggest that.
Okay.
The source.
No. I mean,
What is
some of that is really not a claim though.
Yeah. Stop acting like because many people say crazy shit. Now she got to prove this right here. You can't say some bullshit like this and don't have any document. Right. So my man pulled up a book. Right, the book I have right here. Some bullshit was stated. It was from an interview. We can't.
Unbiased. Be cool, brother.
dude, I get hyper. Relax, dude. I'm not. You would know. You would know when I get
Okay.
crazy. I'll start calling names. You dig?
All right. Okay. All right, brother.
Yeah, I'm talking aggressive, but yeah, I like that because I want y'all to tell me when I get too crazy, so I can calm down. I'm like Rob Bourne. You dig? I get crazy. So let me calm down. Right. So you sourced the book that I have. Right. A story was told. It seems outrageous. We try to fact check the story. It comes from an interview from a lady who has no proof. She makes wild claims like this. Mosquitoes was released by the CIA during the 1950s and 1960s. How does she know this? Which document? CIA documents suggest that scientists in the MK Ultra project experimented with such biological exposure in Black communities. How do you direct mosquitoes to just the Black community? What the hell? In order to determine whether such releases would be effective against foreign enemies.
Yeah. So at this point, I think it would be
mosquitoes.
Yeah, it would be interesting to get a hold of those CIA documents, because if she had them, then more than likely they were released under
Every conspirator got government sealed documents. Everybody got it.
Well, I would say, in all fairness, I'm gonna tell you, in all fairness,
let me finish up.
All right, let me say something next, Al.
Yeah, if she's making a definite claim about CIA documents, right, that's easy to falsify. So remember, you have FOIA, so they might not necessarily be sealed. You know, this is how we found out about the FBI's collusion or their role in the death of Malcolm X. These were documents released under the federal, what's FOIA stand for?
Freedom
The Freedom of Information.
Freedom of Information Act.
So possibly that's where those CIA documents come from. I doubt seriously this lady would claim that.
I don't doubt it. And look, because I heard worse from credible people now.
No, hold on, I'm biased. I'm saying these documents that she's basing this claim upon, they either exist or they don't exist.
Right.
You get what I'm saying?
Stop.
Yeah, so
People, you heard Mr. Farrakhan, the document of the Tuskegee experiment exists. What did he do with it? He misrepresented it. So stuff can exist and you can misrepresent it.
let's see if we can find the MK Ultra project. Let's see if we can find something on that and see what's that's related to.
Wait, I told y'all before people came on. I said I have a theme I'm sticking with. We can decide.
All right.
I'm
Then
not.
let's go on. Then let's move.
Yo,
Yeah,
no
I mean,
bullshit.
we're trying to find. We started to try to get to the end of it. We're not gonna go there. Let's just go back.
Hey, I was just listening to Joe Rogan just had somebody on yesterday who wrote another, this is another series on Charles Manson, but he was basically saying Charles Manson was a MK Ultra study.
Yes.
Yeah, let's just get back on where we were.
If
you called into the set, but all right, whatever, go ahead.
So again, I thought he was going to read something to respond to what I read. It had nothing to do with that. It was going to another alleged experiment on Black people, right? I thought he was going to respond to what I read. I didn't know he was going over here and then got to go somewhere else to fact check.
That's what I was trying to ask. Is that relationship to the Ebola, or was she not making a relationship to Ebola?
Nah, this is totally something separate that he just did.
No, it was just relating
that's
to
something. That sounds interesting. I like it. I'll come back and check that out.
Yeah, so
to the misuse.
Bill, look, Asiatic. As we build, you guys can still check it out. Like you don't got to stop what you're doing. And
right, I'm looking.
Yeah. You guys can go further on that and enlighten us. But I just want to highlight that I thought you were responding because when people read something like what I read, there's a topic of discussion. I thought you were going to respond because we were talking about Ebola. And now we're talking about something else. So I thought somewhere in that book, it was going to address Ebola coming from possibly fruit bats, but definitely a zoonotic disease from animal to human. I thought we were going to deal with that. I didn't know you'd take me to somewhere else.
No, I just was looking at overall, that they don't.
Well, we're not looking at, bro. The theme is Africa, diseases, and how vaccines saved Africa from so many deaths, right? So I said earlier, we can have side bills, but I clearly said I don't want to go too far before I am anymore. I said we can have side bills, but I don't want to go too far from the theme because I got a whole bunch of tabs over here, as you can see. I got a whole bunch of tabs here. I don't want to address all of the these diseases I have on here that's start because what he said earlier, I am so sad. He said he talked about biological warfare. He said when the Europeans came over here with smallpox and they killed off some Native Americans. But I said, yeah, but they also contracted syphilis from Native Americans. And then I said, but where did the Europeans get the smallpox from? It turned out that smallpox was long in Africa, but before it touched Europe. So I said, now, can we say, because Europeans could say, hey, the Africans used biological warfare on us, which some of them did say, by the way.
Yeah, I heard that part, but that was a little bit the American one was intentional.
That's kind of weak.
The American one was intentional.
No, actually, it was not intentional. If you
no, that was a plan.
Wait, hold on, Brian. Look, at some point they realized that it was killing them, but they didn't know that their immune system would be so virgin to the disease. They didn't. But this is 1492.
No, the blankets, the part with the blankets is not 1492. It's long after 1492.
Right. Okay. So maybe
it's not that once they realized the smallpox was deadly.
I just said that. Wait. So I just said that. I said after they realized it. I said when they first got there, they didn't know. I said at some point they realized that what they're carrying is affecting the Native Americans. I just said that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And then they used it as a biological weapon.
Okay. Right. Okay. Yeah. Right. Yeah. Long afterwards. But I was saying that the same. Yeah. But then but Farrakhan also chased and said that that the black folks in the Tuskegee experiment so people use that, for example, like they use that as home base to say how other people were affected with certain diseases. So he used that to say that the Tuskegee experiment was about injecting black people with the I was about to say malaria, with the
syphilis. Yeah, I got it. I've been listening.
That we were injected with the most virulent form of syphilis during the Tuskegee experiments.
So you see, so they're using this as home base to say, or even the Native American thing as home base to say, every time black folks come across an endemic, pandemic, or epidemic, it's induced by them. The Bilderbergs, DuPonts, all those guys, the elite, Bill Gates, they're using that as home base. So they have to twist the truth up, like he did just now, to make it all tie. So the report was definitely they had the smallpox blankets, and they used that as biological warfare against the Native Americans. Now the Europeans who contracted syphilis from the Native Americans, when they went back and spread that thing over there in Europe, I'm pretty sure some of them was like, "Yeah, where does this come from? Yeah, they affected you." I do know for a fact during smallpox that they believe when they was trying to create a vaccination that they thought that when Onesimus had explained how they were inoculated, they believed that was a ploy to infect all white folks with biological warfare strategy on Africans to them. Like that was that was being paraded during that time. But I'm done talking. You guys can go in.
No, I thought we was gonna pick up where he was going at.
No, I do want to address that though. I want to address that because you can't conflate, a population possibly infecting another population or a group possibly infecting another group with a pointed, systematic, weaponizing of a pathogen or a biologic. Those two things aren't parallel in any way. So when you made the statement about the Native Americans possibly infecting Europeans with what was it, syphilis or some other disease, and some Europeans possibly kind of ruminating to themselves or to each other like, hey, I wonder where this that's not nearly in the same arena or even in the same galaxy as someone creating a biologic and making a weapon out of it. Don't equate those two things. That's intellectually dishonest.
Okay, stop misrepresenting what I was saying, dude. I was comparing conspiracies. All right, I was saying the same way we come up with conspiracies. the same way that some others can look back at history and conflate another conspiracy. They could come up with another. I was talking about how people come up with conspiracies, how we could look back in time and conjure up some bullshit and present it as this is what happened. That's all I was trying to say. I wasn't comparing facts. I was comparing how we heard for ourselves that he said there was an injection. People were injected with syphilis. That's what he said. And then from there, you got the conspiracies about, he mentioned polio and influenza, and he was going into many other vaccinations that were produced to stop diseases. Okay, so he was using that as a way of to go with his conspiracy rhetoric. So I was saying the same way they can do that, white folks or whoever else can go back in time and say, hey, they can chase as well. So that was a point of saying that everybody can chase. So I was not comparing it to real events. I was saying how people have true conspiracies about that or whatever else. That's what I was trying to say.
Let Amber.
So there's no way I was trying to compare a real event to a goddamn made up hypothetical conspiracy.
Well,
This is going down tonight.
Nah, but my point is this: when it comes to the blankets, right? When it comes to
You already say you wasn't trying to do that, bro. Like you said, that wasn't his intention. Right.
Yeah. When it comes to those things, these are things that we are generally axiomatic, or they're known to be, actual events that took place, and there was intent and system there. I think even mentioning other possibilities about what other groups may have done in the same space with those things that we know for a fact, I just don't think that's, even if you're not necessarily saying that this definitely happened, mentioning them in the same proximity is, I don't think that's.
So you don't get where I was tying the facts with the minister conspiracy theory. He's doing what you're saying is not cool. He's using facts, then he's misrepresenting the facts, saying that people were injected, then going from there, tying it to the polio vaccination, tying it to the influenza vaccination, and possibly every other one. So the thing you're upset about is what he's doing, that you just heard him say. He twisted the facts to injections to highlight needles. And then he went on to talk about a polio vaccination, which is by needle. Then he highlighted the influenza vaccination is by needle. But he started off by bringing your attention to syphilis in a needle. He started right there, syphilis, needle, syphilis, needle. Then he went to polio, needle, influenza, needle, vaccination, needle. See the connection, people? That's where he was going. So I was saying that anybody can play that game.
Oh, okay, I get what you said.
Okay, but listen, I do get hyper. Look, AJ, thank you. I encourage y'all to tell me to relax. I got ADHD. I got something. So
it's cool, bro.
So I want y'all to tell me if you don't tell me, I don't know. Like the blood pressure going, I don't know. So
it's cool, brother.
Relax. I can mellow out.
I'm definitely clinically diagnosed by John Hopkins to have it.
That's all I was saying. So if I speak strong or if I'm like too hyper, just tell me to relax. I'm gonna relax. But I was AJ Black now. I wasn't like, even though I sound crazy and hyper, inside I'm really not like mad at anybody. You dig? I'm just hyper, but I calm down. You dig?
Oh, I just wanted the information, like whatever you was going to say to come across clear. That's all.
Yeah, where are we going at next anyway? We got stuff. Where we headed at?
Y'all go ahead and do what you do. You know I gotta do what you do, and then I'm gonna bring it back to the theme. So y'all do what y'all do.
No, so you finished with the video? That was it. Farrakhan John.
He's gonna. So I want to show these tabs over here that I had earlier. I want to go through some of those tabs and I can play the rest of the video because he goes somewhere else with the conspiracy, and it's probably true. The other things he mentioned, I don't know. I never fact checked it. It might be true.
Run it. Like, what are you talking about? Like I said, run it.
It's a whole other rabbit hole, man. I'm trying to stay. Yeah, he gonna
Yeah,
go.
yeah. I'm trying to see where he was going. Where he was going next.
I'll play it. I'll play the whole thing.
From 1932 to the fact that we were injected with the most virulent form of syphilis during the Tuskegee experiments from 1932 to 1972, 40 years, allowing us to cohabit with others to spread the disease. And all we got when it was discovered was an apology and some meager, very meager compensation. Millions of Americans were given polio shots starting in the 1950s and 60s, and now flu shots. And we don't know what contagions or toxins are in the vial or serum that we are being injected with.
You see the connection?
Yeah, but that's crazy though, because he said many maids were given polio, but he didn't mention the fact that polio was eradicated.
You mean polio? Don't.
I mean polio, you know what I'm saying? He didn't mention the fact that it was eradicated. He just kind of glossed it over, like, yeah, they gave it these shots, they gave it a shot, and now it's not here no more. You know what I'm saying? He just kept going on like.
Yeah, exactly. But you see how he said, but you see his premise was messed up because he said syphilis injections. So you see, so that's a needle. And then he goes and say, hey, like we didn't know, like they didn't know. Because remember, he's trying to say that they were injected with syphilis and they didn't know that syphilis
was in it.
Right. Yeah. And the same way we didn't know syphilis was in that needle, the same way we don't know what's in the needle of polio or any other vaccination. So that's where he's going with it. But he did that on purpose to tie that narrative together. And that's some polite stuff right there. But let me go on, play the rest of it.
How dare you compare polite to the minister? Hey, you had a black man, you let him get away with that?
Yeah, that tax.
You funny,
that's what you
King Sosa.
That's my guy, man. Go ahead.
I'm gonna play the rest of it right here.
I went to Libya and spoke with brother leader Muammar Gaddafi, and we advised him about setting up in Libya a pharmaceutical enterprise that would make medicines and vaccines for Africa and the third world.
Okay.
Cuba has some of the cleanest vaccines to be found in the world. But the embargo on Cuba disallows her to produce what she would desire to produce for the health and well-being of the peoples of the world. This is why Gaddafi, in the mind of Europe and America, had to be destroyed, because he agreed to do this and then opened a $500 million hospital in Tripoli. I was present at the opening of that hospital, and next to that hospital was a team of scientists that were developing medicines and vaccines. In 1998, a Palestinian medical intern, along with 5 Bulgarian nurses, were found guilty by a Libyan court of intentionally infecting some 400 Libyan children with HIV in a Benghazi, Libya hospital. The case was remanded, and a second trial also ended in a guilty conviction. The 6 were incarcerated from 1998 until the Supreme Court of the Libyan government upheld the death sentence conviction in July of 2007. The United States and the European Union had been constantly petitioning the Libyan government for their release, despite the first conviction and even after the court's early July 2007 decision to uphold that conviction. An agreement was reached with the European Union that Libya would extradite these nurses to Bulgaria to serve their time in their own home country.
What?
And when they arrived,
What he said? What he said?
the president
No,
commuted
these niggas
their
be
death sentences
Go back, unbiased.
to 6. It was reported in an article in the Christian.
I was making my tea. Yeah.
Man, this guy's saying some wild shit.
I gotta go make.
Well,
some-
I gotta check it out and see.
I told you
check
that's
it really out.
stopping it. This
Did y'all
Yeah, I
zone
gotta-
out? Y'all zoned out?
No, I mean I don't know what he's saying is factual. I gotta go research and
Fuck
see
around in the
what-
chat.
Well, I mean, yeah.
I gotta.
But he said they was convicted. They was
Were
convicted.
they?
Unbiased from the back.
I don't know anything about. Yeah, he said
Yeah,
that.
were they?
He did say that.
Run it back right quick.
Yeah, I mean, he said they convicted. I'm saying like, I just want to know if the story real or not. Like, I don't believe nobody, bro. I gotta go see and read it.
Nah, but even his story don't even sound all the way.
Oh, he blacked out.
I
I'm
thought
saying,
I
like,
was gonna be able to join in on the conversation, but they found another game to play. So I'm gonna slide out for a little longer, and I'll be back later.
They playing, Amber.
All right, ma.
We played Heads Up the first round. We just finished that like 15 minutes ago, and I guess once I left, because I left to join this panel, they came up with another game, Categories, to play. So now they finna play Categories. So I'm finna join their Zoom again and finish.
Who's Zoom?
Huh?
Who's Zoom?
My sister. My sister organized a family game night for everybody.
Oh. What's up, man?
Yeah,
How you
that's
doing?
what's
I
up.
cut out right quick and I came back and you was in.
That sounds pretty dope. That's dope.
Yeah.
What's going on, man?
Yeah, that is.
What's up,
I'll
man?
catch y'all a little later. I'll be back in a few.
All right, Amber.
All right.
Yeah, Mel Lex was going in on. I was like, why you going there? Man? He was going in it. What's his name? Kelvin? Kelvin, some shit like.
Damn, JJ was going in on Melvin.
Nah,
Nah,
dude, they Lex
Lex.
Vortex was going on. Man.
Oh.
He mad at Consu right now. Consu beat him.
he
So.
he in his feelings right now.
Yeah, he go there. The whole team was Cyrus.
You know how it is, though.
he hate that Consu's a capitalist. He can't stand it.
I mean, this is the type of thing we do. Like, we like pissing people off. So, yeah.
Yo, run that back door, unbiased.
In 1994.
Every time,
Yeah, Asiatic, you scared the hell out of me, bro.
every time I go to make some, y'all say stop the video. All right, hold on.
Yo, do they
what's
take
this?
that cadence like when you in there? Like they gotta practice that. There's no way like they all speak with that same cadence, bro.
Hey, I'm biased.
Yeah.
I
Play
came
the
back.
same 5 seconds for Melvin and
All right. Oh yeah. Okay. So I'll take it from the top.
yeah.
I'll take it from the top.
Mel was in the chat.
Was you Melvin?
Yeah.
Yeah, what are you talking about?
Oh, I ain't know you was in the chat. My bad.
Yeah, in the
Wait,
chat
wait,
with him.
Are you telling him to take it back 5 seconds?
5 seconds. The first 5 seconds.
You watch the whole thing, Melvin?
I watched like after like the first minute.
Okay. Did you hear? Okay. I got to take it here then.
Christian Science Monitor, the fact that we were injected with the most virulent form of syphilis during the Tuskegee experiments from 1932 to 1972, 40 years, allowing us to cohabit with others to spread the disease. And all we got when it was discovered was an apology and some meager, very meager compensation. Millions of Americans were given polio shots starting in the 1950s and 60s, and now flu shots. And we don't know what contagions or toxins are in the vial or serum that we are being injected with. I went to Libya and spoke with brother leader Muammar Gaddafi,
I like the way he says his name right there.
advised him about setting up in Libya a pharmaceutical enterprise that would make medicines and vaccines for Africa and the third world. Cuba has some of the cleanest vaccines to be found in the world. But the embargo on Cuba disallows her to produce what she would desire to produce for the health and well-being.
Cuba got safe vaccines.
This is why Gaddafi, in the mind of you.
Pause it real quick. Why is that funny?
Yeah. I just like the way he talking like that. I'm gonna start talking like that as I get older. Like,
I mean, like, so how does he prove that Cuba got the, like, what's this clean holy vaccine?
Cuba has the most cleanest vaccines.
Now,
Yeah.
I'm guessing we know. It's funny though, because he didn't tell us what's in the vaccine, the allergens and the toxins, like he says. Why is it clean? Because you say so, or because
Yeah, we'll make it different, right? We'll make it different. From,
Explain to me what a dirty vaccine is.
I don't know why he's saying the vaccine is clean, but I know that Cuba has an A1 medical system, though.
Right. I was gonna say that. I mean,
yeah, that's facts.
Cuba,
That's facts.
Yeah, Cuba's reputed for their
talking about vaccines, though.
But we're talking about, but he was said comment about vaccines, though. So
you guys can't change
right.
it.
I I mean, we're not gonna learn it from this video because he didn't expound.
True.
So anybody's free to Google. He said American vaccines are tainted and with allergens and toxins. He said Cuba vaccines are clean. Okay, so I want to know, like Melvin said, tell me the difference. Like, what's in their vaccine that we're not doing that we should do? And he doesn't go into that. And the way he tells us that we don't know what's in our vaccine, well, apparently we don't know what's in Cuba's vaccine either. Let me finish playing.
Because he agreed to do this and then opened a $500 million hospital in Tripoli. I was present at the opening of that hospital, and next to that hospital was a team of scientists that were developing medicines and vaccines. In 1998, a Palestinian medical intern, along with 5 Bulgarian nurses, were found guilty by a Libyan court of intentionally infecting some 400 Libyan children with HIV in a Benghazi, Libya hospital. The case was remanded, and a second trial also ended in a guilty conviction. The 6 were incarcerated from 1998 until the Supreme Court of the Libyan government upheld the death sentence conviction in July of 2007. The United States and the European Union had been constantly petitioning the Libyan government for their release, despite the first conviction and even after the court's early July 2007 decision to uphold that conviction.
Okay, pause it real quick.
An agreement was reached with the European Union.
I'm trying to make some tea.
That
that's where we're at last time.
You stop right there. Go ahead, Bill. Let me make my tea. I'm not present play. Go
I
ahead.
was just wondering, the 6 that he's speaking about, these were, who are these people?
I don't know what the story. I never
You
checked.
talking about the people that get the A's?
No. He said 6 people were convicted in Libyan court of doing some sort of skullduggery. And
You talk about the. He said it were like nurses, I guess, people from Palestine that came and they were a part of the, I guess, part of the hospital staff that injected children with HIV. I'm looking at it right now on Wikipedia.
yeah, I guess I have to, because if that's the case, I'm wondering why would the EU and the United States be advocating for their release?
The dude that's watching you, he posted a link. I'm going to share it right here.
Yeah, I'm just wondering why. What that got to do with America? But he was kind of guessing like
Yeah,
that.
me neither. But
I see it right. Yeah, I'm looking at it right now.
or sister, I don't know which one you are, but this is the link that they post inside. They posted inside the. Oh my God, what is this? God damn. What is that?
Yeah, 400. That's what it
Go back a page.
Well, I got to see the plot though. I don't,
Yeah, paste it again. Okay, scroll down. There you go.
Nah, it's gonna force him to log in, Melvin. That's what it is. It's like,
Hey, can you send a different link? Because I'm not gonna subscribe to this. Wait, let me see.
Yeah, so the leader, Muammar Gaddafi,
that's
initially
not-
blamed.
That's not it.
They said Gaddafi initially blamed the CIA on Mossad for plotting to carry out deadly experiments on Libyan children.
Hey, try to print that. Try to print that.
Yeah, I got it now. I copied the whole thing.
Get real dirty with the CIA.
All right, listen. But we're not going down these rabbit holes.
No, you don't want to. You don't want to print it. You can print it. That's what I'm saying.
We got to bookmark that shit. We can go over that one day though. Shit. I don't mind some shit that got some validity to it. We can just look at this.
So let me share my word. This is what I did.
damn, look at them tabs, boy. Shit.
Oh, like double X, huh?
So unbiased, you need to.
I'm using those today. I'm using those.
Unbiased, you need to get a ad blocker because that's what that is.
Oh boy.
So I got the full article up on my end, but I have an ad blocker.
Okay, here we go.
Yeah. Then plus you don't know with Libya, they might have been like, nigga, y'all responsible.
Like, I got everything right here. Everything right here.
Melvin said, "Upgrade your firewall, dummy."
Here.
I can just share my screen if you want.
But I went all this damn trouble.
See this fitness. Initially 23 medical personnel, mostly Bulgarian, were arrested. 17 were subsequently released to return to Bulgaria.
You can share your screen. And you can read it. Somebody read it, Sosa.
You
I was
unshared.
looking at my phone.
Oh, Melvin,
my phone.
Can you read it? Can you see it? Is it too small? Is it too small?
It's all good. People
It's
could
good.
expand
I'm reading.
people could expand their own screens.
Yeah, we can see
I'm
it.
reading on Wikipedia.
Okay. Did you want to read this?
Okay, let me read that so I can mispronounce it. Okay. Okay, so Paris, December 19th, 2000. A Libyan court on Tuesday again sentenced 5 Bulgarian nurses and a Palestinian doctor to be shot by a firing squad for deliberately infecting more than 400 children with HIV, more than 50 of whom have died. I mean, this is like some war shit going on. The decision Libya's efforts to improve relations with the West. The verdict drew expressions of anger and alarm from Bulgaria and its supporters in nearly 8-year-old case, which now appears likely to drag on for months, if not years more. We are going to urge the Libyan political leadership to engage in the process, Bulgaria's foreign minister, Ivilo Kalfin, said from Washington, where he met with Secretary of State Condoleezza Rice hours after the verdict was announced. Mr. Kalfin said his country is working through the Libyan Foreign Ministry to ask the nation's leader, Colonel Muammar Gaddafi, and politician institutions to intervene on the ground that an inefficient and biased judicial system have failed to deal with the case credibly. Lawyers for the medical workers said they would appeal to Libya's Supreme Court. The episode began in February 1998 when the nurses arrived to take up jobs at Al-Fatih Hospital in Benghazi, the country's second largest city. By August that year, children at the hospital began testing positive for HIV, the virus that causes AIDS. Health authorities soon realized they had a major problem. An investigation concluded that the infections came from the wards where the Bulgarian nurses had been assigned. Dozens of Bulgarian medical workers were arrested and vials of HIV tainted blood were found in videotaped search of one's nurse apartment. According to a Libyan intelligence report submitted to the court, that nurse Sophia Volcheva Shiva later confessed that the vials had been given to her by a British friend who was working in Libya. She said, and her colleagues and had used the vial to infect the children. Colonel Gaddafi subsequently charged that the healthcare workers had acted on orders of the Central. So this is his claim. Acted on orders of the Central Intelligence Agency and Israel's intelligence agency, the Mossad. A Benghazi court eventually convicted 5 nurses and a Palestinian doctor of deliberately, a Palestinian doctor, after they was beefing, the Jews and, of deliberately injecting the children with the virus. But Ms. Volcheva and another nurse said that they were tortured into confessing, and international AIDS experts, including Luc Montagnier, the French virologist, and a co-discoverer of HIV. Hey, if you can read it, go ahead. This is tiny as hell.
Yeah. Concluded that the virus predated nurses' arrival. All right, let me go back to the beginning of the paragraph, because this person is making a different claim from what Gaddafi made, right? So it says a Benghazi court eventually convicted 5 nurses and a Palestinian doctor of deliberately injecting the children with the virus. But Ms. Volcheva and another nurse said that they were tortured into confessing. And international AIDS experts, including Luc Montagnier, the French virologist and a co-discoverer of HIV, concluded that the virus predated the nurse's arrival and was probably spread by contaminated needles.
Okay.
The medical workers were sentenced. Did you move it? Oh, here it is. The medical workers were sentenced to death in May 2004, which led to difficult negotiations among Libya, Bulgaria, the United States, and the European Union to find out a way out of the impasse. Finally, last December, the 4 announced that they were setting up an international fund to cover medical care and other costs incurred by the families of the HIV-infected children. Libya's Supreme Court quashed the death sentence 2 days later and called for a retrial, this time by a court in the capital, Tripoli. The families have asked that Bulgaria or other donors provide $10 million per child, the same amount that Libya agreed to pay each of the families of the 270 people killed in the bombing of the Pan Am Flight 103 over Lockerbie, Scotland in 1988, for which Libya has accepted responsibility.
Wait, stop. Did the minister bring that up? Okay, go ahead. You see?
Yes. The families have said they would agree to release the nurses and the doctor if their request was satisfied. Under Libyan law, victims and families have the power. Wow, that's really interesting. Under Libyan law, victims' families have the power to grant clemency.
Somebody's background is.
Did somebody just come in? Or?
Yeah, somebody must have just came in.
They couldn't have, because I got a supplement. Is that you?
All right, it seemed like it's guy now. Where was I? The families have said they would agree to release the nurses and the doctor if the request was satisfied. Under Libyan law, victims' families have the power to grant clemency in return for compensation, but only a few $1 million in cash, services, and equipment have been donated to the fund. Some of that was used to treat the children in Europe this year. Talks over further donations stalled while the trial was underway, apparently because the Libyan families in Bulgaria had hoped the court would find the nurses not guilty. But on Tuesday, the presiding judge, Mahmoud Hawissa, announced the latest guilty verdict in a 7-minute hearing. The Bulgarian foreign minister and defense lawyers argued that this trial was as equally flawed as the previous one. I think we could stop there.
So did the minister speak that case perfectly, or did he misrepresent it?
I mean, there's no way we're going to ascertain that right now on a live stream. Because then you'd have to go in and actually get the documents
I'm talking so far from what we read. Well, he didn't go into anything. He just quoted something. So far from what we read, because we sourced up, was that accurate? What he said?
Yeah, what I'm saying, unbiased, determining accuracy, determining. Well, it's not inaccurate. We can't say if it's accurate or inaccurate because it's accurate because they were convicted. He wasn't telling a lie there.
Let me.
Were they killed? Did they have the death penalty though?
Right, let me ask it differently.
Conclusion.
What he said, did we read that?
Yeah, we did.
So wait, so why he didn't read the part where the needles was tainted before they got there? What happened with that?
Well, obviously he doesn't agree with that, right? If he's saying, obviously his position is that these Bulgarian doctors, under the direction of the CIA and the Mossad, clandestinely infected these children. That's his position. So,
right, but he was saying like it was actual facts.
Well, for him it is.
I mean, if you know the history of CIA in Africa.
Hey, come on, black man. We're dealing with case by case, man.
Right, I hear you, brother.
I feel you. That's just true. That's fair, true.
Alternative facts, we doing that?
Yeah,
No,
but
no, I mean, that's
his truth is also that black people were injected with syphilis.
Hey, we're dealing with case by case,
Right, but that was the first case.
He lied on the,
I'm
he
saying,
lied
like,
on the first day.
You know,
no,
this is the same
Live in the first 5 seconds.
Yeah, this is a video. So he's making bold claims as counterfactual, but when you look it up, the information doesn't really say exactly what he's saying.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't see the connection, but I guess he was tying the connection to the United States because of the CIA involvement, and that's the link he was making. Yeah, I was wondering why he's telling that story about Bulgaria.
But like this seemed more like, I see the conspiracy, but this seemed more like Libya and what's going on here. Like this was some war shit because Libya.
Yeah, definitely. Especially if he admitted to the bombing. Yeah, but if Libya admitted to shooting down a plane, I'm sure,
Yeah, the ministers, I think,
may have wanted some get back.
Yeah, sorry about that, Sosa. Go ahead.
No, I'm sure that foreign government who Gaddafi plane he shot down probably wanted some get back. Now, but the claim that the CIA was involved, that's a claim, but we can't, you know what I'm saying? We can't
there's a lot of claims out here.
You know what I'm saying? We can't validate it.
They claim the CIA and the Mossad. I mean,
we can consider we can't validate that, you know what I'm saying?
Right. I mean, there's no way we're gonna be able to validate that on a live stream.
No, not on the live.
But
so he makes more claims. That's not the only one he's gonna make.
Yeah.
All of his claims are just jaw dropping, by the way.
I mean, for me, it's not. I mean, who would have imagined Iran-Contra being a real thing prior to it? You know what I'm saying? Like nothing surprises me in this world. Like the evil of human beings. I mean,
countries, Rwanda. Countries be going nuts. You dig? So when somebody say this country is crazier than this country, I know all countries be doing some crazy stuff with each other and different people. All of it.
I'm biased. Like when I look at that though, like when we was talking earlier about the Congo, like when I look at the Congo, I can't leave out Cecil Rhodes. You know what I mean? I can't
think about that, but you know what? I want to stick to because again, like we went down. Look, this is why I didn't want to play the whole video. You see why?
Yeah, we gotta bookmark some of this. Then one day we'll just
so this
rabbit hole day.
I see why I kept stopping at the vaccine thing, the syphilis thing. But I'm gonna finish playing it because he makes another claim. Watch this.
These nurses to Bulgaria to serve their time in their own home country.
Wait. Didn't they ask for money as reconciliation? The
nurses?
No, he's saying that the EU and the United States were proposing that these people be sent to their home countries.
No, I'm saying what we actually read, what Melvin had. Did we read about the Libyans winning $10 million per something like that? We read about.
Yeah, I think that was the families asking for $10 million.
Families have that option.
Right.
They can offer for clemency, meaning if you pay me this bread, you could go ahead. You out of there. You could get released.
Did that happen?
Because I think Gaddafi had offered like 10 million for all the people he had killed.
If you read the rest, if you remember when I read the rest, it said that they contributed us a few $1 million. I forgot they said who exactly contributed because it was a fund. So I guess some different sources contributed to the fund. It didn't arise to the amount of 10 million per person that they were looking for because.
Was it a settlement?
Huh?
Was it a settlement?
No, it was a fund. So what happened was the people, whoever was the administrator for the fund, they said that they stopped taking collections or they didn't get to the amount because they were waiting for the Supreme Court to they believed that the Supreme Court was gonna reverse the ruling, and that's why they didn't collect up to that 10 million.
All right, let me finish playing the rest of this. I'm gonna go into what I was gonna do.
And when they arrived, Bulgarian president commuted their death sentences and freed the 6. It was reported in an article in the Christian Science Monitor, November 19, 2008, that although there were reports that the 6 were tortured for confessions, that, quote, some Bulgarians still believe that the nurses are guilty and others view them as opportunistic, referring to a reported deal to make a movie. But we see them as part of a policy of genocide. That America and this policy could be charged in the International Criminal Court with genocide. The fact that we were injected with the most virulent form of syphilis during the Tuskegee experiments from 1932 to 1970.
Okay, so yeah, that's just biased information. He failed to mention the part that Gaddafi blew up their plane, whatever. And this is pretty much some get back, some war shit going on.
So,
yeah, he most probably tortured them motherfucker. That, you know, man, that's like when foreign policies get involved. You know what I'm saying? Like, man.
So I'm biased. You don't think that that's a pattern of behavior with the U.S. military and intelligence agencies in Africa?
So hold on, wait. Do you accept the fact that Gaddafi admitted he took down a plane?
Yeah, I accept that.
So
sure.
Would that be part of what you just said as well?
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, do you think I mean, I know for certain that we have other cases with the U.S. military.
Well,
for instance,
Gaddafi, I mean, I don't say Gaddafi, Asia Black man. That's because we live in this country. You dig? But if you let anybody talk in their native country, they're gonna talk filthy about it. Like everybody talks filthy about their country because they actually live there, and they may be some facts there, maybe some conspiracy there. But most people in their countries usually have negative things to say, especially with their government.
But one thing we gotta realize that Asiatics is kind of trying to say, but he's not saying. You know what I mean? He's trying to imply that these people are doing something bad in Africa. You feel me? When most of the evidence is showing that they're helping people.
Yeah, we're gonna look through what happens in Africa.
Yeah, I mean, at least if we're staying on point as far as vaccines, that's what we're talking about. Like, you can't overlook the fact that the death rate declined with the introduction of the vaccine. Like, that's irrefutable. Now, the political other stuff that go on, but as far as vaccines go, I think that's a moot point as far as vaccine. You know what I'm saying?
And keep in mind that this is from what, a 2013 series?
Right.
Speaking on. And when did brother Ben X put this out?
Yesterday.
Okay. So he has an agenda as well?
Right.
Or he just happened to just want to put this out?
I mean, of course, we want to bring everyone's attention to, you know, what the potential is. It's only showing the potential, and it's giving historical examples.
What's the potential? That the vaccine for this 2020 epidemic that's destroying people could be possibly compromised or something?
Yeah, it's possible. We read from a source earlier, that stated exactly that.
But you got to understand, if they're gonna do that, you're talking about maybe somebody doing that in individual hospitals, a crooked, shady doctor somewhere here and there. But for the most part, the things to be spread out, bro. Unless you're gonna get every doctor across the country on board, you know what I'm saying? That's you know what I'm saying. It's just unrealistic. You know what I'm saying? Everybody's gonna be taking the same vaccines.
It's just medicine. Period. Medicine is important and is used to heal people. Like for instance, in 1998, the Clinton administration bombed a medical producing facility in Nubia in the Sudan.
Hey, listen.
They bombed the facility.
Bro, listen. But by you saying that doesn't negate the fact that they probably had probable cause. Just because
it's a pattern of behavior, though.
Okay, so now
that's associated with this medicine in Africa.
Relax. So let's deal with medicine. Have you ever heard of the Zika virus?
Yeah, I heard of that.
Okay, does it plague Jamaica?
I don't know, brother. I'm not sure.
How is it transmitted? Do you know that much?
About the Zika? No, I'm not familiar with the Zika.
Bro. It's right on your screen. So the Zika virus disease is caused by a virus transmitted primarily by Aedes mosquitoes, which bite during the day. Symptoms are generally mild and include fever, rash, conjunctivitis, muscle and joint pain, malaise or headaches. Symptoms typically last for 2 to 7 days. So now, babies, pregnant. So now the problem with this disease is that it really affects pregnant women. The babies' head, you see over here showing like little heads. The babies develop little heads as a result of the infection when the mother's when she's pregnant. They're during pregnancy. The babies develop little heads from the disease. Okay, so now somebody got to mute their background. So the scientists, the Bilderbergers, the elite, they came up with a vaccine. Okay, Brazil is affected by this. Some parts of Europe now is affected by this, and now Jamaica is headed towards Africa. So they put together a vaccine. The scientists, people who were affected by this, are very thankful of the vaccine, and they gladly and willingly take it. It's not forced, as we like to say over here. Forced vaccine. The rest of the world is forcing the vaccines on themselves.
There's Zika in Jamaica now.
Yeah, it's for the last thing I read. Let's hit it. Last thing I read, it was in Jamaica.
Cause I remember like they had made the vaccine in Brazil, and then before they could test the vaccine, it was gone. So they had the vaccine, but no way of finding out whether or not the vaccine was going to be effective or not.
Yeah, so let's look at it.
But I know that shit was in Brazil. I mean, not Brazil. I know it was in Brazil. I know it was in Jamaica. That's real close to home.
So let's just make sure. Let me go. I probably gotta. The virus can be transmitted through sexual intercourse. That's crazy. So let me get out of there. And okay, let's go here. Zika. Damn. Really? Zika virus affected areas. There we go. Make sure. CDC. I just click all of them.
Yeah, I guess the general idea would be, given the United States history of employing biological weapons.
Hey, I'm biased. What are you looking for?
Hey, Melvin, you gotta find your YouTube channel and mute that one.
Yeah, so I guess the general idea would be for people who, like Asiatic black men and others, in our community who are distrustful of our government and certain institutions. I guess the general idea would be, given their history of skullduggery and dishonesty when it comes to administering, biologicals. I guess the idea would be, for this recent pandemic, I guess reading the tea leaves, we all see where this is going.
Hey, yeah, you see this right here. Well, we already know it. It's taking to
Yep, you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey,
So
Sosa, you hear Sosa?
Yeah. Wait a
Jamaica,
second.
Zika.
Yeah, today?
This says areas with current or past transmission, but no Zika outbreak, purple areas. So Jamaica is targeted. I don't know if it's there already, but I from the videos I played earlier, I thought it was already there. Probably no outbreaks, but they probably, I think they found some traces of.
Let me say something though to Haskell right quick, right?
Yeah.
Probably just mean there's a couple people maybe that had it, but
Right.
not. Yeah. So I was saying in general, with a lot of people in our community who are distrustful of the government and certain institutions, that distrust is well founded. So I guess the idea is, for this vaccine that is coming, I think both the conspiratorial crowd and the non-conspiratorial crowd would be in accord there that, this vaccine is on its way at some point, right? I guess the idea would be that when this vaccine comes out, they're not going to take it, or that possibly this vaccine could be used as a delivery system for something. I mean, would that be the idea?
So they got something called biological weapons convention, where the convention is on the prohibition of the development, production, and stockpiling of bacteriological and toxic weapons, and their destruction was first materialized. But disarmament treaty banning the production of an entire category of weapons. So basically, this is then the banning of the production of biowarfare, basically, and all that.
Hey, Haskell and Sosa, this isn't a red area. This is outbreak. So Jamaica is an outbreak. It's the colors right here. Red is outbreak. Purple is current and past, and mosquito is yellow. I meant present but no reported cases, and green is no mosquito. And here it got them in the red areas. It says but no Zika outbreak is purple. And you see you got Brazil right here with it.
Yeah, I remember it was, like I said, no, it was in Brazil. Like I said, I remember them testing that. I just read something on that vaccine that they said that they couldn't test the vaccine because it was gone.
It was what?
The outbreak was gone. They didn't have enough test studies to test it.
Okay.
Because it had been reduced. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I'm curious what it makes. I'm I'm in that virology lecture series right now, so I'm coming across.
The point I was trying to make was like the United States is breaking the treaty by
Oh my God! You think the United States cares about a goddamn treaty?
Yeah.
But hey, I want to say
I'm not care about it, but blatantly implicating yourself in it to the point where as though the citizens now know. You know what I mean? This is not like no government behind.
I mean, the vaccines are mandated.
Oh, one at a time. I can't hear that.
The United States has violated virtually every treaty they've ever signed. They're gangsters. They don't give a.
I'm not saying that it's not violated. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that this treaty is in place, and if it is violated,
I'm telling you that shit don't mean nothing.
But Haskell, that treaty is for like foreign entities. But still, Haskell, like the vaccine is not mandatory though. If you don't want to take it, you don't have to take it. So
No,
you know what I'm saying?
it's not. But I want to say this.
How's it not? How's it not? Just first explain me how's it not first.
No, I said it's not mandatory. Vaccines at this point in time are not mandatory. I was agreeing with you.
It never has been. So, but go ahead.
Yeah, it never has been in the United States, as far as I know.
Not yet.
I do know in Denmark just recently made them mandatory a couple of weeks ago, and I guess
Stop, because this is important. When we hear the word mandatory, some of us confuse that with forcible. What do you mean by mandatory? Is it being forced on anybody?
No, you have to get it. I mean, mandatory means mandatory. You have to get it.
Haskell.
Let me go ahead and look at it real quick.
Yeah, please, because
I wanted to make a
right, but we got to be clear. I'm telling you, people, and the way you're saying it, you're almost saying like they're forced to take it. There's a difference. There's a difference between something being mandatory and being forced to do something. At my job, where I worked at, it was mandatory to have PPE, but you were not forced to put the shit on. You can just go. You could just go home. It's a big difference.
But I want to touch on the fact that, like, when we look back at Tuskegee.
Okay, hold on. I got some here, guys. Let me see if I could share it. So yeah, let me just read real quick. It says Denmark's parliament on Thursday night. This was in March, so this was like a month ago. So Denmark's parliament unanimously passed an emergency coronavirus law, which gives health authorities the powers to force testing, treatment, and quarantine with the backing of the police. Okay, that's not about the vax. Go ahead, Sosa.
No, I was saying, like, every time the conversation come up, we jump back to the Tuskegee experiment in the 1930s, right? We know, right? Now, we know the climate it was back then. Slavery just ended in 1865, right? So the type of climate that we were in back then, and I'm not saying that everything's all good now, but we gotta keep that shit in perspective, bro. And we gotta understand that 2020 Europeans and the government and how they handle business with their own citizens is a lot different than it was in the 1930s, but coming out freshly out of slavery.
Facts.
We gotta give, even if I'm saying we gotta give some credence to that, bro.
You're not going to convince people who are totally anti-government, bro. That's over.
No.
You talk about KKK running around, burning crosses on the yard to like now niggas say niggas whole career's over, they gotta sell his football team, like you're out. You know what I'm saying? Like nigga, like you are like outcasted there. Get out of here. You know what I'm saying? Like
basketball team.
Yeah, like climate is it's a totally different climate. And we have more black African American peoples in the field. In those areas, you know what I'm saying? So you gotta keep everything in perspective, man.
Let me also ask a question. Oh, go ahead, Elias.
No, go ahead.
Okay, because I get the point that the brothers are making. The U.S. has done some horrible shit. The United States government is a gangster. I don't necessarily say I would throw the whole government under there, except I look at the government as a gun, and certain people behind the gun are going to use it to their benefits or to propagate their agenda. So if the CIA has some crooked people on top, then they're going to run that shit to their end. FBI, same way. Presidency, same way. It's a necessary tool that anyone can use, but whoever's using that tool is going to use it for their agenda. I get that. Now, when we're speaking about these vaccines, just a totality understanding, do we really believe, knowing how it can affect everybody in the continent, not even worried about the whole world, in the continent, are we under the illusion or we're coming to the conclusion that the government is going to poison black people getting the vaccine or not give them the true vaccine, allow them to walk around and affect other people? It's just like, at what point do we think logically about these conspiracies instead of just being questioned about, well, they can do it, they possibly could, why do you want to trust them? It's like, come on, show me the smoking gun or the motive that we can see it, or we got to drop that mentality because that's a horrible way to live, man.
So you see all my tabs. I'm trying to get rid of them. All right. So now we're done with the Zika. So we see that a vaccine wasn't able to come up because Sosa said the outbreaks it went away. You dig? So it says there are no areas with the current Zika outbreak. All right, but Zika was a transmittable disease by mosquitoes. Right? So
Yeah, they got the vaccine, they just can't test it.
right. So what I did earlier was I was on the phone with a brother who thought that they was making a case about smallpox, biological warfare, all that type of stuff. And I was, and they are under the impression, and we can ask the panel also. Maybe I could ask before I assume. Let me ask Haskell and Asiatic Black Man. You both got it. You both can build on this. Do you guys, are you under the impression? Because my man was this. I want to know if you think like my boy. He believed that he basically believed every virus, every disease that Black people come across was like planted by the people, them, the Bilderbergers, whatever. Asiatic Black Man, do you believe in Haskell? Do you believe all of the diseases that cause harm and injury to Black folks are from them?
I don't think every disease, that harms us or anyone, comes from one source. No, I don't think that.
No, I said from them. I said, like, do you believe when we are affected with these diseases like that's killing, like malaria, 2,000 Nigerian children a year, yellow fever, bodying people, hepatitis A, B, Ebola,
AIDS,
HIV, right? Cholera. That's
Cholera.
right. Do you? Yeah. Do you believe that these are from them? Or do you believe that naturally occurs in the country and that's just luck for them?
I believe it's a mixture of some things naturally occur, and I believe that some things some disease or can be attributed to misdealings.
Okay, cool.
Coming from them.
Yeah, I would concur with the good brother Asiatic.
Do you have a specific like if you had to pinpoint, say one or two, which one would you say?
I'm gonna read them off. I want them to pinpoint. I'm gonna go with the most dangerous ones that have effectiveness. Okay, so and they could tell me which one. So they said this is a report: sunlight destroys virus quickly. New government test find, but experts say pandemic could last through the summer. I personally believe that as soon as we get a couple hot weeks, 90-degree weeks, back to back, they're gonna slowly put us back in population. That's just my personal opinion. Let me go to some. So what I try to do is I try to
sound like we locked up.
Huh?
No, I said it sounded like we locked up. You said they're gonna put us back in population.
Yeah, nah, definitely. I definitely make that.
Jim Pop.
Make that analogy. Yep. So what I was trying to do was I was trying to find out what diseases originate in Europe since they're being put in Africa. And you guys can try to do this yourself. You can't really find too much that originate in Europe. Like these diseases come to Europe from other places like Africa. All right. So Native America diseases and epidemics. So I don't think I even checked this one out yet.
Yeah, you have to go back probably like the I don't think the bubonic plague might have originated in China, but the bubonic plague, the pneumonic plague.
Yeah, that's they say China. So
the Justinian plague.
I haven't looked that one up yet. But so you see, I'm trying to find out. I typed in what disease originated in Europe. They talk about things that happened there, but we know smallpox was in ancient Egypt. I don't know about measles. I don't know. Tuberculosis. I don't know. I haven't looked at those yet. So I went to Africa, right? So I went to Europe. I went to Africa. And what are the most common diseases? Okay. So
it's gonna be Africa. You're gonna find a lot in Africa, and I'll tell you why. Because you're gonna look to where agriculture developed first. You're gonna find that in Africa, in the Middle East, because that's where it's gonna come from. The minute we start living close in proximity to animals, domesticating animals, cities are built. That's where you're gonna get pandemics. Like outbreaks have always been happening, but you're not gonna get recordations of
I was
pandemic.
just trying to find, like, when we first heard about a disease, when it first sprang up and brought to the human population attention, like, where did it spring up? Right. So
you got to figure writing's older. The oldest
mean-
writing is in Egypt, so you got to look for writing.
Disease and viruses has always been around, but it hasn't started getting more dense in population and more trackable until we created civilization.
right, that's my whole point. But they started somewhere, right? Because we just said that the Black Plague was said China, the Spanish flu, China. So it's pointing to a specific location, Ebola, Africa. The Ricardo Robinson pointed out.
Well, China, we don't know China for the Spanish flu.
No, some sources point over there. I mean, it's not conclusive, but some sources point.
Yeah.
Right. But yeah, but my point is, like, they're narrowing down specific locations. They're not saying Brazil, like, they're narrowing down the most likely areas that it came from. So Europe. When we go to Europe, I see stuff like this here. You know, advanced West Nile virus, tick, lice, fleas, malaria, whatever it is. I see stuff like this, but you don't see any Lyme disease. Now that's crazy. But you don't see anything crazy over here in Europe. So then we back up. Hepatitis C, straight African. All right. Dangerous disease, attacks your liver, and death comes by. I think they got a vaccine or some treatment for this. The European, the scientists came up with that, save lives right there, and that's an African problem. Hepatitis B is an African problem, by the way. This also attacks the liver. This is an African problem.
Yeah, it's influx of people. So you're not going to, the reason you're going to see it more so like that, you're going to understand, like, people in those times, they're not trading up into Europe. Those people are trading and coming up into Africa.
Right.
It's more of a one-way flow.
Right.
So you're going to see all those people bringing in their animals from over there, kind of mixing. You know what I'm saying? The same reason why we can't go to Africa, because we bring diseases from here over there.
Yeah, that's my point. Now you're making my point. I'm saying
that you got old world diseases and you got new world diseases.
Right. So my whole point, Sosa, is that what I was trying to pinpoint was that black allergists, what they would say is that Europeans, I was taught this, by the way, when I was in the nation and all these groups, Hebrews, I was taught that all diseases come from Europeans and they're passed to native peoples, indigenous people of the world, either directly or indirectly, like small directly at first. Right. Yeah. So when I go to try to find natural occurrences in Europe, you don't find none of these deadly diseases there. So you find like ticks, Lyme disease, stuff like that, fleas, hepatitis B,
lice.
Yeah,
lice.
Yeah, lice is deadly at one time. Yeah, you probably you see shit like that. Yeah. What is it? Leprosy.
Right.
That nature. Yeah.
But I just think the term blackologist is like a little dismissive or like marginalizing, because you got pure white bread people that's saying the same thing about vaccinations.
Excuse me. Do you know the history of that, of how that came about? I explained it earlier in the when I was building. Like, white folks were the first anti-scientist people, because you would say Egyptians or Africans were pro-science, right? Asiatic?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Would you say white folks in when they were first confronted with science, were they pro-science or were they anti-science?
What you mean, when we first taught them science?
Listen. I don't. When you say that bullshit, like, I don't know what that means, but all I'm trying to say.
Okay.
When they first was introduced, when science first came up, were they against
it? They was the hell out of them, Asiatic.
Yeah,
they resisted.
Go down the rabbit hole.
Yeah.
They resisted.
That's a different discussion where I'll beat you up more. But right now,
you can't beat me up on that. You can't, bro.
I like that shit though.
You can't beat me up on that.
Yeah, every time we had a one-on-one discussion, when did you ever feel like you felt victorious?
Huh? What you say?
When we had one-on-one discussions, when did you ever feel victorious?
Have I ever what?
Have you ever won?
When we had
No, brother, I don't come to win. I just come to have.
Well, when have you ever thought you made a point and I was like, yeah, man, that's some good shit? Never. So, but let's deal with this first.
Oh, okay.
Europeans were anti-science, bro.
Yeah,
They were
I'm gonna stay on point. I'm gonna stay on point. I want to stay right here. However they got science, you say we taught them whatever. When
right. Arabia, baby.
as a body, not the natural philosophers. I'm saying as a body of people, Asiatic black men, not a few people, as a body of Greeks and Romans, when they were confronted with scientists, did they welcome it or did they shun it? Science.
No, I suppose they probably shunned it. They were scared of fire when we came in contact with them.
That's right, baby. That's right, baby. Stay on point, unbiased.
It's true.
So you pushing all the unbiased buttons, right?
Right. Hey, yeah, they thought
Hey,
fire was
I'm gonna
magic
stop,
when
bro.
we brought-
I'm gonna mute my mic. I'm gonna mute my mic.
Yeah, when we brought fire to them, they thought that shit was magic, AJ. Go ahead, unbiased. Finish reading it.
So he is right because he don't want to confess to the truth. So he's agreeing that who was anti-science. So when he says white folks say the same things, right, dude, all this stuff comes from them. We pointed out that the sovereignty noise comes from them. Like all this anti-science stuff, anti-Big Bang, it comes from white folks. They have the history of being anti-scientific.
When they developed vaccines in the United States, they thought that people were gonna start growing like animal parts and shit. They got like a little newspaper clipping the shit of them, like yeah, they were really ignorant.
So let's go back to, we could do Onesimus, right? When Onesimus told Captain Mathers about the smallpox inoculation, Cotton Mather seemed to be impressed. Well, when he went to go spread that news, that dude's house I think got burned down because they felt like it was some like voodoo, like African magic type stuff. Like they didn't accept it, and they believed that smallpox was a curse from God for the disbelievers. The Jews, it turns out, the Jews blamed it for their God. The Muslims blame the Christians, and the Christians blame both of them. So religious people blame each other for the family, they blame each other gods. So they didn't consider scientific medicine at all. So every time science, the philosophers, when they went to explain that the earth, like at that time, the Catholics were teaching that the earth was the center of the solar system. Okay? Yeah. Science said, no, the sun is. They got shunned, they got blackballed, someone actually got burnt.
They said, no, you will die. Okay, you think so? Then you will die, nigga. How about that?
They ended up that. And like a couple thousand years later, they ran with what they said, the sun is the center. So people like Galileo came back and challenged that. He got put on house arrest. And other people were straight flat out killed. Like this was straight death to contradict God's word with science. So they always have been anti-science. When they found out, so science always seemed to contradict their religion. So when it goes back to medicine, they believe this stuff was God's will. It was God's famine. How dare you create a cure for what God sentences you to? So they was anti-science all across the board. So to me, I'm not shocked when I see a whole bunch of them gathered together anti-science today.
Yeah, and the Africans, well, they weren't anti-science like that, man. That's why it's a weird twist.
That's why they welcome. That's why I'm going through after right now how they're welcoming the vaccines. They understand that inoculation was something that they was familiar with before Caucasians. You dig? So it makes absolute sense to them. Now I want to go Samoa.
Was that inoculation science?
Say that again.
For Onesimus?
Not for Onesimus. I'm talking about Onesimus got it from his culture. But
yeah.
I'm saying, can you say that they were practicing science because they figured out that inoculation?
Yeah, that was definitely a form of medical science. Yeah, medicinal science.
Right, that cool. We're on the same page.
Yeah,
if we believe that journal entry by Mather, I've yet to see any corroboration.
Of the story?
Nah, that's a fact.
It's in the Boston Globe. You can look at the Boston Globe.
That doesn't make it fact. That doesn't make it fact. What I'm saying is, supposedly Onesimus was a member of some Akan tribe. I haven't seen any corroboration concurrent with that time when Mather wrote his diary and people on the continent doing that practice. If it exists, I'd like to see it.
Yeah.
The only thing that I know of that substantiates this inoculation claim by this Akan group is Cotton Mather's diary. I don't know of any other.
But, but why would he lie? I mean, why? Why?
The white man to verify for you?
No, Haskell actually makes a great point, and that was my argument with Unc and everyone else.
Let's look it up. Let's look it up. Let's look it up.
Did you also judge by the survival rate when people are all who weren't practicing it, or tribes who didn't practice it, or people who didn't do it that were dying at or had low birth rates or high infant mortality or whatever it is, opposed to civilizations or cultures or tribes that are thriving and living, not dying from that, outside of having it generalized by colonists or outsiders?
No, he just trying to validate the claim and see if they were actually practicing that in West Africa.
Yeah,
Which I
the only reason I'm bringing it up is because this is a complete opposite 180 that they're willing to concede to literature or someone documented it opposed to not trusting it. That's the only reason why I bring it up.
Because like
white people agree, but at the same time, let's see if we can learn something else.
Okay. Slaves came from West Africa. We can agree to that, right?
Right.
Majority of them. So that slave in that story is from a West African. So wherever he was, either he figured it out there or he brought that with him from West Africa.
But he said that was what they were practicing.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He said he didn't see it. That's what I'm saying.
No, that's what Cotton Mather said he said.
Right.
And I'm saying, let's see if we can find something that substantiates it.
But what I'm saying is too is like, what when you're reading documents like that, or when you're going back looking at something anachronistic like that, you would think, well, what reason would the European have, especially at that time?
Yeah, so
that
if climate, you guess that one, my brother,
he has no reason.
I could throw out a wild guess, and I'll let Haskell throw his after me. Maybe Cotton Mather was trying. Because it turned out that a lot of Europeans did see a connection with people who settled that dealt with cows, that they didn't come up with smallpox too much. So that was already like something observed by Europeans. Like, say, well, what's the connection with this cowpox shit and smallpox? Everybody who's around cows don't get this disease. So some of them probably do, but in large they don't. So maybe Cotton Mather would have a hard time saying, hey, let's try this shit. Hell no, you crazy guy. So maybe I can say this guy, Onesimus, is cured, and his people that you know nothing about worked on this shit and it cured them. So maybe his hypothesis, he didn't want to like just say he had it. So he said, okay, it was already tested. It was tested with Onesimus and it's true.
Okay, now we're sliding down the road of conspiracy.
That would be my speculation also. I think kind of pawning it off on some mysterious African tribe gives it a more like a more mystical type of, and it also kind of defers that blame should anything go wrong on Mather himself.
But I mean, that's sliding. That's sliding.
Hold on.
How is that conspiracy theory?
I just want to put that on the record.
How's that different from a conspiracy?
What's that, Watcher? I ain't hear you.
I said I want to put on the record that we really pick and choose when we're willing to suspend our disbelief. We can go all the way on some lens on certain things, but other things we need a source. But then when we don't need a source, we can find excuses.
Yeah,
it's like you can't get mad at Asian black man.
I'm sorry.
No, I'm saying absolutely. I agree with you, but we all guilty of that to some degree.
Hey man, Sosa, you asked why would he say that, right? I gave why I thought he would say that.
I mean,
I asked why. How is that different than conspiracy theory? That's my question.
Nah, that's definitely some bullshit. That.
All right, that's all I want to know.
Hold on, Sosa. You asked for a speculation, and we gave one. We couldn't possibly tell you why. Why would a person do what they do? 200. We don't know. Where you asked for a speculation, and we gave you one. Now, what I can say is,
no, I didn't ask for speculation. I asked what was your reason for not believing it?
What was my reason for not believing Cotton Mather's account? Yeah, my reason is I don't see any other corroboration outside of his diary.
Like what kind of corroboration? I'm saying what would you look for?
Yeah, he's saying that Onesimus came from a tribe,
right,
or a group, and that this group systematized this practice, right? So there should be other slaves, maybe other reports from other slaves saying that this happened.
Yo, what
Right. Other slaves right now. Hey, put my story down there.
This is not 2020.
So hold on, guys. You asked me a question. I'm telling you what we can state for a fact, a 100% certainty is there's no corroboration outside of Cotton Mather's account. Are we in agreement there?
right.
Yeah, he's a primary source. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
The white man, yeah.
But hold on. We don't know that there's no other account.
Thank you. We're just attributing all the information.
We don't know. Right, we don't know. That's why I said I don't have. We know what corroboration means, right? On the panel, I don't have any corroboration, any tangible corroboration for Cotton Mather's account. If there is corroboration, I am certainly open to it. That's it. Nothing more, nothing less.
Yeah, we don't have to speculate.
Right. I just like the way you're thinking right now. I just wish you would apply it to other areas. That's only for.
I ain't got no problem with
Saying
how
it
you
in
thinking,
jest.
but I ain't trying to argue. I'm just trying to look it up. Like,
It's just that's just a you know, when we research, that would have been a primary source. Cotton Mather would have been a primary source.
he's a definite primary source. And when you do look up African, like I just typed it in, but my shit started breaking up. But I typed it in, African inoculation. Everything is Onesimus and Cotton Mather's.
Hey?
For the first page, but I ain't go to the second
That agrees with Haskell.
That diary, and that's why I said again, I don't know of any other corroboration outside of that diary. That's
no. We can look though. Like the first page of Google is nothing. Like I just typed in one thing. We can finesse and figure it out. Like we can go through it together.
We good. Continue on your point.
I mean, that point was it was an aside anyway. It was an aside anyway. It wasn't like
what was smallpox outbreak like? I mean, you can look to that region and see maybe what smallpox was like that in that area. I mean, you're not going to have other slave corroborations. Like, who's going to be writing down what slave thought? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, quotes to the news, in the Boston Globe.
Yeah, I was spitballing, Sosa.
Nah, the only reason that Cotton Mather's even listened to that nigga is because he told him something that he could prove. You feel me?
Yeah, I'm not sure smallpox at that time was heavy in Africa.
They had the vaccine.
Nah, he joking.
Nah, we gonna have to really
I
go
don't know what it's like.
Smallpox, like
I don't know what it's like.
Bias, that's a hell of a point you just made. Was smallpox even like a prevalent thing in West Africa at that time?
Right. Yeah, I don't think it was.
That's a hell of a.
Whoa.
The fact that it's not prevalent would not actually.
Yeah, because Cotton Mather said that they had.
Because if they already inoculated themselves, then it wouldn't be. You see what I'm saying?
They
inoculated themselves to it's no longer an issue. Like I heard.
Yeah. You mentioned Onesimus, right? Now, how did okay, his tribe might have done it. How does that?
I'm gonna look this shit up. Y'all get me up. Go ahead.
Yeah, at this point, we might as well read Onesimus.
Go ahead. I've been looking at it.
Breaking science.
Now we trying to tell Onesimus' story, and we ain't even read Onesimus' story to everybody. So now we sounding crazy.
Look right here. It says as early as
East Africa.
It says smallpox is exogenous to Africa. One of the oldest records of what may have been an encounter with smallpox in Africa is associated with the Elephant War circa AD 568, when after fighting a siege in Mecca, Ethiopian troops contracted the disease, which they carried with them back to Africa. So it says Mecca, right? So he must have got it from Mecca. Arab ports and coastal towns in Africa likely contributed to the importation of smallpox and smallpox to Africa as early as the 13th century. Though no records exist until the 16th century, invasion of these towns by tribes in the interior of Africa, a severe epidemic affected all African. So we talking about 16th century here. It's skip. So the 1700s, right? So it says a severe epidemic affected all African inhabitants while sparing the Portuguese. Okay, densely populated areas in Africa connected to the Mediterranean, Nubia, and Ethiopia by caravan route likely were affected by smallpox since the 11th century. The written records did not appear until the introduction of the slave trade in the 16th century.
Well, yeah, because I'm looking at the it says I'm looking at the abstract for smallpox inoculation in Africa. I got to get the this is the extract. Inoculation for smallpox, the forerunner of vaccination, has had a long and variegated history. The earliest known description of the practice in sub-Saharan Africa were given by African slaves of colonial America in the early and mid-18th century. Subsequently, it is mentioned in accounts from widely scattered parts of the continent. They seem to have been most extensively used in the Western and Central Sudan, Ethiopia, and Southern Africa. Local diffusion patterns emerged from evidence available at this time, but broader question of the origin must await further investigation. Similarly, it is yet impossible to assess its demographic impact in Africa, although it clearly provided some defense against smallpox in spite of the risk involved. That's from
so it
Cambridge.org.
So it doesn't seem like it was a big thing in Africa. That's what I'm trying to say. So when it hit everywhere else, it was a big thing.
Yeah, but the fact that they understood how to deal with it, whether big or not, they knew like, okay, we can do this. See what I'm saying?
Are you saying they was practicing inoculation back in where?
Well,
this is just this same time frame. This is the earliest counts they have is from the mid 18th century.
Right. So that's around Odysseus, right?
It's hard to track those.
Yeah.
You don't have DNA.
Either there was no cows.
You don't have like all these other things in place, and plus you really don't have no way of tracking it because those methods were established back then. So the numbers that we have are just models. So we have to understand that models are like very vague.
Yeah, we are speaking about in terms of epidemics and pandemics because in Europe it was definitely an epidemic out there. You know, it hit them hard. I don't know if it ever hit Africa hard.
Bingo.
Don't sound like it.
They just said on the video you played earlier, like 220 million people.
She's talking about back then, talking about back in time, right? You're not talking about recent, right?
No, this was recent.
No, I'm saying we're talking about mid 18th century.
Nah, I'm talking about the video Unbiased played on live earlier.
No, I'm saying the argument we have in this video.
Yeah, malaria in the Congo.
Yeah, I'm saying that we were talking about. He was
This
asking.
particular discussion is relegated to smallpox in Africa, so that would start from the mid 18th century going backwards.
Right.
That wouldn't apply to the video.
And that kind of was my original point. We have to look at it as if there were no cows and they weren't affected, or for some reason, if their numbers weren't affected, then possibly they were practicing something which was just normal. And opposed to like their infant mortality rate was atrocious in European countries because the doctors would operate on people and deal with sick people and deliver babies in the same situation, and opposed to the other Africans that had the wet nurses who washed their hands as if they had a vaccine to keep their kids alive.
They were
practice of inoculation. If you're going to deal with the cows, or you're going to be in this type of environment or this tribe, then this is what you have to do to go forward. It could have been a rites of passage, but we're going to demean it because it wasn't quote unquote science. We don't know that information.
No, but I mean there were cows in Africa.
That's my point. So if we can agree that there were cows and there were people, and those cows were dealing with their situations and killing so many people in other areas, why can't we say that maybe they did something to prevent those deaths? Like they did.
It's absolutely.
And I'm just saying,
it's absolutely possible. I mean, I don't think anybody would say that it's not possible.
And you're gonna see it, scattered about because see, when you see cows, you talk about nomadic herders. All right? So you're not going to have an entirely large population of nomadic herd in West Africa. It's going to be spread out over here, over there. You can find it in Sudan, and, you know, and those where those nomadic herds are. You're not, you know what I'm saying? Not like it's a whole cow farm. And just cows all throughout Africa.
I mean, to be completely fair, Watcher, it would be a extremely tough thing to prove because, you know, West Africa really didn't have writing like that. Pretty much all the accounts of history and medicine and math and all that is Arab records.
I thought they did have it, but when those Arabs did their Maghreb grab, when they were running across northern and western, they burnt up and destroyed a lot of their information.
Yeah, it'll just be Islam. Like Mansa Musa was still African. It would just be Arabic. Like
talking about
Islam is what I'm referring to.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's 1300. They were writing. Yeah, that's
right. If we don't have any writing, the next primary source of what I would look at is the population. And if they weren't decimated like a lot of these other countries were and they were thriving, then I would lean more towards that in opposed to saying, nah, they didn't have shit. Nah, they didn't have shit. There's no writing. We can't give them no credit. Nah. To me, that's more of a quote-unquote Eurocentric view that we always get tagged with. And I'm the last person who'll be speaking blackology. But I find myself in here kind of trying to acknowledge it.
We'll go to the NCBI. Go ahead.
We gotta knock it down. We can't accept it. We got to knock that shit down.
So I'm right here. It says inoculation in parts of Ottoman Empire in Europe. So this is Ottoman Empire in Europe. It says working backwards in time from the first variolations in Britain and colonial Massachusetts in 1721. It is possible to trace the practice back for at least a century in parts of the Ottoman Empire and Europe. In 1714, the report was written by Emmanuel Timonius at Constantinople, was circulated around Europe and read to the Royal Society by John Woodward. This is 17. Well, if we're going with accounts, well, it was.
Yeah, you got to keep going. Like if you start going back, it's talked about China 1000. Let's start going backwards. You got to keep.
But China is dealing with I think China's dealing with blowing the scab in your nose. It's a whole different practice. China was doing it was not. It's nothing with cows. So China did a more dangerous version where like they took a survivor scab. So the person who survived it, they took that scab and put that scab on so like this would be like a fake attenuated vaccination of today. They took a scab of somebody who survived it, so it's a weaker form, and they put it in an open womb of somebody, and so they contracted like a weaker version of the virus. And
that's brilliant.
So that's what they did. They didn't do the cow thing. So it says the writer of, so this is 1714. And this is, you said must be true. This is where you about to go. Sosa. This is the U.S. National Library of Medicine, National Institutes of Health, the NIH. So it says the writer of this ingenious discourse observes in the first place that the Georgians and other Asiatics have introduced this practice of procuring the smallpox by a sort of inoculation for about the space of 40 years among the Turks and others at Constantinople. That although at first the more prudent were very cautious in the use of this practice, yet the happy success it has found to have in thousands of subjects for these 8 years past has put it out of all suspicion and doubt, since the operation having been performed on persons of all ages, sexes, and different temperaments, none have been found to die of the smallpox. This is around the time of Onesimus, by the way. They that have this inoculation practice upon them are subject to very slight symptoms, some being scarce, sensible, they are all ill or sick, and it was valued by the fair, it never leaves scars or pits in the face. So this is the time of Onesimus.
Did you see what I said about the Negro man?
Yeah, and he got like he was also, I was looking at it too. It was saying like they because they were asking around, like there were other reports too that said like report Matthew's comments were amplified by another minister, Benjamin Coleman, who described his conversation with several Negroes who had also been inoculated in Africa. So I mean, there's other little tidbits that go along with the that story. We just kind of got the quick little excerpt. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah.
See, again, I'm not saying it was, but I'm not gonna just rule it out. That was my whole point. I think there's other ways,
what else?
especially if documents that the West Africans didn't practice it or have that within their natural.
I got it now. So, so look, check this out, Haskell. So now we got some motive for Mather why he did this, because that letter was put forward. That letter was put forward 1721 Haskell. Now Mather says Mather wanted credit for this. Onesimus was a Garamanti from what is now southern Libya.
Whoa, 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 whoa! Don't go nowhere! Don't go nowhere! He was a Garamanti.
Yeah.
This whole time I'm thinking he West African.
Oh yeah. So small. That's what I'm trying to say. Smallpox was a North African problem. I don't know it to be anywhere else.
Oh, keep going.
Okay. Yeah, it gets better. Who had been given to Mather by his parishioners in 1707. Mather said that he had this conversation with Onesimus many months before he read the who report? The Timonesius report. So the report was already out there about the smallpox and cowpox thing, you dig? Now all of a sudden Mather says, hey, before that report, I had a conversation with Onesimus about this already. Mather's comments were amplified by another minister, Benjamin Coleman, who described his conversation with several Negroes who had also been inoculated in Africa. Subsequently, in 1760.
Hold on. Don't go nowhere. Okay, read that again. Benjamin Coleman
was described.
Yeah, that's what I read. Yeah.
Was described his conversations with several Negroes who had also been inoculated in Africa.
Okay, hold on. So we have another guy here, Benjamin Coleman, who makes a similar claim to Mather, saying that he was told by a couple of, I guess, his slaves or some other Negroes, maybe not his slaves, that they also had underwent some form of inoculation in Africa. And there's a source there also.
Oh, hey, it gets even better. So
that's really interesting.
So
yeah, he's corroborating Mather though. He's corroborating Mather.
Okay.
Who's corroborating Mather?
Benjamin Coleman.
Everybody's substantiating the claim right now.
Yeah. Benjamin Coleman is making a similar claim to Mather, saying that he was told by some Negroes that they practiced.
Yeah. So yeah, he's corroborating the validity of the story.
Yeah. Right. That go ahead, Umbite. That wouldn't qualify as corroboration, technically.
That corroborate. That's what you call
that would qualify as evidence.
Yeah, that's a primary source at that time frame, a separate account confirming what Mather's talking about. Like that's how it's done. That's primary.
It would certainly count for something, no doubt about it. Keep going.
That's how you corroborate.
All right,
go ahead.
It says subsequently in 1716, a well-respected physician, Jacob, also writing from Turkey, reported that inoculation had been introduced into Constantinople by a Greek woman about 1660. So that predated all of them. It had been widely used by poor Christians until during a severe smallpox epidemic in 1700. The practice spread throughout the Christian community more generally. Jacob claimed that variolation was not used by Muslims because it was believed by them to interfere with divine providence. However, this cannot have been a universal belief because it was being used by Arabs in North Africa before 1700. As recorded in a letter originally written in Arabic by Qasim al-Aga, the ambassador from Tripoli to the court of St. James, his letter was translated and subsequently published in a book by John Gaspard Schuster, Foreign Secretary of the Royal Society. It looks like everybody wants to take this.
Yeah, everybody wants credit. I want to ask too if
that's somebody else. But that's somebody else.
What year was that?
A non-African taking it back to North Africa.
Yeah, was Was Coleman's Benjamin Coleman's claim that he was told by some Negroes the same thing? Was that also after Timonius?
You got to go up a little bit more.
We right here.
Actually,
Benjamin,
up higher than that. I saw something up higher.
we right here. Benjamin Coleman. This conversation with several Negroes who had also been knocked in Africa. Subsequently, said, yeah. So
I mean, either way,
Yeah, the
if
thing that you're reading, right? They're working backwards in time.
if what's the name?
Like that's why it starts working backwards in time from the first variations in
This
Britain.
must be from Southern Libya anyway, and y'all don't claim them niggas anyway. Y'all say them ain't us.
But
So
all
the way
we
it go.
So the point is,
wait, no.
Onesimus was a Moor.
Garamanti.
Pascal.
Oh, they mad. Hold on.
Pascal. The point
I'm
is
gonna
that
be
you
madder
find
than
it.
a bitch.
Yeah, black man.
Garamanti.
This was a
Listen,
Moor.
Like Haskell,
Garamanti.
like I don't know if you like I try to explain to you, like you gotta follow it, right? They're working backwards in time.
Nah,
So
but
it's
this is
not gonna
different.
stop at
I'm making a
17 minutes.
different point, Sosa.
Yeah, they're gonna
Onesimus
keep going
was a
back.
Moor. He was a Garamonte from Southern Libya. He ain't us.
Hey.
Hey, well,
But he
Southern
is
Libya.
us.
I mean, you can say it's well, Southern Libya by Nigeria, not by Niger. Go to the map. I
It's
mean,
in Africa, goddammit.
yeah, I mean, goddamn,
Garamanti.
Southern Libya gonna be down by Niger.
Black
By
Mafia.
Niger. But we don't claim them niggas in this year
down by
neither, because they
Chad.
Berbers. It's mostly Berbers in this year. We don't remember. We don't claim them niggas.
What if he was a guy? What if he migrated to West Africa?
Man, that nigga a Moor's in. Don't be mad, bro.
Yeah, North
He
Africa.
could be a Moor. He could be a Moor and migrate to West Africa.
It just said that the Muslims didn't practice it. It was interfering with divine providence.
That nigga a Berber.
Oh, he was definitely a Berber. He was definitely a Berber.
You don't understand. Africans is traveling back and forth.
Definitely a Berber. Berber. Yes, sir.
Right on. Can we get to the next tab?
So he's sure.
It's true.
Okay, so anyway, so let's get back to what vaccines have done to Black folks or darker people, and definitely Africa. So the 2019 Samoa measles outbreak began in September 2019. As of January 6, 2020, there were over 5,700 cases and 83 deaths. Out of Samoan population of 2,874, over 3% of the population were infected. The cause of the outbreak was attributed to decreased vaccination rates. They went away from vaccinations. They went from 74% in 2017 to 31 to 34% in 2018, even though nearby islands had rates near 99%. So everybody else was like high, with their vaccination rates, they dropped significantly. And as a result, a state of emergency was declared on the 17th of November, 2019. So now let's go to how this all was fixed. All right. So look what happened. So it's the same day, the Bilderbergers were, vaccine hesitancy. The outbreak has been attributed to a sharp drop in measles vaccination from the previous year. In 2013, 90% of babies in Samoa received the measles, mumps, rubella vaccination at 1 year of age. On July 6, 2018, on the east coast of Savai'i, 2 12-month-old children died. Okay, so I remember this. So the people who had administered the vaccination, they had tainted it. I don't know if it was on purpose or by mistake. I think it's by mistake. So they explained how the vaccination rate reduced from 74% to 31%. The nurses or whoever administered the vaccine had a tainted batch. Like they themselves tainted it. Like they, not on purpose, they was putting it together and they didn't sanitize it correctly. And they crossed contaminated the vaccine. As a result, mad children was like being affected and some were dying. So the country stopped the vaccine thing, and because they thought the batch was laced like most people think. So look, it says right here. So that was the story. So from here, it says after the outbreak started, anti-vaxxers credit the deaths to poverty and poor nutrition, even to the vaccine itself. So they got white folks in the country, a bunch of anti-vaxxers, but this had been discounted by the international emergency medical support that arrived in November and December. There has been no evidence of acute malnutrition, clinical vitamin A deficiency, or immune deficiency as claimed by various anti-vaxxers, okay? So UNICEF and the WHO estimate that the measles vaccination rate in Samoa fell from 74% 2017 in 1 year to 34%, similar to some of the poorest countries in Africa. So ideally, countries should have immunization levels above 90%. Prior to the outbreak, vaccination rates had dropped to 31% in Samoa compared to 99% and nearby, whatever. So the government response. Initially, schools remained open after the outbreak was declared. The Samoan government initially did not accept humanitarian support, and so the state of emergency was declared. They stopped all vaccines from coming in, and that's what sparked their the outbreak. So it says Edwin Tamis. Who is this guy? It's funny how when you find these white folks, the they in the country pushing anti-vax, and then the outbreak happens, they don't get blamed for it. Because look, this guy. Does he look black to you? Anti-vax out there pushing this stuff.
A Berber.
And okay, so he's an anti-vax, he's an activist, anti-vaxxer activist with no medical training. There's always somebody in the community with no medical training telling us what to take. Have you noticed? We heard that with ourselves, our own ears and eyes. We've seen it and heard it. People on different platforms giving medical advice with no medical training.
But I'm biased. We can't go without including Bill Gates in that crowd. I'm just saying. Just being reasonable, that's all.
That's why I fuck with you, AJ Black.
AJ Black.
No, seriously, kid.
I'm about to mute you, dude. Come on, man, relax, dude. You really fucking me up. I got Lynn that needs to present after 12, so relax. It's Bill Gates stupid shit.
Yeah, you're gonna make us do a Bill Gates week, AJ Black, but I swear to God, we're gonna make celebrate in the community.
So at some point, so here's the aftermath. Here go the aftermath. Uh-oh. Here's the aftermath. Tulipia said he would propose legislation that would penalize parents who refuse to vaccinate their children. The small government allocated US $2.5 million for relief work. Immunology experts are now questioning the role of social media, primarily Facebook, and how social media facilitated the spread of vaccination hesitancy during the lethal outbreak. So this lethal outbreak was hitting them hard, and niggas on Facebook are still promoting it. The Immunization Advisory Center in New Zealand sees the Samoan crisis as a challenge that social media needs to deal with dangerous misinformation. As of 2020, Tulipia has so far resisted calls from an inquiry. Opposition MP Olo called for inquiry and was apologizing on behalf of Parliament and telling the people of Samoa that the government has failed miserably. So anyway, the measles rate dropped because they were back taking their vaccinations. Now let's go cholera, bacteria problem in Africa. This is a fecal to this is a fecal to oral or oral to fecal problem. That means that it's usually spread by bad sanitation habits, not being clean enough, and bad water, bad water, just filthy water. It's a bacteria that lays in the water. And when people drink from this water, they are contaminated with the bacteria cholera. And yes, white folks have worked on a prevention for Africans. All right, they helped out with safe water. They pushed the soap out there. They taught them how to bury feces. Do not poop, defecate in any body of water. So they tell them how to do things. They told them to cook food well. boil the water, and they was able to. This is how they end up finding about bacterial phages, or what they call now is phage. So here's the thing. So clean up safely in the kitchen and in places where the family bathes and washes. You dig? So they gave them a whole bunch of remedies to prevent this bacteria infecting them. So I mean, like, if we want them to die, why would we step in and tell them how to prevent themselves from such a terrible disease? Now let's see if there's a vaccination. Let's see. I have to think. Okay, all right. Cholera vaccines that are effective at preventing cholera. For the first 6 months after vaccination, they provide about 85% protection. So I guess we're done here, right?
Yep.
We're done there. So they introduced vaccination, which is better than, but they still got to be clean and make sure they bury their poop. They got to still follow those instructions, because like Divine Prospect said, a vaccination, it won't do anything for you if you are still maintaining bad habits. You still put yourself at risk. So you got to still follow those rules they gave them for cleanliness and the cholera vaccine. So Africa welcome the cholera vaccine. Okay, now let's go further. So malaria. So we already know how that affects Africa. It's a mosquito-borne infectious disease that affects humans and other animals. Malaria causes symptoms are typically fever, tiredness, vomiting, and headaches. In severe cases, it can lead to yellow skin, seizures, coma, and death. It's a dangerous disease. Zen just said somebody died from that. Is there a vaccine for this? So they do have mosquito nets. You know, white scientists came up with that to catch mosquitoes. It's funny how they're supposed to be the enemy, but they keep coming to Africa's rescue. Can you get a vaccine for malaria? Here we go. Now, the malaria thing is tricky. Like I said, I played the videos because there are so many variations of malaria, so many mosquitoes, that there's actually different strains. So what they did was they provided vaccinations for the most dangerous strains, just like they do with the flu in our country. There's so many strains of the flu, they just provide vaccines for just the most dangerous strains of the flu, but the weaker ones could come around and get you. So malaria vaccine is a vaccine that is used to prevent malaria. Okay, the only approved vaccine as of 2015 is RTS, known by the trade Mosquirix. Due to this low efficacy, I explain why the World Health Organization does not recommend the routine use of RTS vaccine in babies between 6 and 12. So the WHO is looking out for who can't get it. You did? So they say babies this young shouldn't get it. You did get it older. So again, white folks come up with a vaccine to help save Africa from the malaria disease, but Negroes who on Facebook and YouTube has no solutions for Africa problems. And I don't see Cuba in this picture. So let's go further. We did the Zika virus already. HIV, we know that this is.
Cuba has done a lot of medical work in Africa, though.
Okay, source up.
All right.
Okay. So, yeah, but please don't talk me to death. I'm not talking, I'm reading.
Let's go.
There's a big difference. I read it, I don't talk it. So let's go to Sid. Where's Sid? I was saying somewhere.
By the way, Unbiased, I did send you some stuff in your inbox.
So I want to get to. They're just going to tell you about. I want to get to the history of HIV. Here we go. Okay, here we go. Both HIV-1 and HIV-2, did you know there's two of them, are believed to have originated in non-human primates.
See, that's what I talked about the other night. More like it's got to be HIV-2.
Yep. So both HIV-1 and HIV-2 are believed to have originated in non-human primates in where? West Central Africa. This is not a white man's disease, and are believed to have transferred to humans, a process known as zoonosis. in the early 20th century. HIV-1 appears to have originated in southern Cameroon through the evolution of SIV, CPZ, a simian immune deficiency virus, SIV, that infects wild chimpanzees. This is a fact. It affects wild chimpanzees. HIV-1 descends from the SIV CPZ endemic in the chimpanzee subspecies PTT. Okay, endemic just means a specific location. The closest relative of HIV-2 is SIV-SMM, a virus of the Sooty, and Manic, something Bay. This must be a Moorish thing. Old world monkey living in literal West Africa from southern Senegal to western Côte d'Ivoire. New world monkeys such as the owl monkey are resistant to HIV-1 infection, possibly because of genetic fusion of two viral resistant genes. HIV-1 is thought to have jumped the species barrier on at least 3 separate occasions, giving rise to 3 groups of the virus M, N, and O. There's evidence that humans who participate in bushmeat activities, here we go back to the bushmeat market. There's evidence that humans who participate in bushmeat activities are either as hunters or bushmeat vendors commonly acquire CIV. However, CIV is a weak virus and it is typically suppressed by the human immune system within weeks of infection. It is thought that several transmissions of the virus from individual to individual in quick succession are necessary to allow it enough time to mutate into HIV. So the regular SIV is weak and your immune system can suppress it. But individual to individual being passed on to each other, it mutates, they have enough time to mutate, and here you go, HIV. Furthermore, due to its relatively low person-to-person transmission rate, it can only spread throughout the population in the presence of one or more high-risk transmission channels, which are thought to have been absent after prior to the 20th century. All right, so we know that there's no vaccine for this, but they have antiviral drugs that help you accumulate T cells, because your low T cell count is what causes problems, and your immune system get worked over. So they help, these antiviral drugs help build T cells in your body to, keep yourself a fighting chance to live from this wicked disease. So it's HIV coming from monkeys, bushmeat markets. You dig? Again, this is a homeborn African thing. We can say they did it to themselves. Rabies is another African thing. Matter of fact, 95% of the cases of rabies, of the deaths of rabies come from Asia and Africa alone. 95% of deaths that come from rabies come from Africa and Asia alone. That's it. Okay, rabies affect everywhere except for Antarctica. Everybody gets that. So I'm telling you, it's a white man disease. It's everywhere but Antarctica. Okay, rabies without some type of antiviral drugs, a cure or a vaccination is damn near guaranteed death. Okay, back in the day, without vaccinations, when you contracted rabies from a bite or maybe some tainted meat, whatever, you died. You dig? It was a horrible, painful death, by the way, because you go crazy and you start being aggressive. But it was a guaranteed death sentence until white folks came with the rabies vaccination. That all of us, now all these anti-vaxxers, all these people who hate the white man, let them get bit by a dog, cat, squirrel, rabbit, or bat with rabies, and watch their black self be in the hospital begging for some type of cure and some vaccination after that for their children. So we definitely have a rabies treatment and we have a vaccine. We got both. So if you actually contract it, they can get that out of you in enough time. You got to get there at a good time. You actually, check this out. You can actually get rid of rabies if once you get bitten, if you go ahead and scrub that wound with soap and water, you can actually get rid of rabies, by the way. So as you can see, you see my screen. This is off the top. I study stuff every day. All right. So that's just popped in my head. So let me get out of there. White folks came with a vaccine for that. Africa is very happy. And we got yellow fever. Oh my God. You want to talk about some pain. You want to talk about some pain. Yellow fever. This is what they thought Ebola was at first. They mistook Ebola for yellow fever because your eyes turn yellow. As you see in Ebola, a side effect, your eyes yellow. And bro, you don't want to see these pictures. of the African little baby's eyes bright. This yellow. I mean, it's sad. Their eyes was yellow, bro. Like, phew, looked crazy. Yellow fever virus, YFV, is a mosquito-borne. Move out the way. Flavivirus, that is a causative agent of yellow fever, which is a disease that ranges in severity from an influenza-like syndrome to severe liver and renal dysfunction, circulatory shock, and hemorrhage. You dig? You know, this is, can you die from yellow fever? Let's find out. The mild cases, yellow fever. So in mild cases, it causes a fever, headache, nausea, and vomiting, but yellow fever can become more serious, causing heart, liver, and kidney problems, along with bleeding, hemorrhaging. Up to 50% of people with the more severe form of yellow fever die. 50% death rate with a severe case of it. So if they want to get us out of here, you know, they ain't got to play with it. They could give us some hope. Now, is there a vaccine for this? Yellow fever vaccine. Let me go here. Yellow fever vaccine. A safe and effective yellow fever vaccine has been available for more than 80 years. Okay, so 80 years. I want to see the efficacy rate on this mama. Let me go back out. Because in the question part, they asked those questions. Here we go. What else? Let's go here. Okay, so look at this. A single dose of yellow fever vaccine is sufficient to confer sustained. What happened? It's sufficient to confer immunity and lifelong protection against disease. A single dose of yellow fever vaccine is sufficient to confer sustained immunity and lifelong protection. Like I put the YouTube thing. The vaccine provides effective immunity within 10 days for 80 to 100. Damn near everybody is covered. All right, and within 30 days for more than 99% of people vaccinated. Right, very effective. Again, white folks bringing cures and solutions to Africa to rid us of from horrible deaths and ailments and famine. So white folks, this is something you'll never hear from these guys who say the government can do no right. So it's just like that. See, at least be fair. At least say, yeah, there's good reason to not trust the government from the things that we know of that's confirmed, even the things that we suspect, or the things that's rumored. But at the same time, you got to go back and see also what the government has done that was great and good for people, humanity. So let's not just show the dark side and don't show the light side. And like that's the problem. This is when we know y'all got an agenda and y'all just pure bias. Like talk about both. But you'll never hear that. You'll never hear from this guy right here. You dig? And you'll never hear from people on this channel, platform, or any one of these platforms. It's always will be negative, negative, negative. We see that these are some of the most dangerous diseases. Let's go back to hepatitis B. All right. Now let's see. This is a problem in Africa. Let's see if there's a vaccine for this. What's type of cure? Hepatitis B vaccine is a vaccine that prevents hepatitis B. We're done with that. So white folks again help Africa out with their hepatitis B problem. How about the hepatitis C problem? Okay. Hepatitis C vaccine protection. It is not available, although vaccines exist for him. So there's no hepatitis C vaccine. Is there a treatment? An effective treatment.
Somebody background playing?
Yeah, somebody got the YouTube playing in the back. Okay, so let's see.
The watcher, you might want to mute your mic.
Hepatitis B, you cured or treated. Hepatitis, however, treatment options are available with hepatitis C, may be cured or cleared from the body. Hey, The hepatitis C virus is considered cured if the virus is not detected in your blood when measured with a blood test 3 months after treatment is completed. So there you go. And this is a blood-borne disease, right? If it's not in your blood, your liver is fine because it attacks your liver right away, and you're gonna have cirrhosis and a whole bunch of stuff that leads to death and all other complications with your liver. So if it's not found in your blood, it's considered cured because it's a blood-borne disease. It's a blood-borne virus. So they have a cure for it. They don't have a vaccine for it, but they have treatment, a cure for it. All right. So there you go. So I just touched on some of the most worst diseases in Africa that plagues our people naturally. You dig? That's just where it is. It's in Africa. And white man has come to the rescue while Negroes just talk. So that's all I had. If y'all want to build, go ahead. I'm gonna let Lynn come in about 10 minutes and let Lynn do his presentation. Make sure I got nothing else. Yeah. So y'all could build on that if y'all need to.
I'm biased. When you get a chance, check your inbox.
Okay. Yeah. So let me go ahead right now. Let me send, yeah, I'm gonna read some. I got some stuff open right now. So look at this. I got this open, Melvin. So I got this open right here. So what am I looking? I try to skim through real fast. What am I looking at right here? It shows the rates of smallpox in Africa right here. Melvin?
Yes, it's showing basically the rates of smallpox during the colonial times.
It was right here, right?
Yep.
You going backwards, Melvin?
I sent it to him a while ago. He just never looked at
no shit. Don't start no shit.
He just didn't look at it. So.
Yeah. It's showing.
And a real atheist aren't doing the same shit we doing.
Really?
Damn.
Really?
Pretty much, yeah. Bill Gates, what he's doing at vaccine. yeah, look, I glimpsed it over a second. I don't know how long they've been going.
And okay, so let me start. I did the unthinkable. I actually chat. So we are watching you. The CIA. We're talking about vaccine way over there. And what about part? But again, like black folks, they hate the truth. They want to just show the dark side of everything. Once you show both sides, you are the enemy. Once you show contradictions and a flawed, crazy, stupid religion, which I do all religions, you dig? Once you show the dumb logic, the contradictions, the errors in it.
We are watching you call you white man lover. He said, what about apartheid, white man love?
We get offended. Now, dude, I know he's religious. All right, I know he is. Now, text your religion there. And not be some Nation of Islam stuff. I'll throw you a link. All right. And Asiatic black man's welcome to get this smoke too. Because I have some questions on that.
It's a Nandy in the building.
Peace, Cincinnati. Let me post a link for Lynn. I'm gonna check out some more of Melvin's, because Melvin posted a couple links. Let's look at them. Hey, click that link right there, Lynn. Let me
Yeah, I read the conclusion. Basically, the conclusion of the article just said that they were trying to give it credit to the Ottoman Empire. Maybe it made it to Africa through trade and then into India. That's basically what's the conclusion.
Yeah. Wow.
I just want to say for the record, I love Bill Gates and Margaret Sanger.
All right, so foreign disease in Africa, AIDS, sleeping, smallpox. Let me see what this is about. Africans inoculation. African is an ancient disease and was present in Africa, Asia, and Europe since 400 BC. 400 BC. It's unclear whether smallpox was indigenous to Africa or was introduced early on. By 600 AD, smallpox was, hold on.
Screen sharing your screen.
Yeah, I knew it. That's why I said, hold on. Damn.
Where you reading from?
I'm gonna share my screen. Damn, they doing it. You guys can see it now. This is bu.edu. I will look it up to see what is actually that. Let me okay, so let me go back. Okay, let me look up. BU is this is Boston University. Okay, so we are there. It says smallpox was widespread in North Africa. That's what I said. I don't remember hearing about it anywhere else. North Africa, and probably moved into West Africa by that crossed the Sahara Desert. In addition to the disease arriving from across the desert, it was also introduced and reintroduced on the coast by foreign ships. By 1700, there is record of West African people using the practice of inoculation. There you go, Haskell. So by 1700, there is record of West African people using the practice of inoculation. If the practice had been adopted, it is likely come from visitors or travelers who had crossed the Sahara Desert from the Middle East. Hey, there you go. So they definitely telling you that it's an Ottoman Empire, Turk, Arabic, Berber. So, but it doesn't negate the fact that
that Onesimus was practicing inoculation over there, or West African was.
Right. If it emerged independently, it's hard to establish when it began, since we are reliant on documents written by foreign travelers and traders. So there you go. So now it takes back credit.
Didn't they say it was a Garamonte?
Yeah. So
Okay.
so he might been the first people you did, but many of them.
You gotta understand, he could be a Garamonte, but he could have learned it when he was caught in West Africa. He was brought from West Africa. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's true.
Still
That's
don't.
true.
You know what I'm saying?
It's a possibility.
Yeah.
Although it was the practices of Africans that informed Dr. Boylston's action in Boston, Africans were not the only group to use inoculation. The practice had a long history in Asia and the Middle East. There you go, Middle East again. And reports from the 1700s described it being used widely to contain smallpox outbreaks in Constantinople. It is clear whether the practice of inoculation arose spontaneously in multiple sites. It is unclear whether the practice of inoculation arose spontaneously in multiple sites, or if the knowledge had been passed around the globe. Ironically, despite these techniques being used outside of Europe with great success, the practice did not catch on quickly. There was little understanding of why inoculation worked, just a body of very persuasive evidence. It was not until the experiments by Edward Jenner half a century later that more light was shed on the practice of inoculation and how to prevent smallpox. So it's clear. We're reading that people are giving the credit to those of Arabic descent. Like it keeps going back to them. So if we say Onesimus, we gotta be straight all across the board. We can't say it was an African. We gotta say, dude, the Africans, if he's African at all, then he got it from the Muslims.
Well, he would have got it from the Africans. So I'm saying, because he would have been there when they were practicing it. That doesn't necessarily mean he got it from the Ottomans. It just came there by trade. Once it came there by trade and the communities doing it, you would need to see a Muslim or Arab.
He would have had to get it from the Arabians, though. There's no way he would have gotten it.
What year was it?
What I'm saying
What
is
year
that
was it?
he wouldn't have had to learn it from them. It could have been with the culture when he arrived. You see what I'm saying?
What year was it though?
I think this backtracking from about 1700. That's when they came. I read the conclusion on the other one.
Yeah, he could have quite easily been a black Berber or a black Moor, because it was mixed in the area. You know, like, the area was mixed.
Right. Yes.
By that time.
The thing, Sosa, is that like some people got a thing against Moors, you dig, and they don't want to give them any credit for anything. So if
you got to give them a lot of credit.
Right. So if it's because people got problem with certain religions, certain groups, certain people, certain even ethnicities. And it's hard for them to give them credit for anything.
Like who? I'm biased.
I'm talking about black Moors though. The black Moors did the most work.
I'm just curious, who has issue with giving Moors credit?
No, people from other platforms, they got a problem with Moors.
Moors built all those universities in Spain and
It's gonna
Portugal.
always be like I think me and True Story talk about it. Like, some things were embellished, and then when they go back and try to correct things, they always overcorrect. You know what I'm saying? It's either they did a lot or they did nothing. You know what I'm saying? It's never like, he did a little bit, some of the stuff was exaggerated, and they did do this. It's like, nope, y'all ain't do nothing, and they ain't black. We're like, God dang.
So, but what should be clear is that white folks definitely got it from, outside of their race.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. So,
like, I'll be glad when we really just get away from the whole, like, nigga, we don't be giving a damn who did it. Like, it's cool if West African did it. I'm just thankful for the technology. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's always a race. You know what I'm saying? Like, when you go back in time, Africa's gonna be the front runner because of where our position was at that time. But as society changes and our Europeans in power, they're gonna be at the forefront of all this shit because they got control of all the labs. You know what I'm saying? And you just gotta goddamn learn, get in the schools with them, become scientists, and then eventually, your people become the forerunner again. You know what I'm saying? That's how shit works.
That's right. Where is Lynn?
Oh, Lynn, I know. Lynn hiding.
I know he didn't run.
Yeah, so Amber, did you want to add to anything?
I haven't been here most of the time, so I can't just come in and hop in on a conversation that I ain't really heard.
So how about that thing we read about that House of Representative woman? Did anybody fact check her?
About the racist mosquitoes killing black people?
Yeah.
No, I just bookmark it. The MK Ultra.
What's her name?
I think it was Dorothy.
Deborah Pelosi or some shit.
Yeah, Dorothy Pelosi.
I'm like, that's a rap. I'm gonna need some time to get down in that rabbit.
Where is Lynn, man?
Come on, Lynn.
Lynn is running.
Come on, Lynn. Yeah, man. He
Come
said,
on, Lynn.
He ain't got no sources.
Oh well, shit. Hell, it's about time for me to slide on off then.
What happened?
Yeah, she ain't sharpening up her blades.
Y'all calling folks out?
Lynn got sources.
Lynn's supposed to have a presentation. He's gonna hit us with Brother Sanchez 32 videos, no sources.
He said, hold on. Y'all got him fucked up. He said, hold on.
Yeah.
He said, hold on. Y'all got him all the way fucked up.
You motherfuckers.
Powerful. Hey, so I never watched niggas say some crazy shit like, and dude to be like, and that's why the ape got blue nuts. Because the blue nuts come from the store. That's how they be like, powerful. Like, nigga.
Man, it's a powerful brother. I told y'all.
I told you.
Got the information.
Go ahead.
Go ahead and donate to that Cash App family.
Get it in. Just get it in.
So now they'll be like, so what you think about a map? A map? See, that's Pam. Pam, that's a girl. See, you just got to think about it. You ain't really, we live within Pam and Pam live within us. And that's the sperm. Power.
Like the video.
No, you ain't got the bomb.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
You ain't trying to teach off a pig Latin.
Hey, it's crazy as hell, man. They trip your hell out, man.
Oh, where you at?
Don't be asking. You ain't want to participate in game night. Shit. Oh, please. You weren't gonna do a damn thing.
When dude leaves, son, that'll be like that.
Man, you came in at the end of the game. Stop it. Man, we got this powerful brother calling in on the line. You know, he be over there on this channel banging, making videos.
Right.
You have energy companies. So 5G is just product of an energy company, so to speak. But that's the number. It's like a Mercedes-Benz 600. You don't get lost on the number. That's just. I said y'all have little agendas or little things y'all like, and then y'all look for things to support that, as opposed to getting true wisdom for self. Because that's all they're about. Teaching 5G is the cause of viruses, and you on your 5G device every day, and you have no solution for people. You just want to be seen as the one to say, I know what it is. You're a bozo. If you're giving information out, there should be a solution with it. I say what I say, and I tell y'all, hey, you need to get out of here. That's the point of what I'm telling you, what I tell you for, so you can get out of Babylon and the brain.
Oh, y'all can't see it. Damn.
You have others. They have no purpose. Their purpose is look at me. I don't know how you're going to get life like that. So 5G.
Oh, the cost is losing, right? Okay.
Like I said, 5G is energy. This is a life thing. This is that thing.
1,500 views.
With science.
Oh yeah,
radiation from
he be getting views.
to kill all virus.
Look at the chat. Look at the chat.
Is not
Hey, yo, I mean, bro, this is sad, man. Our people love this type. I'm gonna call it this type of information. Like, yo,
go ahead and make the switch.
If anything, it would be used to kill off a virus.
Damn, I would have probably been large, but I had my little Nation of Islam rhetoric. The Yaqub, I'd have probably had like million subscribers by now.
How many subscribers does he have? Scroll down.
Yeah, he got more than everybody. He got more than Garfield, all of them.
Woo! That Babylon monkey brain term is hilarious.
Coleman, I will be using
information.
God damn, I was waiting your thoughts and teachings on this, and you did not disappoint. Oh my God. Oh.
Don't hate. Don't hate. Look at that Pharaoh, 96K. Woo!
He said, what are your thoughts on the virtual reality theory?
Oh my God, virtual reality theory. Have you seen the double slit test? Peace and quiet. It's like they really think this dude could speak on anything.
Yeah. Damn. 137K.
Hey Lynn, we're waiting on you. I sent you the link. Dude, got the password. All right, here he is. Here he is. All right, everybody, welcome, Lynn.
We got a powerful brother.
Yeah.
Let's go, Lynn. That presentation.
What's up, fam?
Yeah.
All right, peace.
Hey, look, I want y'all to know, first off, that I'm coming in with a guileless heart. You know what guileless means? Free from any intent to deceive or impress others. All right? The only thing I'm doing is trying to share. So, and I want to start off with Malthus. Do y'all know who Malthus is?
Who? Malthusian,
I think but it's
Educate, brother. We ignorant.
M-A-L-T-H-U-S. Malthus.
We ignorant, bro. Educate.
Wait, I spell it. I'm a hold on here.
M-A-L-T-H-U-S.
This guy. I'm trying to share the screen. So talking.
A little slow.
All right. Oh, I'm sorry. I have a link that you can go to that I'm looking at right now.
What?
If you want.
No. M-A what?
I'm sorry.
M-A what? M-A-L.
T-H-U-S. Sorry. Malthus.
And what else? Is just that?
Yeah. No, well, I mean, that's where I'm starting.
Thomas Robert Malthus, that guy.
Coming to the stage.
Yeah, he was Darwin's like the guy Darwin looked up to.
Yeah.
You got Darwin's OG coming in with sources.
What's up?
All right, so explain explain. I pulled it up for you. Come on, go in.
All right. Well, no, I was just presenting this guy to you. You know, he's has strange views on population control, but you see, the Malthusian delusion and the origins of population control. He's on population control also. Okay, so I just wanted to show you that real quick. All right, now I'm gonna go on to the next one. It's Darwin. All right, and we know that Darwin had his racist his racist quotes and stuff like that. You know, and you can look on the video. Hold on.
Let me do that. Darwin, racist quote.
Just say what he's talking about.
And if you can find the one from UCLA, I'm sorry. If you could find the one from the University of California where the guy's on stage talking, that would, and then I can give you a give you a time, because it's only a small time limit to where he's talking about what Darwin said, and I would like for y'all to hear that.
He's talking about the line Darwin said about the favorite races, like I've heard like 1,000 times.
Yeah, stuff like that.
Wait, what did he say?
There's a comment he made or something. He was saying something surely, but he said surely the favorite races, and you know what I'm saying. He was speaking in terms of that nature, and that say that he was talking about.
Said that surely the favorite races would have wiped out the lesser races in a few generations, if that long. Things of that nature.
The exact quote.
Yeah, but he was, you know what I'm saying. But basically, he was using in the sense of like, the time.
Well, it's a video called "From Darwin." It's on YouTube. It's called "From Darwin to Hitler."
No, I mean you can
Darwin to Hitler, and then I can show you where. Yeah.
If it's in the video, that means it was once written down. People talk about things they.
Right. You're right. Okay, I got you. But I was just saying it would be easier. It would be easier just to go there and pull it up, and then at 35 minutes and 28 seconds, he starts talking about Darwin, the comments that I'm talking about.
You were in college, Len. You couldn't pull up a video. So you got to write it down. You couldn't pull up with a video.
I was never in college. I never said that. I never said I was in college, brother.
I'm saying, okay, period. If you're in a debate, or in court, you're not going to show videos to make your argument.
Well, but y'all know that I'm not exactly sure how to share. Okay, just walk me through it real quick. Is it that long? Do I have to hit share and then what? On the video and then what?
You can play the video. Now you can play the video. I'm just saying that I'll play it. I'm just saying, like, okay, look, I'll play anything you want.
All right, I appreciate you, brother. I appreciate it.
Your presentation, so you can play whatever you want. I'm just saying, for me, if you're trying to sell me on something, I don't accept videos. I would rather read it. But let's get into it. So where am I going? YouTube?
Yeah, I thought you had source
from Darwin to Hitler. Well, I do, but I mean, I don't want to bug people to, put it up. Because
man, we gave you this time, Leg. You're supposed to be showing out right now.
Well, I don't know how to share in the chat, brother. I mean, that's
no. I'm saying now, like, you gotta.
All right. Okay. I mean, this seems like I guess this is a credible source. So, all right.
University of California Television. And at 35 minutes and 28 seconds, he tells you, Darwin's two of Darwin's racist comments that he made. Malthus also made them too, but I just skipped over that. I just wanted you to look up, so y'all can look up Malthus, so y'all can instead of just
35 minutes
arguing about Darwin. Malthus was before him. I think he was in 1798, something like that, somewhere around in there. Malthus was.
Is that the guy that Darwin had his book, and then when Darwin came back, actually Darwin went and debunked him?
He looked up to Darwin. Looked up to him. Hold on, let me see.
Yeah, and then when he went abroad, he realized that dude was wrong. He came back with natural selection and debunked everything dude was talking about.
Did he?
That's that
It
guy,
sounds
right?
like he was saying the same. He was saying the same talking points to
not
me.
just, no, not just election and what that guy was talking about. Something totally different.
Oh, okay. You said it's somebody totally different.
The argument was totally different. Darwin came back and debunked that guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, all of them was plugged up together though.
No, that guy,
Yeah.
Darwin came back and went against everything that guy was talking about. Not
No,
just
I'm-
election.
Well, you know,
not
you're
just
talking
election.
about Dalton, brother. You're talking about Dalton. That's I think that's who you're talking about.
Yeah, I'm talking
Yeah,
about
Dalton. Dalton was
I'm
his
talking
cousin.
about. I'm talking about. Yeah,
No, I'm not
Francis Galton
Glenn, I'm
was
on
his
you.
cousin, and he was the father of eugenics. So all of this really
Right.
comes
wasn't
together.
Right.
It wasn't his cousin.
That's where the disagreement was right there.
Social Darwinism and eugenics come together.
Are
He
you
was
No,
his
but it wasn't
cousin.
his. Listen, it wasn't his cousin. This guy
Galton was
was
his cousin. I'm talking about somebody else. I'm talking about
Yeah.
Galton. Francis
I'm not-
Galton was
yeah.
his cousin.
Yeah, that's not who
Yeah.
I'm referring to. I'm talking about a guy
The
who.
father of eugenics. They had a disagreement. They disagreed
What's that?
on things.
Spell that guy name. Let me look it up. Make sure.
Malthus.
Yeah, M.A. what?
Malthus. And then, Ambassador, you pulled the video, brother?
Yeah, you can hear me?
Okay, I'm sorry. It's at 35 minutes and 28 seconds.
30 and 28 seconds. All right, I'm right here.
Same mercy that is shown beasts that are no longer fit to live. That sounds a lot like Nazi ideology, but these guys weren't Nazis that wrote this. The top quotation is from Havelock Ellis, who was a prominent physician and sex reformer, a progressive.
Wait, did I pass it?
35. I'm sorry, bro. 35 minutes and 38 seconds. I'm sorry. 28 seconds. 35 minutes, 28 seconds.
I'm here. I'm right here.
Next one. Chloroform unfit children. Show them the same mercy that is shown beasts that are no longer fit to live.
Who's that from? Clarence Darrow?
That you should watch this video, bookmark it and watch it because it has a lot of info. But my video is showing 35 minutes and 28 seconds, brother. Hold on, let me see.
Wait, can you see my monitor? Can you see my monitor?
Oh, you're not sharing the screen.
Hold on.
Is from Havelock Ellis, who was a prominent physician and sex reformer, a progressive
Wait a
in
minute.
early 20th century Britain and thinking about their inegalitarianism
Here it is. It's 29 minutes. Wait a minute.
that are no longer wrote a book called The History of Cult. The Spaniards up here that wrote this. The top quotation
Let me turn this down.
throughout the world. He also said in The Descent of Man, so in a published work, quote, at some future period,
Here.
very distant as measured by
Here it is. I'm sorry. Yeah.
races of man will
Hold on.
exterminate and replace throughout the
Yeah.
world the savage races.
Hold on. Let me pause this, bro.
Fairly common idea among
Where's that?
Darwinists. Think about their egalitarianism and then the struggle for existence
It's 29 minutes. It's
and death for those who were considered.
I'm trying to find this video, man.
I got to do
all over the damn place.
My sixth point then. That was the human struggle for existence.
God, these niggas don't fucking listen, bruh. You can't just play shit like that on the damn internet, man. You didn't see earlier when my shit got canceled? I got a couple warnings, dude. You can't, I'm saying, dude, you gotta listen.
Okay.
Okay, but you gotta listen, man. You're not listening at all to me. I'm saying,
I couldn't hear you because of the video. I'm sorry.
what I'm saying is this. You can find it, but mute your Zoom as you look for it. So you're not playing the video. That's all I'm trying to say.
Okay. All right. I got you. But I'm pretty sure it's. Hold on.
Yeah, so mute your Zoom as you look for it.
I looked at the other dude, right, and I'm even more confused. Like look, Malthus criticized. Listen, I'm saying.
Let him finish so we can.
No, I'm just while he's looking. I'm just talking about Malthus. I'm just reading the Wikipedia thing. Malthus criticized the poor laws for leading to inflation rather than improving the well-being of the poor. He supported taxes on grain imports, the Corn Law. His views became influential and controversial across economic, political, social, and scientific thought. Like what I'm reading about him is not making him to be like an evil person. That's why I'm confused. Like,
Yeah, that's what I said. Just wait until he finishes so you can ask him that directly and he can answer it.
that's great.
Yeah, so I was just trying to avoid a strike. I wanted him because I see that university got 600,000 subscribers. So where's that dude? Taekwondo Jackson? The guy with the fake no, I'm sorry, not you. It's Cincinnati. My bad, Taekwondo, not you. I need glasses because I could have sworn that was your comment. It was Cincinnati comment. Cincinnati. Relax. I'm trying to tell the dude, I'm trying to avoid a strike, okay? I got struck earlier and they said they're gonna shut me down for a week. So I know what I'm doing. I want him to mute.
All right, I'm ready. It's 29 minutes and 38 seconds. I'm sorry, 29 minutes and 38 seconds.
How much of it are you gonna play?
Just only like a minute. It only takes a minute for him to say what he has to say here.
Oh, play it.
Oh, you
Play it on my computer. You say play it on my computer?
Yeah, we can hear it.
Okay.
About racial extermination. Darwin wrote to a colleague saying that, quote, the more civilized so-called Caucasian races have beaten the Turkish hollow in the struggle for existence. Looking to the world at no very distant date, what an endless number of the lower races will have been eliminated by the higher civilized races throughout the world. He also said in The Descent of Man, so in a published work, quote, at some future period, not very distant as measured by centuries, the civilized races of man will almost certainly exterminate and replace throughout the world the savage races.
Okay. You heard that, right?
Yeah, it's like y'all play that same line every time. Like they got that. That's like,
I never said that. I never said that, Sosa. I haven't brought that up. I mean, I have
every
never
time
played
you
that for
come
y'all.
on, you talk about.
I have never played that for y'all.
You didn't
Never.
talk. You didn't play it. You say it.
Yeah.
Like
Oh,
everybody.
yeah.
That's why I know the line because everybody say that.
Okay.
Because
Okay.
they take what he's saying completely out of context. But go ahead.
So what's your point?
Anyway,
What's your point?
yeah, I have 21 comments by Margaret Sanger also, and
No, but let's stay right there for 1 second. Just 1 second. I'm
okay.
lost. So you played that for what reason? I'm a little lost here.
Well, I'm going to get to that.
Okay, finish. Okay,
I'm going to get to that part.
yeah, finish.
I'm going to get to that part once I let you hear what Margaret Singer too, a couple of things that she had to say, or should I just read one of the most racist comments that she said?
It's your presentation. Read what you want.
All right. Well, let me read it to you then. Now, when she was talking about. Okay. We should hire 3 or 4 colored ministers, preferably white, with social service backgrounds, and with engaging personalities. The most successful educating approach to the Negro is through religious appeal. We don't want the word to go out that we want to exterminate the Negro population. And the minister, the man who can straighten out the idea, if it ever occurs to anyone there, more rebellious members, okay? So if it occurs to any of the rebellious members, the pastor's supposed to be there to, calm us down.
Okay,
But
where's
it says
that?
right
Where's that quote at though, so we can see where it comes from?
Okay, let me see here. It's in, I think it was in her birth control review. There was wait a minute. hear a 1939 letter she wrote to Dr. Clarence Gamble. A 1939 letter she wrote to Dr. Clarence Gamble.
Okay, go ahead. I'll look it up. Go ahead.
Okay. And then if you want to hear some more of her quotes, they has 21 quotes of Margaret Sanger.
Can you read that quote over for me, please?
The one that I read?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. We should hire 3 or 4 colored ministers, preferably with social service backgrounds and with engaging personalities.
Okay. Right.
The most successful educational approach to the Negro is through religious appeal. We don't want the word to get out that we want to exterminate the Negro population, and the ministers is the man who can straighten out the idea if it ever occurs to any of their more rebellious members.
So you didn't want to stop. So you said that we don't want the word to get out that we're going to exterminate. I mean, so could that mean like this? Well, we want to introduce contraceptives, but we know how the religious folks are. They're going to act like we're here to exterminate black folks somehow through protection. You know.
Can I ask you a question though?
Hold on. I'm just saying, like this can it be taken like this? So we don't want.
Oh yeah, no, I understand where you're coming from, and I'm not saying that everything that she done in her practice was, you know, it didn't. Some of it turned out to be helpful, but we have to also understand that Sanger admired the eugenics programs of Nazi Germany. In 1933, the Birth Control Review published Eugenic Sterilization, an Urgent Need by Ernest Rudin, who was Hitler's director of genetic sterilization and founder of the Nazi Society for Racial Hygiene. Okay? So she was involved with eugenics, and she was also a, how do you say when somebody's hyping you up? You know, she was a believer in the eugenic sterilization that was going on over Nazis so much that she wanted to bring it over here, you know, and she called for the implementation of such programs here in the United States.
Interesting.
And if you want to know where that comes from, that's the following editorial was published in in a June 1932 issue of the Birth Control Review. That's her magazine that she was putting out.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm not cutting it. This is your presentation.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, the next one, if y'all wanted to check it out, I mean, I don't have to put it in there if y'all don't want to, but it's let me see. The title is 21 Quotes by Margaret Sanger That Will Probably Make You Sick. If you like, I'd read a couple, and that way we don't have to go through, you know, do you want me to?
This is your
All right. All right. All right. All right. Number 1, before my view, I believe that there should be no more babies. Number 2, the most merciful thing that the large family does to one of its infant members is to kill it. Number 3, we don't want the word to go out that we want to exterminate the Negro population. All of these have sources right up under the quotes also for you. Number 4, I accept an invitation, something like that. I think, yeah. But eugenics without birth control seems to us, you know, as like a house built on sand. It is at the mercy of the rising stream of the unfit. Okay. No more children should be born when the parents, through healthy though healthy themselves, find that their children are physically and mentally defective. All right, and we're going to get into some of the words that they use to classify people who needed to be sterilized too. So, and one of them is an alcoholic. So all of us drinkers out here, you be one of them.
Damn.
Yeah. And yeah, so that's just a couple of them right there. So I didn't want to go too deep into that. Just keep it moving. And now we're at, oh, okay, here we are. It's called Moron, Imbeciles, and Idiots. And it shows you a graph of the people who they consider to be the morons. Now, the moron is, let's see, works in requiring reason and judgment, you know. And then the higher grade imbecile, complex manual work. The medium imbecile is the simple manual work. The low grade imbecile is the simple mental work. And the idiot is self-preservation. And these are the people that they were talking about getting rid of. So it's not really as much as I'm saying that this is a color thing, as I'm saying that this is a world thing, and our titles don't matter, and they're showing us now. Black, white, prince, king, pope, none of that stuff matter. You know, and anybody, the description of who could be sterilized was so vague that anybody could fit that narrative. Okay, so, and like I said, alcoholics was one of them, and also criminals. You know, so they would really have a field day with us. And you know, one of the only means of sterilization for men is you know, condoms and things, and sterilization. All right. Now, vasectomy is a surgical procedure for male sterilization or permanent contraception. Now, anyway, let's go on and move from that. That is just in the first code. If you want to look it up, it's in vasectomy in the Wikipedia page. That's all you got to do is look up vasectomy, and you'll see at the beginning, right at the beginning, the first paragraph, it starts off that the vasectomy is male sterilization. All right, so let's go on to the next one. Takes a second for these things to pop up. Okay. Elusive scientists call for population control. Speak out. Now that's the video that I brought to y'all before. Remember? The 11,000 scientists signed a petition calling for population control in November 5th, 2019. Emergency declaration and all those words, and I said that when they use those words, that you know, it draws a red flag for me, and everybody was joking it. Well, here we are. Anyway, all right, this is about vaccines. Just one, to date, there are two. Oh, I'm sorry. This is vaccines produced by using human cell lines that come from aborted fetuses.
Right.
Okay. So I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Fibrotic cells, something like that.
It's hold on, let me read it. To date, there are 2 human diploid cell lines, which were originally prepared for the tissues of aborted fetuses. I hope y'all can, because I've been sitting here looking at the screen, it's got my eyes all messed up. In 1964 and 1970, and are used for the preparation of vaccines based on live attenuated virus.
Right.
The first one is the WI38 or W138 line, the Windsor Institute 38, with human deployed lung fibroblast.
There you go. I told you.
Coming from a female fetus
Yes.
that was aborted because of the family felt they had too many children.
Right.
All right. And
But you
so
start reading.
well, yeah, because we're going through, and I mean that could abortions and things of that nature. We went over Margaret Sanger, we went over all that, and her Planned Parenthood. I skipped that part.
Okay, so I can't.
Planned Parenthood. Her Planned Parenthood has killed 60 million people, 60 million unborn babies since 1973, and then they're using cells, human cells from fetuses, and where are they getting it from? But anyway, I'm not saying that I'm not making any claim that they're getting them from them. I'm just showing you the facts. All right.
Okay, so I'm confused on why you even read that. What did that kind of supported me? How did that support?
Because abortions and human fetuses, they're available if you get an abortion.
Wait, excuse me. It said cells. It said cells, right? Tissue. Cells from the tissue, correct?
Okay.
Right.
All right. And where do you get stem cells, unbiased? Do you get stem cells from grown people, or do you get it from kids?
Wait, hold on, my brother. And since you asked me a question, I'm going to explain that. You do know that they synthesize these cells. Like they no longer use the original cells. This is how they can patent it. They no longer have the cells from those two terminated abortions, and they no longer has the cells. They no longer have the cells from Henrietta Lacks. These are they cloned them and produced them over. They have their own cells now. Like they no longer need the original anymore. It's gone.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. All right. Now, there's a whistleblower who is part of the NSA. He was one of the head guys in the NSA, and he's on which channel? This is a preacher. I forget his name. Oh, God. Oh, it's CBS News. CBN News, I'm sorry, CBN News. And there's a whistleblower on there who's talking about the NSA and population control and things of that nature. I mean, could you show that one?
So
it's 15 minutes long. You can't play that one. There's a million views too. Yeah, you can't play that one.
I mean, we could play a little bit. How much of it do I need?
Okay. Yeah. It's a whistleblower, NSA. Goal is total population control.
Hey, Lynn, how much of the video do you need me to play?
Probably just you can just let him come in and talk. Probably about 4 minutes. Be too much? 3, 2, whatever you can do.
So can you paraphrase it?
Yeah. Well, I'm not.
Or could you read it? Like if you know what he said and it's documented, could you read it?
What's the name of the video? Let me pull one thing up.
It's called Whistleblower NSA. Goal is.
Dude, you can have the memory of a goddamn whistleblower.
NSA.
Wait. NS.
It's a colon after whistleblower. NSA.
Hold on. Wait, N as
a colon is the dot over top of the dot, right? That's a colon, right?
Come on, brother, stop it. NSA.
All right, NSA goal is total population control.
Wait, NSA total population control?
NSA goal, GOAL, is total population control.
Goal is total.
And if you're looking for the video, it will be under CBN News. CBN News. And the guy's not preaching or nothing, so, it's just the whistleblower talking.
You got the guy who said the Haitian Revolution was sanctified by Satan. Oh my God! Are you?
Is that him? No, yeah. He's not talking. He's not talking. It's the whistleblower, man. The only thing he does is introduce him, and then he comes in and starts talking. That's it. That's it.
Man, you want to talk about plots? Yeah, he said that the Haitian Revolution was sanctified by Satan. He blamed it.
Yeah, man. He just said a whole bunch of crazy stuff.
So you're gonna
I know.
So he's oh wow. All right. So, wow.
Well, I mean, I'm not. He's not the one doing the talking. It's the whistleblower who's coming in. You know.
Yeah, but then, bro, somebody like him,
All right. Well, I'll go to the next one, and we can just leave that one alone.
Yeah.
But you have it, and you can bookmark it and check it out for yourself.
Yeah,
All right.
This is him right here. This is the guy who's clearly racist. So, Lynn.
I'm not even talking about that old crazy man. I'm talking about the NSA whistleblower. That's all I'm talking about.
Yeah,
it's amazing that they go watch these guys, knowing these guys are racist. They have to sit down and watch. It's great.
Well, I'm just, I got a source off here from somebody who was in the NSA and who's telling things about it, and it made sense to me. Now, like I said, the guy didn't preach. He didn't say anything. I don't listen to this guy. I listen to Geno Jennings.
Oh my
So
God!
I definitely don't listen to this guy.
My God! Yeah, I don't believe that.
What? Oh, you don't have to. You remember what I told you before? The truth don't have to be validated to people that don't believe. Let's just say it that way.
You gave me a source.
The truth is going to be the truth regardless of whether you believe it or not.
You gave me a source of a known racist, and you be watching.
I'm sorry. Please forgive me. Let's move on to the next one. But,
bad. You can't get a better source than that.
Yeah, no. I mean, that is kind of like you said. I'm with you on that, brother. Let's go. But you have it now, so you can look at it, right?
I ain't watching this race. Yo, do you know that whistleblower only interviews with racists? Like, he doesn't interview with a regular non-racist person. It's only so he's part of some racial KKK group, Aryan Nation.
Yeah, I wouldn't put it past him. That one bit. No, I wouldn't at all. The next one is Wikipedia. It's the Rockefeller Foundation. If you could pull that one up, and the only thing I really want you to see is that they are philanthropists. That's the only point that I'm trying to make here. All right, you go to Rockefeller Foundation on Wikipedia, and you go down to beginnings, and it starts off telling you. I'm just going through a couple different people and showing you that they were philanthropists back in the day.
I got to put together a video on Man Margaret Sanger. Like, the more I read about this motherfucker, like, she would be going in, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's crazy.
She does, man. She does.
No, and, I'm talking about opposite of what you talk about, Lynn. It's like it's totally the opposite of what you talk about. Like, I'm gonna read it to you when you're done, 'cause I want him to read that quote she gave, because I got the actual letter.
Hey, hey, Lynn, I fact checked your favorite racist source. You want to know what he was talking about?
What?
Natural selection. So he was saying natural selection.
I'm sorry. Yeah, he was talking about natural selection, right? Yeah. Okay, we gonna go there.
Yeah, but brother,
I'm about to get upset.
No. I'll let you finish.
No. Let me say this real quick, and I'm gonna shut all this natural selection BS down.
Can I just say one thing? Just 2 seconds.
Okay, go ahead.
So he's not even limiting this to people. He's talking about animals. Like, he's just saying favorite species in general. He's talking about natural selection. It's not about a dominant race. He's saying in certain conditions, this race could be dominant in this condition.
Yeah.
We dominate.
Right.
Like, there's no way.
That's the way you see it, right? That's the way you see it.
There's no way. There's no way he's gonna say white folks would be more dominant in a hot climate situation. He's not saying that, dude. But anyway, go ahead, Lynn. It's your show.
Okay. Well, I'm tired of hearing about that natural selection. And if you want to go there right now, we can. I'm going to take it there for a second. We know that the origin of species, right? We know the real title of that book. All right. The
What is
origin
it
of
called?
species by means of natural selection or preservation of favored races in the struggle for life, and the descent of man, and selection in relation to sex. Okay? So now let me ask you a question. What is natural about a racist white man pointing his finger and saying you, and you? Natural selection is when the people die and whoever is left, that's natural selection, okay? Not some white man pointing his finger saying you, and you, okay? So let's just shut that down right there. And they say it, they say it in their own works. If you just read their works, they tell you where they're coming from. I can't believe that y'all sitting here talking about Margaret Sanger like she ain't some. Man.
Can we talk, Lynn? Can we talk though?
Yeah, go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
Okay, that letter you talked about, right? Do you have the whole? No. I'm looking at the entire letter. Do you have the entire letter?
Oh, that.
Or do you
Okay.
just have
Go ahead and read
excerpts?
to me. Go ahead and read to me what it is.
No,
that you want to say,
I'm
brother.
asking. Do you have the? Have you read the entire letter, or do you only have like little snippets?
Yeah, I just had quotes that she made.
Oh,
yeah.
Man.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Let me read the quote. I'm gonna read that thing you said. Right. It says, so you get the context. It seems to be in my experience that where have this is Margaret Sanger right in the letter that Saint got. It seems to me from my experience where I have been in North Carolina, Georgia, Tennessee, and Texas, that while the colored Negro have great respect for the white doctors, they can get closer to their own members and more or less lay the cards on the table, which means their ignorance, superstitions, and doubts. They do not do this with white people, and if we can train the Negro doctor at the clinic, he can go among them with enthusiasm and with knowledge, which I believe will have far-reaching results among colored people. His work, in my opinion, should be entirely with the Negro profession and the nurses and hospital social workers, as well as country's white doctors. His success will depend upon his personality and his training by us, right? So none of that is said. And now the other part you read, right? This is the full context. The minister's work, like you read, right, is also important, and he also should be trained, perhaps by the Federation, as to our ideals and the goals that we hope to reach. We do not want the word to go out that we want to exterminate the Negro population, and the minister is a man who can straighten out that idea if it ever occurs to any of their more rebellious members. So she's telling them like, we need to train the minister so they'll understand what's going on.
But ain't that what I said earlier when I was in my hypothetical situation? That's what I said. But anyway, go ahead.
Look, and then let me go to another thing she said. Look, in an often ignored interview with Earl Conrad for the Chicago Defender in 1945, Sanger said, discrimination is a worldwide thing. It has to be opposed everywhere. That is why I feel the Negro's plight here is linked with that of the oppressed around the globe. The big answer, as I see it, is the education of the white man. The white man is the problem. It is the same as with the Nazis.
Read it again.
It's crazy, bro. Like discrimination is a worldwide thing. It has to be opposed everywhere. That is why I feel the Negro's plight here is linked with that of the oppressed around the globe. The big answer, as I see it, is the education of the white man. The white man is the problem. It is the same as with the Nazis. We must change the white attitudes. That is where it lies. Like, come on, bro. Like, have you? That's what I'm asking. Like, have you read some?
So in your article, it says that she's looking down on the Nazis, and in this article, in her own birth control review here, brother.
No, you only have
eugenic
excerpts.
sterilization and urgent need by Ernest Rudin, who was Hitler's director of genetic sterilization and founder of the Nazi Society for racial hygiene. And she was, oh yeah. Would you like I said?
Do you have the whole letter, bro? Post the whole letter.
No, I'll tell you where it's from. It's from the Birth Control. Listen, it's from Birth Control Review. That's her magazine. In 1933.
Where's the whole letter, bro? Where's the whole letter so I can look at that too?
I just told you where it's at, bro. This is the birth
You
control
don't have
review.
it?
That's
You don't have it?
I don't have the whole letter. No.
I know you. You just got excerpts and snippets.
Targeting African Americans, man. It says it. It says it.
You got snippets, bro.
Called for
Go
the
ahead, Lynn.
implementation of such programs in the United States, specifically targeting African Americans, bro. And that is in her own paper or whatever she was publishing back then, the birth control review.
All right, bro.
Okay? So there you go, right there. That should be enough.
We got to
For
do
you
a
to,
presentation
at least look at it in a different light, a little different light. You know what I'm saying? But hold on, let's go to this though. So you think that there can be a good reason for Planned Parenthood, okay? Slash, let's call it for what it really was, the First the Negro Project, opens its facilities in poor inner city neighborhoods populated by minorities. Do you think that's right? And then in their neighborhoods, they put in fertility clinics.
Wait,
okay.
Hey, Len.
Yeah.
What do you think about when he read about that good woman, Miss Sanger, calling out white supremacy? What do you think about that?
See, that's what y'all don't understand. Like I said, they're showing us to our face that our titles, white, black, Christian, Muslim, Democrat, Republican, Pope, Queen,
He's going to
none of that
tangent.
matters. None of it matters. None of it matters. The titles that you hold so dear to your heart don't mean a thing. Gary Cuss.
So
Don't mean
do you
a thing.
believe? Do you believe that
Hold
she
on,
said
I'm not
that?
finished. I'm not finished. Let me finish reading, okay? Can there be any doubt? Okay, all right. Can there be any doubt that Sanger's philosophy of creating a pure race is what fuels Planned Parenthood's support of embryonic stem cell research? Margaret Sanger was a racist, bro. Simple as that. Everybody's entitled to their opinion, just like everybody has the rectum. You know, everybody has one. And mine's, you know, I'm just trying to pass on what this woman has said and what she's done. You know, she's talking about ethnically cleansing and stuff like that. You know, come on, man. Margaret Sanger was a racist. She's responsible for millions of babies that have been ethnically cleansed from our country.
So you're anti-abortion? That's what you're saying?
No.
You're not
I
anti-abortion?
told y'all I'm not against these things. I already told y'all that. I'm not against vaccines. But
okay. So I just
like
want
I said, it's the people behind the narrative that scare me, and the manipulation of science or religion or vaccines or anything, government.
But I'm saying,
the
Lynn,
manipulation of them because they have the money and they control the narrative. And it's not white people. I've already told you who it's the same ones who run the music industry, same ones who own basketball, the same ones who own the news, the same ones who own the radio stations. It is these converted Zionist bankers.
What about the DuPont?
Jewish. And you know, ish,
hey,
if you don't know, ish means...
Len.
Go ahead.
Shut me down. Dude, you got to come on. Dude, you can't. This is YouTube. You cannot start saying some anti-Semitic stuff on a live stream. Please do a nickname, do a code word. Please do.
Elites, I'm sorry. Elites. The elites, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
The elites.
But I'm saying, like, how, like,
and that's what I'm going through. That's why I was trying to get y'all to go to the Rockefeller Foundation. And the only thing it says is Rockefeller's interest in philanthropy and public relations began in 1904. It's the only thing I wanted you to see. There's one philanthropist. Let's go to the next one who was working around the same time funding these things. Wait a minute. Funding these things and controlling the narrative because they had the money and they could do what they wanted. Sort of like the philanthropists we have out there today.
Hey, Len.
Yeah.
When Darwin said this, he said, but it said.
What did he say? Go ahead. I'm glad you ain't gonna never let me win this. I know it. I don't care though. Like I said, I got the info and I got my opinion.
His family was a damn
So
abolitionist.
so, and you said you wanted to go to the upper room if they have a good drink up there.
Hey,
So
Len.
you better quit playing.
Hey, Len, listen,
The
listen.
upper room.
Hey, listen.
Just listen, man. Just listen.
What?
Listen.
I got a question for what you. This is your source. When Darwin said this right here, when he says, "As it does not entail death, but only gives fewer offsprings to the less favored males." What was he talking about right there? White folks or black folks?
Oh, unbiased young man. You just don't understand.
Wait, hey, Len.
They have been doing these things to their own. They started doing these things to their own from the get-go. So that's why I say, why do you think that we are in some type of favor?
Slow down, Len. Slow down.
Relax, bro. He's talking about frogs. He's not talking about black.
Okay, about that. You talking about frogs? Okay.
All right, is y'all done or is y'all finished?
No, Melvin. Not yet.
Look at excerpts. You don't got the whole letter.
I mean, you know, look, you can take it however you want, man. I'm just trying to, you know, give the people something to look at. Y'all joke time about this all the time, but these people are evil, and you know, they're devilish, and it's still going on. I mean, you can look up the eugenists of today, and you can see the ones that are still practicing, and they say theirs is so much different today and all this, you know. Maybe it is. Maybe it is. Oh, hey, maybe it is.
Hey,
maybe
I
it
got
is.
a newspaper
But when it started in the
article, right?
exception, it was not.
Hey,
It
I
was
got a
against us.
newspaper article, right, with all the quotes. They bring up like a list of all the quotes they use to make Marcus Reagan racist, and it gives you the whole letter saying it's like they use this, and then it tells you the whole. And then one of the things they said that she said is racist. She didn't even, is a quote by W.E.B. Du Bois. He ain't even know the word.
Go ahead, man. Go ahead. Hey, but look, Henry Ford, he was a philanthropist at the time. He was birth control and all that. He had his Henry Ford health system. You can look that up if you want to. And that tells you a little bit about him, you know, and his philanthropy and things of that nature. I'm almost infamous quote. Oh, yeah. Do we know who Meyer Amschel Rothschild is?
Nah, but I know who Darwin is, and he said this. I'm reading for the book that you shared with us. He said, in certain situations, black men. Well, he didn't say black men. He said the Negro can be something about natural selection. He said the Negro male. Let me read this verbatim. He said the Negro male can potentially survive past the Caucasian, the European, and under favorable conditions. What about that?
Right. Okay, you're right. And the proof is today. So can I continue to move on, and I will get to that here in a second. In 1 second, it'll only take me a second. Mayor Amschel Rothschild, right? Let's go to him. That's that is the Rothschilds, I think, great granddaddy.
Damn, y'all niggas with the lineage. You niggas got the lineage.
Yeah, look, check this out. He said, give me control of a nation's money, right? Give me control of a nation's money, and I care not who makes the laws, right? So give me control of a nation's money, and I care not who makes the laws. We need to look into him because he manipulated. Hold on, 1 second. He manipulated the economy of England the same way that they did here. They had a currency over there in England that wasn't backed by, it was just paper, and wasn't backed by anything. They did the same thing to them before they came over here. And this is one of the major guys who got into it. It says 1744 to 1812. All right. And now his maybe great-grandson is saying, give me control of the world's money, and it matters not who makes the laws. Because,
Can I ask you a question, though? Can I ask you a question?
Can I finish this real quick, please?
Right,
3 countries are not under the Rothschild centralized bank as we speak. All the rest of the world is.
What was it, Iran?
It is North Korea, Cuba and Iran. Right, unbiased. North Korea, Cuba, and Iran.
See,
All
so
right.
I'm getting
And
good.
those are the only 3 countries that are not under the Rothschild Central Bank.
I mean,
Control of the world's money.
Hey, Lynn, why?
And
Okay,
I care not who
now
makes
that
the laws.
but now that America got the army and stuff, right? Why can't we just kill a Rothschild? Like, fuck it, we just shoot him.
Well, they have their own little army going too, brother.
Oh, the Rothschild got their own
Because
army.
because with your well, I'm not sure if you're privy to this information or not.
No,
but
I ain't privy to it.
These people that I've talked about so far, every one of them are.
Hey, be careful now. They might be listening. Don't be saying.
They're Jews.
Crazy, bro.
Don't say
They're
shit.
Jews. They're Jews, brother.
Yeah. Listen, hey, I got footage of the Rothschild army. Hold on. I'm gonna share my.
Yeah, it's over there in Israel.
Exclusive.
They got an army.
The Federal Reserve has been fleecing us and sending our money over there to them. Gave them $300 billion at one time, then give them 50 billion to keep their or 100 billion to keep their army up every so often or every year or whatever. Then they give them 50 to keep their businesses going, and they send them all kind of money over there. And they
The Rothschild got the army.
The Federal Reserve is what I'm talking about right now.
What's it blow up Israel?
All right, so I got a question. What is the original premise of your presentation?
Scatter.
Well, to basically show unbiased and the people here that these people are devilish. And like I said, I'm just giving you little quick things that you can look up and look at for yourself. You don't have to believe me.
Hey, did you talk about Bill? Did you get
yourself.
Bill Gates? Did you talk about Bill Gates?
No, you forgot.
I haven't got to him yet. I'm almost there.
Hold
As a
on.
matter of fact, I'm there right now.
So,
okay. So if you would like, everybody thinks it's a joke, Bill Gates, I had this before they even came out with it on Sinetta. I've been having this for the last 3 weeks, 4 weeks.
I know. Hold on, slow down.
And it's not like
hold on. I got a follow-up question to
go ahead.
Your answer. Why focus on people being devilish? Like, what is the point of that?
Listen, when you have an enemy and you're at war, is it better to know? Hold on. If you have an enemy and you're at war, is it better to know the weapons used against you, and when you're in, weapons used that has been used against you before also? Because if you don't learn from history, you're going to end up repeating it. That's exactly what we're doing, fam. I'm telling you. This is nothing new. Every time they have a recession or depression, they make out like fat rats, and we the ones who suffer and come out at the end worse off than we was when we went into it.
That's because of ignorance on our part. That has nothing to do with them being devilish.
Okay. Anyway, do you know anything about the stock market?
Yes, I'm actually very fluent in stock market.
Okay, so at this time right now, right? These big money people, they're dumping and pumping and taking their money out and moving it in to make the stock market go up and down, stuff like that.
Yes.
Messing with it, yeah, messing with it, right? So right now in this time, in this crisis, they are buying up things pennies on the dollar, which is one of their favorite terms. And I'm not going to say who these people are. The bankers, the elitist bankers. Let's just call it that. Let's just call it that. Elitist bankers. Pennies on the dollar. You're out here buying up crypto. You're out here buying up cryptocurrency. You're out here buying up Bitcoin. You're out here buying up houses that are, the market is very low. And they can get stuff dirt cheap. And they are buying it up. And then when they come up out of it, they're going to sell it to you.
All right, so why can't you do the same thing?
So look at this. Why don't you get it?
I'm working on it.
Time
I'm working on it.
And all that, instead of waiting until we come out of this and let them sell it to us for double or triple of what they got it for.
Let's do that, Lynn. You gonna do that too?
I'm working on it.
I've already did it, bro. I'm already there. I got stocks in 5 cryptos. I got stocks in 4 medical marijuanas. And my portfolio is well diversified, bro, while we talking.
Okay.
So
But again, what does that have
ain't
to
going
do
nowhere,
with
no damn
them
ripple.
being devilish?
what? What'd you say, Sosa?
You ain't
I
going
said,
nowhere, no
what does that
goddamn
have to do with them being
ripple.
devilish?
Hey,
Goddamn, he
Sosa.
got
Hey, you want to
ripple
hear something
Bitcoin.
funny
Think
though?
he
I
finna
mean, it
come
ain't
up.
funny, but y'all want to hear something that is relevant here in this conversation while we talking? We keep on hearing the Internet of Things, right? That's a coin, fam. IOTA. IOTA. Write it down. That's the ticker that goes across.
IOTA's
That's
been
the
out.
ticker that'll go
IOTA's
across the stock market exchange.
IOTA's been out.
IOTA. Internet of
for a
Things.
while. IOTA's been out
And
for a
that's,
while. Hey, dude.
yeah. Okay. Well, I'm saying, let the people in the chat know too. Hey, why can't they make some money off of it? Quit hollering. Hold on for dear life, and not telling nobody.
Yeah, that's crazy, man.
So,
I'm sort of good.
but anyway.
You got a whole.
Anyway, Bill Gates' daddy
I'm
was.
still lost as to how.
Okay, well, let me get through this, Melvin.
It all boils down to Bill Gates.
And then you can say whatever you want to, call me crazy and all that.
This is it right here.
But
Well,
anyway, Bill Gates' daddy was the head of Planned Parenthood.
Mm-hmm.
Just to let you know. Would you like to see Bill Gates saying it? It's on InfoWars, and it's only 25 seconds. I don't know if you
Bill
can
Gates
handle
said it?
InfoWars.
He told Bill Gates
Out of
told
his own
himself.
mouth. Bill Gates is saying this.
He snitched on himself. You know what? I need to ask, I've been taking y'all word for that shit too. I need to go look and see if Bill Gates' daddy
Bill
was
Gates, my father headed Planned Parenthood, and it's on Clairvoyant Crow. Okay? Bill Gates, my father headed Planned Parenthood. 29-second video, but Bill Gates is telling you right there in the video.
29 seconds. You get a snippet.
It's only 29 seconds long. He's telling you, yes, and my father was the head of Planned Parenthood. So let's shut all that up right now. People saying it's a lie. It's the truth.
Yeah, you got me in that one. I'm going to look it up.
Okay. Thank you, brother. I appreciate you. Now, let's go to the next one. This is the one that I really wanted to show y'all. This is the one that I've been talking about, but I couldn't find it. I finally found it for y'all. Let me see here. Now, this is what I was talking about. Okay. Can I, for a second, just give y'all what I'm talking about? Bill Gates in this video, is saying what I've been saying and what other... Hold on, sorry.
2050, raising fears that progress in fighting poverty and disease will be reversed. So what can you...
Sorry. But, what Bill Gates is getting at in this video, he's showing the African population, right? And like I told y'all before, 60-30. Now, that's in Africa. And what it's saying is 60% of the Africans are going to be 25 and over. Under, I'm sorry. 25 and under. Only 30% are the elderly. Now, in these European countries and Italy and all those places like that, they have a way higher percentage. In Europe, it is 60-30. And 60% of them are elderly, and 30% of them are 25 and under. Okay? And it's like that here in America. All right. I think it was in 1988. They were like 63% white people of the American population, and just in 2016 it went down to 51. The Latinos, I'm not gonna say the Latinos that's coming over, right? They jumped from like 8% all the way up to 25, and it's still going. And this was in 2016. We in 2020, so it's probably even more in the favor of the Latinos and less in the favor of the white man. So what you're seeing is, and that minority thing that I always go into about the minorities, we call ourselves minorities, and minors need guardians. Well, we know, and we're smart enough to figure this out. If you don't, just think about it. There's more people of color, the people who are called the minorities. There are more people of color on this planet. Okay? And they know that, and they've been known that. So in order for them, they have to stifle our reproduction, stop us from doing some of the things that we're doing, implement programs to throw at us, to try to sterilize us like they did in North Carolina back in the day, 4,000 to 5,000 people, or, you know, through other methods, you know, like abortion, things of that nature. So, all right. Now that I've said that, check out the it's a 6 minute 32-second video of him talking about just what I was saying and his concern about Africans' population boom.
Hey, Len, hold on 1 second. Is Asiatic Black Man still there?
Nah, Linda rocked him to sleep.
So hold on 1 second, because I want to remember he pulled out medical apartheid as though this book got any credibility to it, right? So and she gave us her source was an interview. You want to talk about anecdotal? Goddamn. So she claims that the CIA had released mosquitoes in the Black community. And she also said CIA documents suggest that scientists in the project experimented with such biological exposures in Black communities in order to determine whether such releases would be effective against foreign enemies. Are you looking at my my screen?
No.
I'm sharing it.
Hold on, let me pull it up real quick. I got my things up. I was just going over them real quick. Why you want me to see people joking me in the chat or something?
No, I said my screen. Look, you know,
hold on. I got to turn on the show. So I was just going down my. All right.
All right. So anyway, I pulled up the project.
MK Ultra.
Yeah. So now I look at this. You can see. You can follow me. Look. Control F. She said communities, right? I'm gonna type in communities. Nothing comes up. Oh, some Gulf War veteran community. That's it. Or let me see what else. Testing intelligence. Okay, so there's nothing.
Want me to see people joking me in the chat?
Now watch this. I'm gonna type in black. Nothing comes up with blacklist, right? I'm gonna type in African. Nothing comes up. What the hell is she talking about? That old lady, Dorothy.
She said community, right? I'm gonna type in community.
MK Ultra.
The actual project.
The teacup and the teaspoon.
Hold up, mosquitoes.
Beware.
Hold up, no mosquitoes. Nothing. None of her claims actually checked out. See, just because a book says something doesn't mean it's accurate. You know, now I gotta.
I gotta see what. Like I said, I was gonna wait. I gotta see what MK Ultra is about. I'm working my guy. I'm working this Marcus Sanger presentation.
Look what happened.
Yeah.
So look what happened. So this project, the CIA went different places, and like tortured, I guess, for, some war shit, right? So what happens is, so when the CIA does some war tactics on people, some more torturing, whatever they do, in war, when that's released, we say, "Ooh, I wonder what they did to Black folks." Like, so they tie it to Black folks, although there's nothing there. So the CIA was hypnotizing, I guess, prisoners of war, shit like that, hypnotizing them and drugs.
Oh, that's MK Ultra.
Yeah, this is some war stuff, dude. It got nothing to do with Black folks in America. Like, I don't understand, but somehow they just make the connection somehow, man. Yes. So
that wasn't me though.
Anyway, go ahead, Len. You had a video. What about your video?
Oh, okay. There's the one where they're showing his concern, where he's concerned about the population in Africa. It's called Bill Gates on Africa's population boom and the risk of the U.S. turning inwards.
Okay, type in what?
And it's Bill Gates.
Hey, but you do know he's trying to reduce population by education, right? He's trying to education and
Bill Gates,
and health.
What about when he donated $76 million to cut Nigerians' debt? What about that?
Philanthropy. It's philanthropy to control the narrative. This is where I'm getting. This is where I'm getting to.
Wait, no, Nigerian had a debt, and he helped like he bought him out of debt, basically.
Philanthropy. Look up the word and see how it's savior and all those pretty words.
No, but that,
Yeah.
hey, no, hey, right. It's not even.
And they do it just to control the narrative.
Len,
Yeah.
if a good white man right now said, "Len, I'm gonna pay all your debt," are you gonna say no?
Depends on the consequence. I mean, what am I gonna have to do for you to pay my debts?
No, nothing.
So you're not going that. You ain't going that deep. What if the white man said he wants to pay my debts, but what if after that he says,
Len, you got to hear me, Len. The white guy says, "Len, I understand what this government had done to your people historically, and you know what?
Right.
I got a lot of money. I feel guilty. You dig? I want to go to heaven, or his below personal beliefs. I want to have a clean slate. So I'm willing to pay. I paid off 3 folks' debts already. I'm willing to pay yours off, no matter how much it is, because I'm a billionaire. Will you accept my offer? What would you say?
yeah, if it didn't come with any consequence, other than
He said, just from feeling guilty, he said, "I just want to pay it off, so so my soul can rest." You will say yes, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Mhm.
So in Nigeria, they're in debt, and Bill Gates felt like Asia, the black man said earlier, that it's underdeveloped, by the settlers and the colonists. So
Right.
certain white folks some money, like, yo, I'm tired of shit. Yeah, I want to see this country have a fighting chance like everybody else. So here's $76 million. Let me pay off some of this debt and get y'all right. So now y'all don't owe anybody.
Okay. They still need us though.
So, but
I
what's
mean, they need us. They need us. You're not going to get rid of everybody, but it seems like it affects the poorest of us, and that the condition that they're in. Go ahead.
You're saying they. I actually gave a name, and you go to they. The whole nameless thing.
Okay, well, the people in these third world countries are in the situation that they're in because of the colonizers and the way things have gone. And I understand that, whoever wins the war controls the narrative. I understand that. That's the way it's been forever. And I understand that. But like I said, I guarantee you, if you go ahead.
How did white folks actually get on top, to even colonize Africa? What happened?
Well, I can't really say, but in my opinion, I think that the majority of this, because to me, up until that point, the white man was begging for scraps from Africa. But once Alexander got enough power and, did his little mess, putting his face on the coins and putting his face on the coins and putting the Egyptian ram's horns on the coin, try to make it look like he was, and then his niece, Arsinoe, who married her brother, a lot of that started after, who was that, Nefertari, I think it was. Nefertari was I think it was Nefertari that was dealing with Alexander and Arsinoe. One of the two, but I think right around that time when the Greeks
Lynn be all over the place.
No, I'm not all over the place.
Just stop. Just slow down. Let's slow down.
No,
Slow
hold
down.
on. Arsinoe.
Lynn, relax. Damn, what the? Yo.
See, I can't answer my question. I was almost done.
Yeah, it was my question. You said answer your question. It was my question. Hey, Lynn.
Okay. I'm sorry.
Lynn, wait, what's the new word? You were bloviating, man. Dude, the question is, how did they overcome Africa?
And that's what I was getting to.
Bro, was it? Did they go to war with Africans? Yes or no?
Yes, once they got to have enough power and enough people and whatever, they did. But at first they were not.
Stop. Right. So they went to war and they won, right?
Yeah.
Okay, that's what happens in war, right?
Exactly. Yes.
So why are you mad at them for winning the damn war?
I'm not. I'm just saying. You said when I was trying to give you a timeline on when I think it started happening. When it started happening.
Because somehow, like when narrative is being presented, it's almost like they were born with control of Africa. No, they actually fought for it and they won.
Right. Yeah.
Right. So what happened with Africans that we're so powerful that we let these Europeans actually win this damn war? What happened with that?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know why empires fall, brother. I know ours is, Africa's is one of the longest, but I don't know why empires fall, but they're not the only one who fell. And none of the other ones stayed around nowhere near as long. We have Africa, and then after them, it was the Persians, and then the Greeks, or the Greeks and the Persians, and then Rome, and then on up into Europe. So, we've had plenty of empires that have fell. I'd say greed and things of that nature, not coming together like we should, things of that nature, just all the different empires, just got greedy and stuff, and you had somebody else waiting in the wings just, till you slipped a little bit, and then they catch you in the dark and stick you in the back, take over, But if you pull that video up about Bill Gates.
Yeah, I almost forgot. What was it called again?
Bill Gates on Africa's population boom and the risk of the U.S. turning inwards.
You gotta get that Bill Gates. I know this nigga said Bill Gates would laugh.
Bill Gates.
Well, no, I have a couple of other ones after that. I have the Money Masters, but that's what I want. I just want y'all to put that in the chat if you could, because it's a 3-hour video. But I'm telling you, it tells about how this Rothschilds and all them, and before them, and then up until this point, and how they have used this recession, depression thing to manipulate us, the market, the world, and it's been done before.
Man, what's it? Bill Gates. What's title of the video? Bill Gates what?
Bill Gates on Africa's population boom and the risk of the U.S. turning inwards. Bill Gates on Africa's population boom and the risk of the U.S. turning inwards. And it's on Financial Times. And I know y'all say that's not a source, but that's where he chose to go and do his little interview. So that's where I'm pulling it from.
So now, what time frame am I going to?
Are you allowed to watch? It's only 6 minutes. Are you allowed to watch the whole thing? It's only 138,000 views. I'm not sure how that works, brother. But I can go to where he starts talking right here. He starts talking.
Len, can you hear it?
No.
The population of Africa is set to almost double by
Okay.
2030.
You hear it?
Yeah.
Years that progress in fighting poverty and disease will be reversed. So what can be done to ensure that poverty doesn't increase? And how can a disproportionately large youth population help drive progress? With me to discuss all of this and more is Bill.
Okay, so at the bottom, it says with Africa's population set to double. This is the problem, right? Set to double by 2050. Bill Gates has warned that progress in cutting poverty is at risk. The Microsoft co-founder speaks to the FT Vanessa about the Gates Foundation Goals Keeper report, which tracks levels of poverty and disease. So he's tracking levels. So he's showing you that there's a connection between poverty and disease. Okay, now hold on, let's go.
Not on this video that I'm talking about here, brother. You can start it. You can end it at 3 minutes and 10 seconds. That's all I need to see. If that's good, if that's all right.
When you said play the whole video, I got to do that. You said that. You said play 6 minutes.
Oh, okay. No, go ahead.
First, the progress over the last several decades has been pretty amazing, both reducing childhood death, getting kids in school,
So reducing childhood death, getting kids in school, is that a bad thing?
No.
Productivity up and reducing extreme poverty. But
So he's reducing extreme poverty. Is that a bad thing or a good thing?
If the words are, it's a good thing. Yeah. I mean,
that still has a doubling in population to 2050 and probably another doubling at 2100, where you really have to do a good job if you're trying to get these extreme poverty rates down. So if we don't do better in investing in human capital in Africa, yes, the number of people in extreme poverty is actually going to go up.
So he's saying that when you have a poverty situation, like kind of like China, and you grow in that poverty situation, problems will only occur. Diseases and famine will only occur because you're condensed. And this is why and to answer Asiatic black man question, this is why they're eating bushmeat, because there's no food to feed them. This is why the Chinese are in the wet market, because there's not enough food in China to feed all those billions of Chinese people. So they're in the woods eating the forbidden animals. This is going on.
Right.
And this is his point. He's saying that it's too many people in this small area. Nobody can eat. Nobody has money.
Yeah.
It's a doomed society. It can't get any better. So if people are coming to their aid to help them out, it's just going to be a bigger problem the more numerous they get. Let me continue.
But if they weren't stealing their resources and putting them, taking them,
brother, you had me. You had me. Bill Gates. He's addressing. Look, you said stealing resources, right? So now, as a result, Africa is in a problematic situation, and Bill Gates is addressing that, and he's saying that if resources are being stolen, they still have a population problem. That's what's going to add to it. So let's go on.
Solution, or should
right.
Focus.
Yeah, true.
So for example, saying reproductive rights for women or spreading the contraceptives, because it seems
so he talked about women's rights and spreading contraceptives. That's just
correct that no amount of pace with that population growth.
What we do between now and 2050 with education, with economic growth, with health and nutrition, that'll really set the course for moderating the population growth between 2050 and 2100. But it's really a virtuous cycle, letting women have reproductive health tools that they want, educating girls, raising agricultural productivity, getting these malnutrition interventions on a much greater scale than we have today. Those are the things you would want to do anyway. It turns out that by doing those well, you also set the population growth rate coming down quite a bit. And so it just makes it that much more imperative that we invest in the human capital now. And so that the challenge of what under any scenario will be fairly high population growth, that you're able to benefit from all those young people making a big contribution to their country.
So he's an advocate of the young people actually impacting their country, making major contributions. He's actually an advocate. It seems like he should be targeted by these families you're speaking about, the DuPonts, the Bilderbergers, the Bilder-Cheeseburger, the Bilder-Double Burger. You dig? It seems like he should be targeted because he's going against their agenda. I'll play a little more.
So is the fact that Africa has such a high proportion of youth population and within the context of this predicted growth, is that something that you think is a sort of optimistic statistic? I mean, is it a good thing that there's an opportunity here to sort of harness the power of those young people?
It's both an opportunity and a challenge, because the capacity to run the health systems well, to get the education system to have not only high attendance, but good learning.
So he's showing statistics. Population under the age of 25, Africa has 60%, Europe has 27, okay.
Outcomes as well.
Yeah.
That's not going to be easy. If we don't make these investments, that youth bulge, will be a huge challenge, because they won't have the development, they won't have the economic opportunity that they deserve. So it's potentially an asset, but if we don't invest right, it could even be a liability.
So he's saying that that's not a problem right now. If they invest right in Africa in a situation that the youth growth rate, the population is it could be a good thing. But if the investment is not there, it can work against them, because then you have a lot of youth by doing nothing constructive. You dig? That's what he's getting at.
Let's talk about digital for a minute. We know that more people than ever before are connected, more people than ever before have bank accounts. those are both positives, but what would you say are the biggest opportunities in digital technology in terms of fighting poverty and disease?
Yeah, digital innovation is really pervasive. And so whether it's tracking, you have the vaccines out where they should be, getting feedback from citizens.
So he's getting back data from the African citizens, making sure the teachers are actually filling their obligations and showing up and teaching the damn class. So he's making sure that what he's investing in is actually, working out, progressing.
And doing a good job. Digital systems let you achieve a higher quality and really assure, whether it's the domestic taxpayers or the donors, that their money's going to the right things in a way that without digital we couldn't do.
I just want to turn back to the US for a minute.
Easy Bands, you want a link? I love when people tell me that I need to do more research as though they know more research than me. And if you do, teach me. But dude, you want to link Easy Bands? Like, I love a great build. When people do that, I can say this. I know you don't read more than me. I know that. Okay. All I do all day is just watch and read. I watch educational videos. Right now, I'm on my microbiology right now, chemistry, and all I do is read books all day long in this quarantine. That's all I do. So when you take research, matter of fact, you see AJ Black Man pulled out Medical Park. I had the book too. So most of y'all blackology books I got, by the way. When you guys say do more research, I will want you to show me equal to me in research, and you even surpass me. All right.
Under the current US administration, under President Donald Trump, there's been a lot of threats to cutting the foreign aid budget and withholding funding from UN agencies. Is it damaging, that kind of rhetoric that exists right now?
Certainly, if countries turn inwards and they're not thinking about the long term and this challenge of helping Africa.
Hey, Lynn, can I ask you a fair question?
Yeah. Go ahead, bro.
Okay, now I'll stop it right there. I'll stop it. I won't play anymore. Because you made, okay. So Easy Band said, because I offered him the link to get on the panel. He said, Bias, you just want to control and rule the panel. Lynn, did I rule the panel, or did I give you all the time you wanted to give your presentation?
Well, I already told you that I appreciate you for allowing people to come on, and even though y'all kicked me off a couple of times because I got to howling and screaming, I appreciate you for how you do your thing here. You give people a platform. So
man, it was one time. Yeah. One time I kicked you off because you went too crazy. The first time you cussed us out, we didn't kick you off. The second time you went too crazy, and I had to kick you off for that. But only one time. But hey, Lynn, you definitely disagree with somebody saying that they are going to be bullied, they're going to be muted. Lynn, does that happen? You gave it, Lynn. You even stopped. Lynn, you even stopped during your presentation because you thought I was going to cut it. I said, no, Lynn, it's your show. I said, although your videos I disagree with, but I will play them. Did I not play them for you, Lynn?
Yeah, you did. Yeah, you did. You helped me out tremendously tonight.
Okay, right. So even this right here, I played it. You said stop at 3 minutes. I played it 1 minute earlier. I mean later. I'll start right there. You can finish what you're saying, but I want dudes to stop lying, having an excuse. Dude, you can call in. You don't have to actually join the panel. I can send you the phone number, Easy Bands. You could call in. So you can call. Lynn called in. Lynn didn't get on Zoom. He called in.
Call in and help me out, Easy Bands.
Right. So Easy Band. Peace, King Life. Easy Band. I want you to call in and share with me what I'm missing. You dig? Because you said I got to do more research. I find that offensive. So I want to see what you know. Okay? So I want to see what you know. I want to see your research game is tight. So, dude, you can get the Zoom link or the phone number. I want you to show me that what I study, you know more than me and what I study. Where I need to get more research. I want that challenge.
Hey, I'm gonna cut the 5G part out. I got like 3 videos. One of them from the World Health Organization.
We got that 5G smoke too.
Yeah, I got that. Yeah, I mean, I already showed y'all that you know, and look, like I said, I'm not
He told me.
pointing the finger. I'm not saying nothing, but we know that now that patents have. I mean, some of these viruses have patents. I showed y'all the other day.
Man.
Ebola, and Corona.
Wait.
And that's all I'm gonna say. That's all I'm gonna say on that.
I thought
I'm not an expert, so I don't know too much about it. And I, like you said, and I agree with y'all. I don't want to give people false information. I'm just trying to give you some, you know, because in this community, it seems like they keep on one side. I look at it from a 363-degree perspective. I go over top of it. I'm not just looking from one side. I look at both sides.
Hey, Lynn,
when I'm doing my research, I look at the crazies and I look at the experts.
Hey, Lynn, can you tell me?
Go ahead.
The interview just now with Bill Gates. Can you tell me what was so wicked during that interview?
I didn't say it was wicked. I said one of his problems, right, is that we, as the minorities of the world, are having babies way faster, and they're falling off. Their birth rate is very low. They can't sustain their race. And the ones that they're going to come at with these things are the people who are not considered to be smart enough, or the criminals, or the drunks, you know, and it could be black, white, it could be any color, man. You're right. It could be any color.
Man, you're mixing up messages. You mentioned
Bill. No, I'm not mixing up no messages. These people could look. The devil. Go ahead.
You introduced Malthus, right? Then you introduced, after him, you introduced Darwin. Then you introduced Margaret Sanger. Then you introduced
Rothschild.
Right, Rothschild. You introduced mad people, right? So, but what you didn't do is you didn't tie the messages up. Not tying the messages up. Bill Gates didn't talk about nothing.
Philanthropy is why I showed the other people besides the population control people, the Malthus, Darwin, and Sanger. I didn't even put Dalton in there. Those are just showing their views, and then after that, I was just showing the philanthropists.
Man.
Okay, and now I'm getting to I'm gonna go past 5G, and I wanted to go to the active denial system, and this is going to be one of the ways that they're going to use 5G against us, and it's the military, but they're going to be using it on cop cars and stuff too, and they just hit you with that wave, and it makes you feel like your skin's burning and stuff. It's the active denial system. I got it from Wikipedia. You can look at it wherever you want, but the active denial system on Wikipedia, that's where I got it from.
Hey, Len, now you said you might got to do a part 2.
Okay.
Yeah, you might got to do a part 2.
All right. Well, I appreciate it. I just want to say one more thing before I let y'all go. Look up NAMBLA.
No,
North American.
Man, tomorrow you're gonna show.
I look at no goddamn man boy love organization. You on there, bullshit.
Yeah, the North American Man Boy Love Association, which is one of the largest funders is George Soros. Okay.
Well, maybe
just look it up.
Yeah, maybe he's homosexual. What's this?
Man, their motto is sex before it's too late. They're trying to legalize pedophilia, and they're trying to add the P to the LBGTQ.
Man, you got that from Tariq Nasheed, man.
Yeah,
man, I did not.
Man, like
I got that from the Restored Republic. I got that from the Paul Cabal. I'm not a follower of man. I watch. Look, the Restored Republic, like I told y'all before, the Restored Republic and the Fall Cabal. And
what
then
about
what I hear, I go and research it for myself. I don't just take what somebody tells me and just be like, "Oh, that's facts." I go and do my own research. I look at a couple different sources on the subject. I'm not just going to one source and then all of a sudden saying, "Oh, yeah, it sounds good. Let me present that." That's not how it works.
Man, what about the reptilians, man?
I don't know, man. But I tell you one thing: your evolution story is a sci-fi story.
No, I'm saying, what about you? Do you accept the reptilians and stuff?
The Nephilim. and things of that nature. To me, and like I said, this is just me coming out. This is not from no preacher or nobody. I'm not using nobody else's talk points. This is just me.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
With the advanced knowledge and technology that our ancestors had in Africa, it seems like they had some type of knowledge outside of man to me.
Aliens.
And maybe that the Nephilim could have been the ones who, you know, helped them advance their civilization.
Okay.
Right, is y'all finished? Or is y'all
And that's
done?
where the alien stories come from too, I think. I think that's where the alien stories come from too.
I'm falling asleep here, wiping crust out my eyes. Like,
Yeah.
Sorry about that,
Leg
Mel.
got them all. I just want to know, like, shit. Go ahead.
Hey, but one more thing though, your evolution story is a sci-fi novel. It's spaceships and everything, but the spaceships happen to be little rocks. They came from outer space, landed on Earth, single-celled organisms, and then created man. They've all been the man.
Yeah.
And can I ask you a question? All right, now you got these. Look,
So
I'm
you
not being
believe
racist,
that
but this is the
aliens
truth. You
came
got
from outer
these people
space?
crawling around in caves, butt-ass naked, stinking, scared of fire and water, saying that pearls, that life was the pearls of God, running around with fleas and shit. Can I ask you a question? All that knowledge came from Africa. All right. Now, around 1100, 1200 somewhere, after the Moors got pushed back down into Africa, they started whitewashing things, big time. All right. So by the time they got over here, yeah, they had wiped out all the stories about the great teachings that they had acquired in Africa. Alexander even talks about it in his library, and he got it from, you know. And so all universities, hundreds of years, hold on, universities, hundreds of years, maybe even thousands of years before there was universities anywhere else on the planet was in Africa.
Got it, Lynn. Got it. What about Black Indians?
Excuse me?
They came
Black
before
Indians?
Columbus. Yeah, they came before Columbus. You believe the black man was the first person in America? Black Indians, Aboriginal.
I believe that we came to America before that. I do. I really do. There's a couple. I can't, and I don't want to get into it because I'm, you know, like I'm not that well read on this subject. But there are stories where there were people that came over. The Phoenicians. I could be wrong, but you know what I'm saying. I do believe, and on top of that. You know, like I said, I'm not an expert or anything, and I don't have no problem admitting it. You know what I'm saying? So it's not like I'm, you know, like I said, that NAMBLA, and then tomorrow, I guess, or whenever I get back on here, I want to show y'all that CERN satanic ritual dance that they doing. In front of the hydrogen collider.
Yeah. All right. You dance, bro. You talking to that Drake Tootsie Roll dance? Hell no, bro.
No, this is crazy. This is crazy scientists and some higher dancers, and they're doing a satanic ritual, trying to bring back Satan, bro.
Satan.
And
Hey, Land. Who the hell is Satan?
Yeah. Excuse me.
Who is Satan?
He's the guy that talks in Bible quotes like Bill Gates. Yeah, just because you say pretty things don't mean that's your intent. That don't mean what you really gonna do. The devil talks in Bible quotes sometimes when he's trying to convince you.
Man, hold on. You said, now you just said you got one more thing to say. You about to start preaching shit. But let me ask you this: do you believe in Allah?
Look, the way I look, I don't know, and I'm not sure, brother, because like I said, I've never looked down on nobody for their religion.
Yeah.
I don't look down on people for their lack of religion. You know what I'm saying? I don't judge, but for me, I mean, you know, the way I look at it is, you know, they could be saying the same name, just in a different language. You know, I mean, there's different languages all around the world. We could be saying the same name and not even know it.
So Len, say it with me. Assalamu alaikum. Go.
Alaikum assalam.
Okay. Shalom. Shalom. Mayak ben Shalom.
I'ma show you who never told you. I don't speak the language, brother. I really don't.
Okay. So all right. Yo, were you ever a member of the Nation of Islam?
No, sir.
What about the Hebrew Israelite community?
I used to watch their videos, and they gave, I'd say I have watched and I have been a fan of the Nation of Islam at certain points in my life, and I watched them and learned things from them, and I also learned things from the Hebrew Israelites. It was really funny when they was up in D.C., all up in them people's face. That was funny, but yeah, I like I said, I've learned from, and they give me material to look at just like y'all do, you know what I'm saying? When I'm talking to y'all give me things to look up, and whether I want to debate it or I feel the same, I still look it up, and you can learn things from people just by listening. But I've never been anything besides what I don't even call myself today is a Christian.
Hey, Landon, did you see this right here? Last thing. I don't know if he was here to see this right here. This right here.
The fact that we were injected with the most virulent form of syphilis during the Tuskegee experiments from 1932 to 1972, 40 years.
Do you agree with that? Do you agree that the government injected 600 black volunteers with syphilis?
Since I've heard you talking, now I've changed my, I did it first, but since I've heard y'all talking about it, and I want to do some more research into that. But, I know they had it, and they let them live with it and die with it, but I don't know about, how they got it. I can't tell you.
Hey, Len, this is true. What he's about to say next is true. So look, everything he said about that is true except for the injection. Look at this. So here's this part right here. This is true right here.
Allowing us to cohabit with others to spread the disease.
That's true. Okay.
Yeah.
And all we got when it was discovered was an
So
apology.
everything was true except for the injection thing. You did.
Okay. Yeah, and like you say, people can take things and run with them and then start adding their own opinions or their own words to it, and it just, takes away from the fact. The more you add to it, if you're not reading straight from the book, you know what I'm saying, then you have a tendency to add to, and sometimes you could be wrong,
But
yeah.
Len, listen, we're all human and we're going to do things, you dig? But when you are a political figure, when you are a worldwide known person, you dig? You got hundreds of thousands of followers, research teams. Something as simple as that, a simple Google search, should not ever, like that mistake is not a small one, something we would do. That's a blunder for somebody of that stature to, because again, this is a simple Google search. It's real easy. So I think, I don't think, but Wujab will check then. Maybe he want to add in on something.
What's up, Luke? Yeah, I appreciate it though.
Yeah, no doubt.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, peace,
Yeah.
everybody.
Peace.
What's up, bro?
Yeah. Hey, what's going on, everybody? I was listening in, chilling and listening, and
How long?
I'm curious. I always hear a lot of talk about Bill Gates, right? And I noticed for a long time Bill Gates gets a bad rap,
Yep.
and I've never taken the time to investigate what people have been saying all this time, but I see it in memes, I see it all over the place. And just on the surface, like if I take a glance, a lot of things don't really check out to what people have been saying, but I've never taken the time to look into. So I just wanted to ask you all, have any of y'all really looked into the claims that people are levying against
Yes.
Bill Gates as far as he's trying to reduce the world's population, he's into genocide, he's trying to kill off people to reduce the population and stuff like that. That's the main ones that people.
Brother, I'm gonna say this, Mujabo. The more you research Bill Gates, the more you're gonna admire his efforts in what he's doing in Africa. Like the dude has been nothing but a helping hand in Africa, man.
Yeah, tell you what, get into Marcus Sanger. You gonna be like, you know what? I did not.
Word.
The narrative completely twisted, bro. Like I'm working on something right now with Marcus Sanger. Like,
Wait. Hey, so keep it real. Who's the first person to say that Margaret Sanger was a good woman?
Oh yeah. Hell yeah, you did. You know what I'm saying? Like when I learned about W.E.B. Du Bois back in, I was like, what?
Dr. King.
Yeah, I was like, oh man. I was like, people take like excerpts, man, like little snippets of comments.
Yeah.
That can easily be taken out of context, and they run with those little things.
Yeah. So, Joe, to answer your question.
Yeah. I've did that before. Probably quite a few times.
Well, let me just tell you one thing that I was presented recent, and so this is what people would normally do. And see, I just don't have the time to really investigate, so that's why I was asking you all the question. But recently, I mean, I always see the memes like over months and months and for the past few years, really.
Right.
But recently, somebody showed me a meme or something, a post or a meme where Bill Gates is claimed that Bill Gates is trying to reduce the global population and stuff. And it was a clip of something. I think it was a TED Talk clip of him saying something. And I'm like, man, that's kind of messed up. You know, the way it's presented and packaged and just that little soundbite clip, I was like, okay, I could see how people are saying what they're saying. But when I actually went to the TED Talk or went to whatever the clip was and watched the full video, right, it's actually the opposite of what people were saying. Yeah. So let me give you an example. So they took a clip, and I'm paraphrasing because I didn't memorize what he said, of course, but they took a clip where he said to minimize and reduce the population. He actually said something to that effect, and like that's the soundbite. I'm like, oh snap! So maybe they have something. But when you actually listen to the whole clip, he said, on a global scale, we have no problem. Like our population presents no problem. The Earth can handle it, and blah blah blah. But he said when you zoom in on a country by country basis, he said because of the way the country is set up and the resources and where these countries are located, he was saying that the population of certain countries will outperform its ability to sustain itself. And so he was saying in these particular countries, they're going to have to create policies where they're going to have to limit the amount of people that are in a household, you know, in terms of the birth rate, and they're going to have to reduce their population to a manageable level. But he didn't say reduce it as in kill people. He was saying reduce it as in future births in terms of like the example he gave was that, and I forget what country he used, but he said he named a country and he said the average household is 7 people, like 2 parents and 7 children. And he said if that rate keeps steady, the country won't be able to sustain itself, and it will be really, really messed up real quick. He said, so in a country like that, they're going to have to incorporate.
That's Africa, right? Mujabo?
I think it was a country in Africa.
Yes, Africa.
I forget what country exactly it was though, but so what he was saying was, he said in that particular country, they're going to have to basically create policies or adjust their culture to bear in mind what the country can handle in terms of a household, the number of people in a particular household. So instead of 7 people, 2 parents can have 2 children. and that's going to have to be incorporated in their culture. So it was like, how do you shift? How do you do that? How you shift that? So you got to talk about contraception, abstinence, or all these kind of things, so that you won't give birth to so many children per household. So I'm just saying, basically, what he was saying was making perfect sense, but people are using what he was saying in a soundbite way to say that he wants to kill off the population, and that never came out of his mouth. He was saying, he was predicting. And if you look at what Bill Gates has been saying in terms of pandemics and epidemics, he's a person, because you gotta understand, him and Steve Jobs and other people that have that kind of money and run companies to scale like they do. They're people. They're the kind of people that project. Like they look 9 steps ahead or future. They're looking out for things that are not here just yet.
Yeah, all about projections.
Exactly. So he latched on to what the CDC and the World Health Organization has been saying for years, that there is going to be a pandemic. Like, it's not a matter of when. I mean, not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. And so he's all about preparedness and prevention, just like a lot of these execs are, but maybe in a different way. But that's how they have to run their companies, because their companies stay afloat because they have that foresight or whatever. They have to be that way. And but if you listen to what he's saying, he's talking on a country by country basis and saying, well, listen, it's going to be projected. Like, you could just look at the pattern and say, man, y'all gonna be in trouble, so do something about it. And so instead of talking about it, he actually gets involved in a philanthropic way, and everything, and those things get really shot down. So that's what I was asking you all. Have y'all ever seen any true validation for what people have been saying?
Hell no, we ignore all this. We have been in the rabbit hole before. We don't pay no attention to that Bill Gates stuff. 'Cause every time we look, it's the exact.
It's the exact opposite. Like, it makes us appreciate him more when we look into it.
Like, there's always a small clip, 30 seconds.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? One liner. No context. You know what I'm saying? Shit.
But you got to remember, though, Wu, the birther rate is their problem. They're under 2, and like I said, it's their fault. It's their fault if they can't, replenish their population with that low of a number, and they know that we can. And the favored racist thing, all of that, and the idiots and all that, was coming from Margaret Sanger, what I talked about earlier. That birther rate is what I was getting at the end right there. That's what I was showing y'all. And it wasn't to dog Bill Gates, but like I said, these things bring up red alerts when I hear stuff like that, when they're talking, about how much we're growing and we need to be quelled, or, we need to be shut down, and, so they can catch up or however, because, it's a race, brother. And, I mean, basically, we winning, but they're trying everything they can do to keep our numbers down. I mean, I think what they're scared most of is if we all just go up there and, how can I put this, screw them out of existence. Because they're so low in numbers around the world, around the whole world, compared to all the people of color.
They projected a 300,000 death rate on the continent. Last one I saw. They say best case scenario with the COVID, and they say worst case scenario like about 3 million.
But let me ask you, right? This is kind of changing the topic. I think y'all talked about this earlier, but what would you think? And this ties into the whole Bill Gates thing too, because people claim that he's pro-vaccine, and it's through the vaccines that he's so pro or so for that there's an agenda to kill off the population, some of the populations, right? And mainly Africa when people talk about it, right? So here's a question. Would it be easier to kill people with a vaccine or with the actual virus that the vaccine is supposed to you know,
Right.
help save people from.
There's never been a vaccine pandemic.
Yeah.
No, I mean, I don't, like I said, I don't know if y'all talk about this, but you know, the most deadliest vaccine, you know, in recent history, like in our documented history, is I believe the measles, right, or smallpox, or which one?
It's going to be smallpox. It's going to be the Black Plague, and it's
Black
going to be
Plague.
Ebola.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
well, okay, I
go
don't
Black
mean.
Plague. That shit
Let's do
double.
smallpox because
No, when I
how
say
fast it can spread.
when I say deadliest, I don't mean like the number, because I know the Spanish flu killed
Let's
the
do
most.
smallpox. A smallpox go all the way to, on average, they say 50% death rate, but it could go from 25 to 90%.
Yeah, that's all. So I'm talking about the death rate, like back in the day when you got it, it was like just a wrap, basically.
Bubonic plague.
Yeah. Smallpox, Ebola, and the bubonic plague. But if you want to talk about die fast, that's going to be the bubonic plague.
Yeah, it's a wrap. Like probably what, weeks, 7 days or less. You up out of there probably.
Man, some people
Or
went
even
to
the
bed
measles.
healthy and never woke up.
So, so that's the question. So I was wondering why people don't really like think about that in a logical way. Would it be easier to go with a vaccine or just allow the pandemic to run its course?
Right. Hey, Lynn, that's for you.
If it's gonna kill people, the percentage is what it is. So if they say the mortality rate is 60%, if you allow a virus to go through a population, by default, 60% of the people of that population is going to die.
And probably more because of the underlying conditions.
Right. So I'm saying,
I think a lot of them.
It would be the virus.
All right, listen. If you were to take a survey, right? Not even a survey. You take a letter to people. Listen, vaccines are limited when they come out. So all the people that want it, we need y'all to sign, and the people that don't want it, we need y'all to sign off that you don't want it. I guarantee a lot of them folks to be hesitant about signing off on no vaccine. You know what I'm saying? They just front. You know what I'm saying? Like, here you go. You just sign off. That way we can pass on to somebody wants it. They'll be like, hold on. You know what I'm saying? Let me go ahead and sign my name down there. Shoot.
And look at this too. If the coronavirus, which is what we're dealing with now, was designed, or if there's an agenda behind it in some form or fashion to kill people and to target people, then logically you have to ask, well, why is there such a big effort to push stay-at-home, social distancing, and all this other kinds of stuff? If that was the case, it would be massively played down to give the impression that everybody's all good, it's no big deal, and then allow it to spread like wildfire. And so
like syphilis, right?
Right, or like anything in the
They know, yeah.
So
well,
yeah. All I'm saying,
I know you probably have something different.
All I'm saying is, like, if they're gonna do population control, like, I can't respect it until they get better at it. Like, they're just doing such a bad job. I can't respect it as an enemy. Like,
well, see, that's the thing. Governments don't want to kill you. They want to control populations. That's the nature of what a government does. It governs. I mean, to govern something, you set up boundaries, and so we could interpret that as control. And so, but people interpret that as wanting to kill. Like, you know, people say that the government is the enemy, but the government, we talk about the government as if it's this machine and not made up of people, that we can actually become those people, whoever the we is. And so for all these years, we complain about the they, the government, the they, but we never become the they. Right. So we could convert that they to an us and say we, us. What do we decide? What do we want? You know, what are some policies and protections that we want that's going to favor our agenda and our this and our that? We don't get involved. And so for decade after decade, we complain. And now that so much of that been going on, we got to blame now. And so we blame. And so the blaming part is where we come up with these conspiracies and these conspiracy theories. And people buy into that because it makes us feel good and stuff. And I see it all the time. But I wish I had the time to just do some little bit of fact checking to be able to see.
Oh man, it'll blow your mind, man. You're like,
Yeah.
look at just if you get a chance, just start checking out Margaret Sanger, man. Just check that out. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I've been
Hey,
reading some
you
of
know.
the stuff, man, by like, you know what I'm saying? It's like, and I'm looking like all the people that are against her are like pro-life.
Right.
Republican, and she
Religious
was even for abortion. You know what I'm saying? And they're
Yep.
all using the same quote that Lynn used, that little snippet out of
Yeah.
context. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm looking at the line, but
Damn,
Bill
Lynn.
Carson did it.
I've been saying it since last year, fellas. I started with Garfield, and they kicked me off because so this was a year ago that I started talking about this, bro. I mean, you know, but look. Now, one thing we got to look at too. Hold on, real quick. One thing we got to look at too, fellas, is how our governments play both sides. Y'all remember the Lusitanians? Y'all remember hear about that? It was a ship that they used to set over in the harbor in Atlanta, I think. Whatever word it was in, I'm sorry. I'm getting a brain fart, but they set the ship there and blew it up and then blamed on the people and went to war with them. So you create the problem, and then you are narcissistic, bigoted. Anyway, I'm sorry. You create the problem, and then you come and offer a solution. You're playing both sides, just like they did with Germany and the United States. They funded Hitler, and they funded the United States. They do it in every war just about, and you can look that up if you, but it's playing both sides for the profit, for the money. You know, you can make more money off of Protestant, you know, creating a problem and then offering a solution. That way you can double up. So you got to look at that also.
So Lynn, you actually believe that extraterrestrials came and started human
I'm not sure, Wuja. I mean,
don't change now. Don't back down.
No,
now.
I didn't. I said, in my opinion, brother. I never said because, like I said.
Just tell him about the Nephilim. Just tell him your opinion about
Oh,
the
that's what I was asking.
He
I was asking
obviously
from
heard
your-
me. He's talking about it. I said that.
No,
that
I was
they could have
walking
had
around. That's what I'm saying. I
that
was
higher
getting
knowledge, you know.
I'm saying
Yes,
I just wanted
yes.
clarification because I was
Yes.
walking around and I thought I don't want to
Yes.
misunderstand what you were saying. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
you so that's interesting, you know, because I'm fascinated about stuff like that. But what like do you base that on evidence? Like do you have like have you done like do you have like a war chest of evidence that you use to come to those thoughts and stuff?
Well, just through the years of research, and I've come to that conclusion, brother. That's, you know, I mean, the alien story and all these things, you know, even with the lesser gods, you know, like, you know, Apollo or, you know, people like that. They could hold truths. But, you know, like I said, I'm not a scholar on the Bible, but in my opinion, that's what I came up with. We'll just do my research, brother.
Okay. All right. That's interesting.
Yeah, the research.
So okay, if that's the case, right, where would you say these aliens are now? Like, did they do some things and then left? Or are they like here living amongst us, or like what's that about?
Well, I think that we still have their ancestors around, like Rothschilds and Rockefeller, Carnegie, and Henry Ford, and, you know, those people who converted over to that religion, and also who were that religion when the Nazi war was going on, but they were funding both sides, you know. So, you know, it's a lot of craziness that, you know, has been done. You know, I mean, we even have, you know, we have white people speaking up for us, you know. Look at Count Constantine Duvalny, 1787, after he seen the Sphinx in Egypt, you know, he said, just think that this race of black men today are slaves, and the object of our scorn is the very race which we owe our arts, science, and even the use of speech. You know, I mean, it's not like that. It's good and bad and everything, brother. But like I said, it's not about a race. Because if we see that these weapons that they have used before, they continue to use on us, they start with their own. You know, they started that over there with their own. And if we look into that, we can see that they have a financial system that's backed by nothing, just like here. They had a currency just like here, just like the U.S. dollar. You know, so it's not like they are saying morons. You know, they were showing people in West Virginia. The first person that was eugenically sterilized was a white woman, and it was because she had mental issues, and she went to court. And you can look that up. But you know, like I said, it's not about, you know, race. It's, well, to a certain extent, because they've changed Judaism into a race when it's really supposed to be a religion. And, you know, they have manipulated to get over there in the Mediterranean, have a stronghold over there where all the riches of the world can, you know, come from, you know, and have a stronghold over the Mediterranean, because, you know, they love ports and things of that nature, so they can, you know, fortify them with defenses and things of that nature. And it's very hard to get at them, you know, when you got your ports there to protect you. There's people coming from over the sea, but the Mediterranean is not really that big. And then it goes over and drops off on the side of Africa and goes on down the side, see? So the control of that Mediterranean area right there, I think, was one of the main reasons why it's still so crazy down in that area. And they're trying to control parts of Africa, which they could never control at all, because that's all it would take for the tribes to come together and say, hey, get the hell out, you know, and run them right on back out of Africa.
So let me ask you this, because I hardly hear you ever get a chance to speak. So that's why I'm just trying to pick your brain a little bit. So are you familiar with Zecharia Sitchin?
No, sir.
Oh, you're not? Okay. He has
It's amazing that he's not. It's amazing that he hasn't.
Yeah. Are you familiar with what's the
Hold
other?
on, let me write that down.
Eric Von Daniken.
Yeah, Eric Von Daniken. Yeah, Von Daniken.
Eric.
The war between gods and gods and men and gods.
Well, Zecharia Sitchin has a series of books, the Earth Chronicles or whatever, and he talks a lot about
Sumer. Yeah.
You said Stitchin?
Sitchin.
Sitchin.
Sitchin, I think. Sitchin.
Yes.
Well, if you're not familiar, I mean, I'm surprised. Like Sosa said, the little bit that you just now was saying, I would think you'd be an avid reader of.
Comes straight out the book, yeah.
Sitchin right now.
I've been doing research for years, though. That's why. I mean, I'm older, man. I'm older than all of y'all, so I'm 50.
Okay, but all right. Well, since you're not familiar, I was just curious about that. But so, cause I like to talk to people. I'm trying to figure out why sometimes when people believe things, I'm trying to figure out what makes them believe what they believe. Like what inspires, what's the basis, what they're standing on, you know, and stuff. And I know it's probably too much for you to even say, but the alien thing, you know, I'm just real curious about that, because for years and years and years, people talk about aliens, this, aliens, that. And you would think that in 2020, all of the so-called big brother technology of cell phones, cameras, we got camera phones galore, street cameras, we got drone cameras, we got cameras everywhere. And yet there has never been an actual photo of an alien ever.
And the belief in the government ability to put nanotechnology in vaccine and shoot the nanotechnology into your body and control you.
I'm
With
saying,
that
but
type of capability, we should be able to search out you an alien somewhere.
no,
in the galaxy.
but think of the implications. What I just said, right? There's never been an actual photo of an alien that is a regular photo. Like the photos that we've always see for decades and decades, they'll either be obscure, blurry, damaged, you know, to where you can make anything out of it. You don't know if it's a cat or if it's whatever and this and that.
Little dots running around, little dots moving real fast.
Exactly. So, and I'm always curious to know what people's answer is, who believe in the existence of aliens on Earth and in human form or some kind of humanoid form and whatnot. But we have nothing to show for it. Nothing.
Yeah.
To this day,
True.
nothing.
But
So how do you feel about
what I
that?
said earlier about the aliens could have been, just passed down through that story of the Nephilim, and just kept being, talked about. But I mean, that's where I was at on that.
So
but
you think?
I had to say one thing to Sosa. I had to say one thing to Sosa real quick. Sosa, could you do me a favor? The coronavirus.
Let
vaccine, right?
Taekwondo in.
Oh no, I'm just asking you. You can look it up for wherever you feel most comfortable with. Could you see if the coronavirus, if this new coronavirus can be added to a vaccine? Because I thought I read somewhere that it could. So,
do you know what a vaccine?
Can the coronavirus be added to a vaccine?
Wait, let me ask you this.
This new coronavirus.
Okay, let me ask you this. Do you know what a vaccine is? In a nutshell.
And it's something to fight against the flu, to help to get you over the whatever illness, the virus, whatever it is that you're dealing with.
Okay, because like a vaccine, even though we say vaccine, a vaccine, there's three main types of vaccines, and vaccines usually contain the pathogen that you're actually
gives you a part of the virus, whatever it is, to get you used to it, or whatever.
If we start to understand the basics of our immune system, we have the innate and the acquired immune system. And so what a vaccine does, it's like a teacher. And so the vaccine is actually teaching your immune system about a pathogen that you as a human can potentially come in contact with. So it's basically pre-introducing. It's almost like courting. It's almost like long distance or virtual getting to know the vaccine before a full version of it gets into your body. So now your body can recognize it if it ever comes into your body, and it can form antibodies to defend against it. So they do inject you, so you will get a semblance of the pathogen in your body. That's what it has to do. But there's three main ways of doing it.
Okay. I'm biased. Let Taekwondo in. He in the back.
I'm biased, probably asleep.
But
I'm saying, do you get? So I'm saying that I think if you look into that, you'll be able to answer your own question, because a vaccine for a virus, they're gonna have to teach your body about the virus itself, but they do it in a lesser form. So they have an attenuated version, and they manipulate the virus to where it's not deadly, or it's not going to produce a full onslaught immune response. So it's basically trying to teach your immune system to form antibodies, so that when it recognizes these viral proteins and stuff, it will see it and eliminate it. So the short answer to your thing, yes, even with this new SARS-CoV-2, they don't have a vaccine yet, but that would be the goal. They would be trying to manipulate the virus so that they can put it, so they can teach your immune system to guard against it. You know, you when it comes to coronavirus, you heard you probably hear the term tossed around a lot of times, ACE2 receptors. You ever hear that recently?
I think so.
Well, those are like the virus has to shake your hand. Like the virin will shake hands with a cell in your body, and the hand itself on your body's part or cell in your body is an ACE2 receptor, and on the virin part, it's the glycogen, these protein spikes that form the same shape. So it's like a perfect fit. And when it latches on, that's how the virin, the virus particle, is able to penetrate your cell and do its thing. And so if that doesn't happen, then you won't get infected. You won't be infected. And so that's what these antibodies prevent. These antibodies seek out that hand and try to chop it off, basically.
We're used to a lot of the virus has been on this planet, so we have built up those things. But this is brand new, so
yeah,
like you said, it's going to take the a little, you know, for us to pass in order for us to get that into our system that we can.
Yeah, oh, okay. I see somebody
talking
about we normally build a natural immunity over time to lesser lethal to pathogens that are not as lethal. But when it comes to lethal pathogens that don't give us that time, our bodies the time to form these defenses, which is really any pathogen that wreaks havoc under 14 days. That's what we got to look out for, because our bodies can really handle, if a pathogen doesn't do much damage in less than 14 days, if let's say a pathogen takes 30 days to do its thing, our bodies can usually handle that. It's the ones that take less than 14 days that our bodies really need that assistance, because it takes about 14 days for our bodies to form these enough antibodies to proliferate through our system to attack, to handle these viruses without our own immune system attacking us, without our immune system killing ourselves.
Yeah.
Doodle Brown, speak up. Somebody else jump up.
I think somebody was trying to get in.
Yeah, that's me. I'm in. To everyone in the chat, I'm gonna back up a little bit because I was trying to get in for the last 20 minutes.
Come on with it. Come on with the
Oh, is this Taekwondo?
Bujawa, stop playing, man.
Wait, is this Taekwondo?
Yes,
sir. This is Taekwondo Jackson.
All right, nice.
All right, hey, dude, go ahead, make your point without being offensive.
No, I'm not gonna be offensive. I'm gonna put it this way. You're talking about Bill Gates. We're gonna back up. We're gonna talking about Bill Gates.
All right, well, hold on. Hey, do me a favor. Slow down. Let Mujawu moderate. Go ahead, Mujawu.
Oh no. I when he said stop playing, I was want to know what is he talking about? So I think he's
okay. Because but the reason why I'm going to answer that question, when you came in, you stated you had not done enough research on Bill Gates to speak. Yet you've been speaking for the last 30 minutes on Bill Gates. So I'm going to back up.
He's speaking about what he know of, my brother.
Okay, but he's defending him. When you go back, you interrupted me. You asked me to speak.
Okay, let me hear him. Let me hear. I'm trying to hear.
So you need to hear me out.
I want to hear what you got to say.
With Bill Gates. Bill Gates' way of controlling the population is to depopulate. He's always been saying that. Nothing has changed. So when does a tech guru become an expert on vaccinations? Now, getting to vaccinations, there is no vaccine for a virus. So when you get a vaccine for a virus, quote unquote, they are injecting you with that virus. Mm-hmm. That is how they're controlling the population. Wait, vaccine as a cure.
Do the Brown. Slow down 1 second. Okay, slow down. Okay, when you
Why
say
do I need to slow down?
bro, relax, bro.
So we can talk about the points. What we gonna talk about?
Yeah. Let's go.
I
Let's
got
go.
all my points out there because I was 20 minutes waiting in. I'm just giving you all the points, so then you all can speak after that. I'll be
Yeah,
quiet.
let's slow it down and address each one by
So
one.
let's get right back on the vaccination thing.
Let's build, bro.
Yeah, so let's get back on the vaccination thing. What do you mean they're injecting you with the virus?
A vaccine is a weakened version of the virus. A vaccine is not a cure. Which is why you have to get. No, don't tell me to stop. Because when you get,
Bro, did you come here to fucking build, dude, or you came here to yell and shit? I'm trying to.
I'm not yelling. I'm not yelling.
I'm trying to conversate with you.
I have a medical background. That's why I'm telling you what I know. You can do the research.
Dude, slow the fuck down. Dude. I'm trying to talk to you, nigga. What the fuck wrong with you, man? I'm trying to talk to you.
Who's yelling? Look who's yelling. I'm not yelling. You're yelling.
Slow down, bro. I'm trying to talk to you. Now, you said a vaccine. First of all, how many vaccines are they? Is there one vaccine? You talking about attenuated vaccine? Are you trying to tell me that the only vaccine they have is an attenuated vaccine, dude?
There is no cure for a virus.
I'm asking you a question, bro. You came on acting like
I answered your question. No matter what the virus is, I'm
asking you a question.
The vaccine is a weakened version of that particular virus.
So what is it? What is it?
I gave you that.
Dude, what is a recombinant subunit vaccine? What's that?
Brother, I am simply telling you in layman's terms, there is no cure for a vaccination.
Look, I'm going back.
There's no cure for a virus. There's no vaccine for a cure for a virus. Period. That's why you have to get the flu shot every year.
Okay.
There's no cure for a virus.
So what's your name? Doodoo Brown. All right.
Taekwondo.
So yeah, Taekwondo. So let me ask you this question. So I want to have a conversation with you where you don't have to feel like you have to rush or nothing like that, because I got a little bit of time, and I don't know if you got something to do, but I want to go back again, right? So you said for me to stop playing, and that's cool, but and you clarified stop playing, and you first said that you misquoted me. I didn't say that I didn't do any research on Bill Gates. What I said was that the claims, I said Bill Gates gets a bad rap, and the memes and the claims that have been floating around for months and months, I said for even a few years, I said I don't have the time and didn't take the time out to actually look into every claim that crosses my eyes. I said, and then I gave the example of one that actually recently crossed my eyes that I did look into. So I only spoke tonight on what I actually did look into. I said, and I'm gonna repeat, somebody showed me a clip of a TED Talk or some video of Bill Gates, and they packaged it in a way where Bill Gates was saying, it's a soundbite where Bill Gates was saying reduce the population or whatever, and they use that soundbite to say he's all about killing people off and stuff like that. But when I actually trace out the full video and watch it, he's not even saying that. The video itself is about the opposite of that. So that's what I spoke to. So I'm not an expert on all the memes that have been floating around, but I spoke to only that which I knew. And then, but I prefaced that by asking a question on the panel, by asking if anybody else has taken their time and maybe they could break bread with me. So I want to clarify that first. And then that's number one. Number two is that you said, how can a tech guy all of a sudden get involved with vaccinations or whatever the case is? Well, I'm gonna give you another, for instance. You have a linguist by the name of Noam Chomsky, who is a renowned linguist for over 50 years, a professor emeritus and all this and that. He's written a whole bunch of books about various different aspects of language and linguistics and stuff like that. He's also a political activist, and he's also a person that deals with pandemics and viruses and vaccines as well. And you can look him up and listen to his speech and stuff like that. And he's very competent in what he talks about. So I'm just giving you another for instance. So it doesn't mean if you're a tech guy, you can't do nothing else or whatever the case is. All right. That's number two.
No, I'm not saying that at all. Hold on, because I've let you speak. Dealing with the gentleman that you just mentioned, because of his background, he has a experience in sociology. So in sociology, you're going to study trends and pandemics and epidemics. Bill Gates does not. Those are not even close to being in the same fields of science. It's not the same thing. It's like someone telling me that if I'm a construction worker, I'm an engineer. And then I turn around and all of a sudden I'm this genius when it comes to the medical field. That's like trying to compare Ben Carson, who is a neurosurgeon, to putting him as at the head of HUD. It doesn't make sense.
Okay, so that's good. Wait, ma'am. Now, okay, that's a very good point. But I'm gonna show you how I missed the mark, because Bill Gates doesn't claim to be an expert or a virologist or an epidemiologist. We have to understand that he never made that claim. If you feel he's made that claim, produce it. He's never made that claim.
Right. He's pushing it. He's pushing it under the auspices. You ask me, he's pushing it under the auspices of vaccinations.
I know, but
population control.
Okay, but let me
Everything
just,
that he's telling you is about population control.
Okay, let me just finish my point, because your logic was that Chomsky is deals with sociology and whatnot, and because he deals with patterns and he could see this, that, and the third, that he's okay to be able to speak about it, but Bill Gates can't. And so I'm telling you that Bill Gates never claims to be an expert. He actually defers to the experts. All right. But because of his philanthropic work and because of his foundation, him and his wife or whoever else, their foundation, they get involved with a lot of on the ground work when it comes to vaccinations and people's health and stuff like that, especially dealing with malaria over in Africa right now for the longest time. So he has the empirical experience of dealing with that stuff, but at the same time, he doesn't claim to be an expert. So I just want to make that clear. And I'm not claiming that he's an expert, and he doesn't claim that he's an expert. And
he came in the door using the umbrella of those wind up laptops. And then he figured out, hey, if we can do population control, and when you continue to do your research, and the majority of people that are trying to do population control, they have no clue when it comes to any field of sociology or trends when it comes to population. None whatsoever.
Okay,
they're giving their opinions. They're giving their opinions, and they're finding quote unquote experts to support their opinions that are not factual. Now, I gave 2 examples in the chat. 2 countries that are so quote unquote overpopulated that control the whole world. That is China and India. India controls the medicine industry. If you don't believe, you go check for yourself, and you know that I'm right. 2, China, when it comes to development and technology, they control the whole world in those 2 industries. But yet, those are the most populated, 2 of the most populated countries on the planet. So population has nothing to do with what they're trying to do and pushing vaccinations.
Okay,
it has nothing to do with it.
But I don't want you to move. I don't want you to move the goalpost or the entire.
I didn't move the goalpost.
So,
see,
wait.
I understand when talking becomes kind of smooth to lure people to a certain way, and I'm not that guy.
Okay.
So I'm simply saying I didn't move the goalpost. It dealt with population control, and which gets back to eugenics.
Okay,
I'm still on subject.
Okay,
I'm still on point.
No, I know you. We're on the overall subject, but what I just mentioned though was I was dealing with your logic about Bill Gates, and you were comparing him to my other example when I gave Noam Chomsky. Okay, my whole point of that is that Noam Chomsky is a professional linguist. That's what he does. That's what he lived his life. That's his career. That's what he get paid for. That's what he's known for. That's what he specializes in. He's an expert. He's one of the top linguists in the world. Okay. He doesn't claim to be an expert virologist or epidemiologist, but he speaks competently on those subject matters as well. Bill Gates speaks competently from a perspective of his philanthropic work and the people he deal with, whatever case is. That's all I'm saying. So they're not completely to be experts in this. So that was 1 and 2. And I wanted to get to 3 on the overall subject because you came in here saying what you were saying. So number 3, you said there's no such thing as vaccines for viruses. And so Unbiased asked you a good question about different types of vaccines. So when you say there's no vaccine for viruses, let me just ask you, because I don't know you and I don't know what's in your head. What is a vaccine?
A vaccine for a virus is a weakened version of that virus. Just like if you get bitten by a snake, they take the venom to use as a vaccine. It does not cure you. Your body has antibodies to fight off the virus. There is no vaccination for a virus. That is a medical fact, period.
Okay, so can you support that statement by producing your medical fact for my educational purpose, my edification? I would appreciate it. I don't know if you're on the phone that you could share your screen.
I'm actually on my phone. I couldn't put links in the chat. I tried to do that, but I'm pretty sure someone in the chat can actually Google vaccinations for viruses, and you will find out. And especially here during the COVID-19, every medical professional and expert has been stating, like we have been stating for the longest, that there is no cure for a virus. None.
Yeah, but
Zero.
you're saying two different things. One minute you're saying
No,
there's
I'm not saying
cure.
two different things. I'm not saying two different things. When
Listen.
you are injected with a vaccine, that's why I give an example of the flu. Every year you have to get a flu shot.
Listen. You said there's no.
It is what it is.
You said there's no vaccine for a virus. That's wrong. Now, when you said there's no cure for a virus, that's correct. See what I'm saying? But you said there's no vaccine.
Oh, now we get into semantics. If a vaccine, what is the cost for a vaccine? Is to do what? What is the purpose when they say it's a vaccine? What is the purpose of that vaccine?
Yeah, a vaccine is not a cure.
But what is the purpose of the vaccine?
To help your body fight off the virus.
Your body can do that naturally without a vaccine.
But wait.
So again, what is the purpose of a vaccine?
So what are we going?
Okay, so hold up. Let me
right
address
now?
that. Let me address
Hold on
that.
for a second, Chad. Just 1 second, please.
No, I want to address
There's
that.
nothing in America that they allow cures, and for me, it keeps happening over and over and over again. And now Zuckerberg has joined up with Bill Gates. Okay, and 2004, SARS,
Get too far off.
avian, swine, MERS, Ebola, Zika, Ebola again, and then now Corona. It's happening on a frequent scale, like every 4 to 2 years. And like you said, Bill Gates or
No rabbit hole,
Zuckerberg are
Lynn.
not scientists, and they're joining together now in this philanthropist movement. And that's what you need to look into, philanthropy.
All right, Lynn.
Okay, so let's back up though. In order to talk about vaccines, you got to kind of also pair that up with the immune system. So maybe Taekwondo, maybe when you were trying to get in here, you weren't listening to the dialogue, but I had kind of mentioned just on the surface thing, everything pretty much what you were just saying, how the body itself develops antibodies, and that's how it defends itself against pathogens being any foreign entity coming into the body that can cause disease. That's what a pathogen is. It could be bacteria or viruses or other things. So your body, we have an immune system, two main parts, the innate and the acquired. The innate is the your skin and all the other kind of stuff. That's the first line of defense. Once things get past that, gets into your system, your acquired or your adaptive immune system kicks in. And they call it adaptive for a reason, because it has to adapt to the pathogen. It has to learn it. It has to get to know it and know that it's a foreign object in order for it to seek it out, destroy it, and get rid of it and flush out the system eventually in time. But you have pathogens that are so lethal that it doesn't give your body time to do that. And so this is the value that vaccines have, because vaccines are a preventive measure. Once you are infected, it doesn't cure you. So this is why it's not about semantics. It's about properly describing, articulating what's going on. A vaccine is a preventive thing. You don't wait till you catch a virus and then take a vaccine. A vaccine
prevents nothing.
Okay, but
the
let me
vaccine
just tell you,
prevents nothing.
Okay, so that's what you're saying, but let me finish what I'm saying.
No, that's what I know, because people that get the flu vaccination,
all right,
they still get some form of the flu.
Okay, but there's a
after
reason.
they've had the vaccination.
I hear you. There's a reason for that, but let me just finish what I'm saying, and then
There's no
talk
reason for it.
about
Then if you still get the
Okay.
flu after you get the flu vaccination,
flu is
then
not the
why
only
get the
virus.
vaccination?
Wait, but the flu is not the only virus in the world, brother. So let me just finish
I'm
what I'm
just giving
saying.
that as an
I hear you. I got you. I'm saying I'm interested in talk about that. So let me just finish what I was saying, and then let's bring that up about the flu. Why people keep getting flu shots. But so my point again, let me rewind a little bit. The point is a vaccine does not cure. You don't wait till you catch something and then go seek out a vaccine. A vaccine is a preventive measure. What a vaccine does, there's three different main forms of it. You have the live attenuated ones, then you have the inactive ones that are dead, and they only use the proteins and sugars from the virus or the pathogen to teach your body, your immune system about it, to form these antibodies ahead of time. So you said that vaccines don't prevent anything. That's absolutely false, because what a vaccine does, it actually activates your adaptive immune system, and it teaches your immune system about the pathogen, so much so that your body will develop antibodies in it, and these memory cells called these B cells that will have a memory that will remember the proteins of that pathogen. So when a real pathogen comes in your body, it will know what to do, full stop, and get rid of it faster. It's all about timing when it comes to your immune system. So that's what a vaccine is for. So now you can build with your with the flu.
That's nice and all, but can we all agree that human beings on this planet are at least 5,000 years old? Does the panel agree with that? I just want to get a consensus on that.
Of course.
No, just say it again.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. Wait, just say it one more time.
I said, do we all agree on this panel that human beings, are at least 5,000 years old? I'm just giving a minimum.
Yes.
Okay. So you're telling me up until the point when Europeans started experimenting with so-called quote unquote vaccinations, that man could not adapt to viruses prior to that?
No,
that's not what I'm saying, and I don't think anybody said that.
So what is the purpose of a vaccination today?
I just told you.
This is where I keep going.
Do you know
you're pushing something that is artificial and that is not natural?
Are you familiar with
a natural vessel?
Okay, but wait. Once, hold on. Let me see. Cut it, because I want to walk you, right. I want to walk with you, I should say. So, and when I said what I said earlier, you said that's nice and all. So I don't want to know if it's nice. I want to know if you understand what a vaccine does to the body. Can you break down I know
exactly what a vaccine does to the body.
Okay.
And
so wait.
Again, we're talking in layman's terms. In layman's terms.
Break it down.
In layman's terms.
Break it down.
If man did not need a vaccine then, man does not need a vaccine now.
Okay.
If I've lived with her this long, why do I need it now?
Ask the Indians that.
All right, so yeah, I'm
Well,
not.
hold on,
Wait
a minute. For 1 second, please.
I want to.
Bill Gates' daddy was
no
already
Bill Gates, bro. No, we're not on Bill Gates, bro.
No, hey, hold up. His daddy was in.
We just did that, bro. Come on now.
Wow. So just 1 second, because Bill Gates can come back up. I just don't want to jump around too much. So I just want to know, because I'm trying to walk with the brother. Because I love having conversations. This is pretty good on a Friday night. So here's the thing. So I asked you the question, and you keep going back in history or whatnot. But I want to know from you, if you could break it down, maybe in layman's terms, what do you feel the purpose of a vaccine is for? Like what does a vaccine do to the body? Because it seemed like you don't agree with anything I said.
It actually cripples the body. is what it does.
How about that?
Dang.
How is that? How does it do? How does it cripple the body? So let's
exposes you. It exposes you again to a weaker version of that particular virus. I keep going back to the flu because when all this is dealing with, getting back to eugenics, is this COVID-19 and all of this is getting back to things that are man-made, artificially made in laboratories.
Oh, are you saying? Are you saying? Wait. So let me get this straight. I don't want to jump to that yet, but I just got to ask you what you said. Do you believe that SARS-CoV-2, which is the virus that causes COVID-19, do you believe that that virus was created in a laboratory?
Without a shadow of a doubt.
Okay, all right. So now, okay, so I now know your
Pass it
position.
around too, John. Pass it around too.
Okay, so here's my last. I mean, because I'm trying to walk, and I know there's other people, so I don't want to hog the mic, right? So let me just ask you this last thing. So it is your belief that SARS-CoV-2 was created by man in a laboratory for whatever purpose. I didn't even ask you that yet, but it was created by man, and it is also your belief that viruses don't help or prevent, help to prevent anything. And it's also your belief that viruses cripple the body and so on and so forth. Now, I know you're on your phone, and that's unfortunate because normally if we're going to try to edify people, I would want you to show some information to support at least some of the things that you're saying, because I could demonstrate every last thing I'm saying out of my mouth.
Well, by all means, do so. Show me what a vaccine has done for man.
Okay, so now Unbiased, I don't know if Unbiased is still here, but Unbiased played a video on malaria and on measles and what a vaccine for them in the different phases when coming to malaria, what it has done and how many lives it has saved earlier. So I don't know if I doubt if
okay, well, getting to malaria, if you notice Africans nor what we call American Indians had malaria. That was involving Europeans because there is a tree that still grows in South America that the American Indians would eat. They would ingest it, and it is a natural cure for malaria.
Yeah, I think he's trolling, bro.
I've never heard of that in my life. That's
so all right. So I want to keep it simple. I want to go back to these vaccinations. So are you familiar with?
Pass it though.
Okay, I'm gonna pass it after this. This is my last one. I swear. So there's different kinds of vaccines, right? There is an inactive type of vaccine, okay, where the vaccine doesn't produce any disease at all. All they deal with is the proteins and sugars of a virus.
None of them produce a disease, by the way.
Okay. And so they deal with the proteins and sugars of the pathogen in order to trigger your immune system to learn it. It's an educational procedure, and your body produces these antibodies. And so what you're saying is that none of that is true. If I'm correct, you can correct me if I'm wrong. You're saying that that's just not true.
I am simply saying that we all agree at a minimum, man has existed for 5,000 years.
200,000.
Man has existed at least that long without vaccinations. You don't need it now.
Okay, I understand. I understand. That's your belief. So here's your logic. Your logic is that man existed for at least 5,000 years, but the number is really closer to 200,000.
Yeah,
so,
he's just saying a minimum.
I know that. I'm saying a minimum. I'm saying because if you say 200,000, you'll have someone that disagrees on the panel. I'm using the lowest common denominator.
Hold on for a second, fellas.
I got you.
Hey,
I
what
was just summing it up. I was just summing it up, and I'm done. I'm a mute. I'm a mute. So because this is my first time talking to this brother, and so
Yeah, this is the first time on the panel. This is the first time on the
it's my
panel.
first time meeting the brother. So, and I'm gonna remember the things that you're saying, so that when we build again, we could continue it. So I just want to get this straight. So you think so? Everything I said, you say it's just untrue. And your reason, your logic, because your comeback was that because man is at least 5,000 years old on the planet and didn't need a vaccine 5,000 years ago, therefore, man doesn't need a vaccine today. Am I right in summarizing what you said?
Correct. Because
Okay.
again, I give you the example. Do humans, although they've taken the chickenpox vaccination, do they still not get chickenpox? Yes or no?
It's rare. You had chickenpox?
Chickenpox is one of the known ones that was reduced so much that's not even a concern with people. When I was younger,
I didn't know what that shit is.
Yeah, when I was my children don't even know what chickenpox is. When I was young, everybody and their mother had chickenpox. It was like just a matter of when.
Nigga missed a couple weeks from school. You go, oh, he got chickenpox.
And every one of those people got vaccinations. This is the point that I'm making.
Yeah, and they're gone. You don't see chickenpox.
Well, no. Once you got chicken, because chickenpox is in the family of the herpes simplexes, and so they stay in your body. So that you're wrong right at the gate on that one. And
no, that's why I said before. That's why I said before, dealing with that same family, your body naturally becomes immune to things.
No, but that's where you're wrong with chickenpox.
How am I wrong when the people that
I'm about to tell you, let me just finish what I'm saying. With chickenpox, because you brought it up, chickenpox is in a different family of viruses. Chickenpox,
I know it's in a different
chickenpox will
I'm not certain.
Listen, chickenpox is one
but
of
the point is
herpes.
that
Man, am I being muted or something? Oh, so listen,
What's going on?
Chickenpox is of a family of viruses that it gets.
Mike messing up.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, he's going in and out.
Okay, I'm going in and out.
Taekwondo.
I'm going in and out because.
Okay, so all right, I'm just gonna finish. I'm just saying because you bringing stuff up, and I just want to touch it a little bit. Chickenpox is a part of a family of viruses.
But I'm not able to because someone keeps muting me.
Okay.
Someone on the panel keeps muting me, so I'm not able to.
I'm muting you. Let Bujabu finish, man. Be quiet.
Okay, I'll let him finish. Then you have to let me finish as well.
Yeah.
We'll
Okay.
be quiet
That's
first.
cool. Okay, so I'm just saying
Sir,
because
I'm not here. I'm not here showing disrespect. I've been disrespecting you as a host.
You're
He's
doing it
asking me
right
a
now.
question.
Let Bujabu talk.
But
man.
I'm saying if he's asking me a question, I'm responding.
Right. No, bro, he's talking right now. Let him talk. Let him talk.
Show the same respect to me.
Okay, I'm gonna be fast because you brought it up. You brought up chickenpox, right? And because you brought it up, I just want to let you know, in case you don't know, chickenpox is a part of a different family of viruses that you're not actually immune to, that it hides within the nervous system of your body, where your immune system doesn't have access to. Same thing with herpes, which is why herpes, they say there's no cure for it and all this and that. And so it could resurface again. And so chickenpox resurfaces at an older age, and they give it a different name called shingles. And so you have older people that will have shingles, which is because of that chickenpox, that same family of virus is dormant within their bodies. So I just want you to understand that you're not totally immune to it. People who got vaccines for chickenpox, that's a different story because they don't actually contract or allow the virus to, their body had built up a defense from the get-go. So I just want you to understand the difference. So
I understand the difference, sir. Now, may I speak? Because again, as I stated initially, there is no cure for a virus. I said your body builds an immunity to a particular virus. I never said there was a cure. It stays in your body. That is the point that I'm making. So whatever vaccination you are getting, it is not a cure. So why get a vaccine when it doesn't cure you? That's why I gave the example of chicken pox.
But we explained that the
You're of
vaccine
the
is
same
not.
generation that I am when actually people get the vaccinations. Everybody was getting vaccinations, and these school-age children was still getting chicken pox. And as you stated, later in life, as older adults, they get shingles. It hasn't changed whether you have a vaccination or not.
Okay, so brother, this is something you gotta understand. I'm a pass my I'm going on mute. Period. So
Yeah,
listen, you said I know I said it before, but now this is it.
People still get the flu right now from the vaccine. When you get a vaccine, you can get a vaccine for the flu. You still can get the flu,
I didn't even touch on
man.
that. Those are different strands of flu. But I'm gonna skip that for a second. We'll go back to this brother. You said that. So this is how you're saying it. You're saying that a vaccine doesn't cure your own immune system. And that's why I asked you, what do you think a vaccine is for? A vaccine does not cure a virus. You don't wait to get a vaccine after you contract or infected by a virus. It's a preventive measure. You get a vaccine so that your body's own immune system, like you said, and this is what we're saying, your body's own immune system fights off the pathogen. The vaccine gives your body's or your immune system a preview or a training camp. It's like a training camp for your immune system. The vaccine itself doesn't do anything. The vaccine itself doesn't kill the virus. Nobody ever claims that. Nobody's stupid enough to claim that. A vaccine trains your immune system so that it can fight off the pathogen. Okay, I want to be clear on that. Nobody's making that claim. You're not saying nothing special. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. You're not saying nothing special, nothing that we have not already said and continue to say. So I'm saying,
no, you didn't say that. Then why are you promoting vaccinations?
Because of what
vaccinations?
Because of what
again, we all agreed that people get the flu shot, some people still get the flu.
I'm asking you a question.
The chicken.
Why push for vaccines? Because of what I just said. Did you not hear me? That a vaccine trains your immune system so that your immune system, it itself, can fight off these pathogens. That's what a vaccine.
I say again, do the training. That's why I gave the example of the flu, and I gave another example of the chicken pox.
Okay, smallpox vaccine.
Let me finish. I'll let you finish.
Okay, go ahead.
When you took the chicken pox vaccination, just like all of the other kids in our demographic,
but I did
the same thing. And kids in school were still getting the chicken pox. So why go through the vaccination process when you still end up with the chicken pox? It doesn't make sense.
Okay, so
it's not logical.
Okay, so
you, by your own admittance, you just said the vaccination does nothing. Then why get
that's
it?
not what I said. Wait, 1 second, brother. That's what I don't like for anybody to do. Don't do that to me. I did not say the vaccine don't do anything. All right. I choose my words very, very carefully. And I know exactly what I say. I said the vaccine does not cure a virus. You do not wait to be infected by a virus to get a vaccine. The purpose of a vaccine is to train your immune system so that by it, I mean the immune system, can defend against the pathogen in the future. A vaccine is a preventive step, not a in real time or after the fact step. So I never said vaccines do nothing. As a matter of fact, to prove it to you, you keep saying chicken pox and stuff. What about the vaccine for smallpox? How the vaccine for smallpox developed such a large herd immunity, population immunity, that it eradicated smallpox in the 1980s. How about them apples?
You know why? Again, smallpox was brought over here by Europeans.
I don't care if it was brought by aliens.
Which is why I stated before.
I don't care if it was brought by aliens.
Hold on. That the Mi'kmaq Indians already had the cure for smallpox. See, these are things that were done naturally.
Yo, I
Urge
can't
that
take this no more. I
natural,
can't
not
take it no
artificial.
more. I can't take it no more. He don't got no sources. Get him out of here. We can't do this. We can't do
What are
this.
you talking about?
Get
No
him out
sources.
of here.
I just gave you the
Get him
Micmac
out of here,
Indians.
unbiased. Get him out of here. We don't want to hear him no more, yo. Get his
But
ass
wait,
out of here.
but hold up. But I'm saying, I guess this is for everybody, the brother you included, but
No,
everybody.
you don't know this guy. This dude
No, I
is
don't.
a known troll.
I don't.
He banned this dude from being on any. I don't even know how he got out of it. You should ask him why his channel name is Doodoo Brown. So you should ask him.
He's
Name
gone.
his channel after my last name. This
So
dude recorded hangouts. He recorded and we booted him out of every hangout when we used to do hangouts back in the day.
okay, yeah, I don't know him. I never
Yeah,
know
of
him.
course you don't know him because you wasn't back with the hangouts with us. He's an Aboriginal Hebrew. He's gone. Get him out of here.
Okay, but it was just interesting, man. So that was just fun. But for everybody else, about 99% of what the brother was saying was just wrong. But I just want to say that the smallpox vaccine is one of the oldest vaccines that we all, people talk about. It was very successful. It eradicated smallpox back in the 1980s. Do some research, look into it. And a vaccine never cures a virus. That's not the
That was
purpose.
his first mistake when he kept interchangeably mixing up curing and prevention. Once he did that, I knew he didn't know anything.
Yeah, I mean, but it's unfortunate, man. I just wish people. I mean, hopefully everybody listening in the chat that's still up right now, can have some takeaways from that conversation, because the brother, I mean, he just doesn't. I mean, that's immune system 101 and vaccines 101. I mean, I could pull up a whole bunch of videos. You could create a playlist, about 50 videos, on YouTube, just to show what the purpose of a vaccine.
So
like why the goal of virologists is vaccines. Like, that's like the goal.
Now look, a lot of these guys run to the flu vaccination. So since you want to go there, I'll go there. For one, scientists says that the flu vaccination has a 50% efficacy rate. You know why? Because all the different strains, and even going back to malaria, they don't have a vaccination for all strains of malaria. They just got it for the worst strains of malaria. Okay, so the same thing with the flu. They got it for the worst strains of the flu. Okay, but then that strain might not pop up. It's not guaranteed because there's so many strains of the flu. That's why that's why scientists tell you that it's a 50% efficacy rate for the flu vaccination. That's not normal with vaccinations. They're usually to the 80 to 99% efficacy. You dig? So the flu, because of the different strains, how it mutates and it comes yearly. They said the flu is like trying to stop the wind. Like it's not gonna happen. You could get lucky, and that vaccination could be for the top. I think they go for the top 3 strains of the flu. And they predicted by monitoring the world. So it's a prediction thing. Scientists make predictions. So they try to predict which strain of the flu is going to emerge.
Yeah. Like I said, I've always said, and I said it from the beginning, I don't think vaccines are wrong. I just think that they could be used for evil, just like the government, science, and everything else. And it's been proven. And my question out of it was, why is it happening so frequently nowadays? From 16 years to this. It's
What's that?
Of different viruses, and SARS in 2004, avian in 2008, swine 2010, MERS 2012, Ebola 2014, Zika 2016, Ebola 2018, Corona.
Wait. Stop. Ebola first emerged in 1976, right?
Okay.
No.
I said, why is it happening so often, so frequently? That's what I said.
Well, you're talking over me. You made some crazy claims. See, these things reemerged, and it's 2014, not 18, dude. Ebola reemerged in 2014. See, this is not your area. You dig?
Okay, did it come back in 2018 unbiased?
Well, let's just go to the
Did it come
history
back in 2018, brother?
Yeah, check it out, bro. What's your name, bro?
This is Lynn.
All right, Lance. Let's just go to the history.
Right. And
Of virus.
you
So what I'm gonna
1976.
do is I'm gonna show you something. See my screen? You see my screen?
Yep, we see it. I'm
So
going back.
this is, you see it? You can see my screen?
Yeah, we see it.
All right, so this is the history of pandemics, all right? So I'm gonna blow this up a little bit. So the first recorded pandemic we have, viruses are different from bacteria. I don't think I have to, yeah, viruses different from bacteria. Hope I don't have to go into that.
No,
But-
you do.
No.
But
No, you don't.
based on the conversations.
Hey Lynn, is
Yeah.
syphilis bacteria or a virus?
Bacteria.
Okay, what about the bubonic plague?
It's a bacteria. Don't worry about it.
I'm not
Yeah, don't worry,
I'm
it's a
not
bacteria.
familiar.
It's a
So,
strain of
like I said, I'm
You don't
just
gotta know.
asking
We ain't gotta
questions
get
about.
too deep, bro. I'm using this so we can keep it simple. I'm not gonna tell you the name of it. We ain't gonna do that. I'm just gonna go to something that you ask. So why these things keep occurring? So in recorded history, you see right here, it says Antonian plague, right? This plague is also a bacterium called, I think it's Yesarara or something, some weird name they have. But anyway, that plague kills 5 million people. See what date this is? 165, 180. Plague of Justinian. This is the same thing. This is why they call it plague. So when they call something a plague, most of it is dealing with a bacteria. So look, 30 to 50 million people died. 735, 737. Japanese smallpox. Now, smallpox is a virus. See this? There's no technology around. There's no needles. There's no one doing none of this stuff, bro. Now we get to the death. We get to the Black Death. They say 200 million people died from this. Look at the date, 1347 AD. Smallpox pops up again, but look at the date. It pops from 735. Now it's 1520. Are we gonna say that these people had technology to sit there and manifest these things? No. So you're gonna keep going down. 17th century Great Plagues, right? 3 million people died. 1600. 18th century Great Plague. Now there's a bunch of plagues and viruses in between here, but I'm gonna do something on this chart. But right here, now we get to cholera, 6th outbreak, 3rd plague, yellow fever, virus. This is a virus. MERS, virus. Ebola, virus. Flu. The flu actually goes back to the 1500s, bro. 1500 AD, the flu's there. So these are different strands, and what you're talking about is a form of evolution of viruses and bacteria. It's always been here. Viruses actually also come from plants, not just animals. So just doing a simple look of the history of pandemics, this simple little chart, all you got to do is pop all of those things up in Google, get real deep with it to find out what a bacteria is and how it manifests and all these other things. I ain't got to get too deep, but that's the answer to your question on why you see it coming out. So all the way back then to 145, we have bacteriums and we have viruses that disappeared for 500 something years and pop back up, bro. It's called nature, bro.
Hey, that's a good point. Let me just add to what you're saying to answer the question that's I had on. So Lynn, your question is also dealing with the frequency, because the frequency seems to be more frequent today in more recent times, right? So you have to understand, Rabon mentioned something that's very important. Today we have technology in the form of transportation. So the further back in history you go, the less people traveled and the less amount of people did traveling. Okay. Today we have airplanes, boats, and vacations and all kinds of things where everybody is everywhere. You can spend 8 hours in the air and be on the other side of the planet. Okay. So the spread of viruses or the spread of these pathogens is way more higher at a higher rate today in recent times than it was in history. So that contributes to the frequency being elevated, the elevation in frequency. And then two, this is why we have pandemics and not just epidemics or even endodemics or whatever, the ones that are just localized. Now we at risk at pandemics because we have such free traveling going on today. So you have to keep that in mind on your question about why it happens so often now. So hopefully that'll help you out.
Yeah, great point. Endemics has spread to become pandemics, like you said, Ujawa. For example, the hantavirus is an endemic spawning from the deer mice. But if you're a traveling person from that region, you can take that deer mice, mistakenly to another country. So now you have an endemic there. Then that goes on to somebody else. So you're right.
So that's one. That's a major one. And here's another one for you as a bonus. Also, we have better tracking capabilities. We have the CDC now in terms of the United States. We have the World Health Organization that wasn't always in place. So we actually have organizations that whose purpose.
And you got the Chinese CDC.
Yeah, you have different. Yeah, exactly. So you have certain organizations, global organizations that whose purpose is to project, predict, track, and document these pathogens and things like that. So now we have more data. We're able to track them better and stuff like that. So that's also contributes to our knowledge of the frequency, because before, remember, pathogens would invade and kill off people, but a lot of people back in history, the further back you go, they didn't know why. As a matter of fact, some if you go back far enough, they thought it was an omen from their belief system that they're being killed off of. Case in point, the Bible, and stuff like that. They think that something else is killing them off, not knowing that it's a unseen microscopic either living entity as a bacteria or a non-living entity such as a virus. But that's it.
Yeah, I appreciate it, but like I said, I wasn't here for all that scientific talk. I was just here to show about Sanger and them. And, like I said, I've said this before, I just think we need to be conscious 24/7 because they change the narrative all the time. I mean, just you've seen throughout Trump's presidency, he went from laughing, and the world went from laughing at climate change to taking it seriously and saying, making it population control. So those things throw up red flags for me. And like I said, I've never been a scientist, none of that, but, those things throw up red flags for me. And these people and the things that they said and the way that they have manipulated governments and things of that nature. It's like, I'll show you whenever I get the chance and bias, I'll just send it to you or whatever. But, the money masters and how this recession and all these things have happened before, and it's just history repeating.
Well, hold up.
And it's not the first time.
But see, they're not, I don't think that's a good way to describe it. See, these people that you mentioned, they don't manipulate the government. They actually become the government and then just make change. So for example, Trump and his administration, Trump is of the mindset, and the people around him are of the mindset that global warming and climate change and stuff is not real. So when he came in office and when he set up his administration, they pulled out from the global community that deals with global warming and all the other kind of stuff. I forgot what the organization, the name of it, but they pulled out of it. He pulled out of it, and he wanted to kickstart coal again. So it's not like people are manipulating the government. They actually are smart enough to become the government. They actually participate and actually make changes from within the government by becoming the government. And that's something that we as knuckleheads don't do. Like, we don't participate in government enough to do that, but we complain. So anyway, yeah, man, that's it. That's my little rant, but I'm about to head out. But peace, man. I'm tune in. I know Bias, you probably going to pick up on this in the morning or whatever, but I'll be tuning in. But I ain't realized it was so late. Got to get up.
Thank you, Buja. Thank y'all for letting me get my stuff off. Appreciate y'all. And stay safe.
Man.
What's up?
I think Sosa, you still there?
Yeah.
Yeah. Did you want to add on to something?
No.
Yeah, because as you know, as you probably can guess, I had dozed off at some part of this conversation, and I woke back up. But hey, Len, because I was getting sleepy, so I laid down. But Len, are you still there, Len?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. The other guy said something about a vaccination being a cure and prevention. You do know that was totally false, or don't you?
Like I said,
Now, I'm just, brother, I'm not saying you're an expert. I'm just asking you because I believe he caused confusion, and I want to make sure you're not confused about his information. So,
Liv about to go into a spill, man. He like, look.
yeah, so
no, man. I'm just saying. What I'm saying is
hold on,
this
Len.
vaccine.
Hold on, Len.
No. The only thing that I agree with him. All right, go ahead.
Len, I gotta mute you. Dude. You gave a presentation earlier. You had your shine, right? And you got a part 2 tomorrow. I'm just asking you a simple question because I want to make sure you're not confused by old boy. So I'm just saying, you do know that was a lie, that vaccinations are used to cure diseases. You know that? Do you know that was a lie?
Right.
Okay.
Right. Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
They are a preventative measure. Now,
In more ways than one. Yes, I do.
Right. Okay.
Because there's not really anything out here curing anything.
Okay. So when the
And
dude
they're nothing but drug dealers out here passing you off stuff to make you feel better for a little bit.
Len, god damn, bro. See, so I'll be quiet and calm. When they do that, that's when I get crazy. I'm trying to talk to the dude, man. He's purposely talking over me. Len, relax. God damn. See,
Yeah, lose your train of thought. Like, what?
Dude, man. I mean, hey, Len.
Yeah.
Now, the dude was talking about you got me trying to stop your ass talking.
Saying the cure, saying that vaccines
Right.
cure something.
But it's a preventative measure. Now, what he was saying is this. He's saying about the immune system. What the dude is mixing up is that he never let Wujawu actually explain what the vaccination is supposed to do. A vaccination is acting like it's a goddamn antigen in your body. Okay? So that's all a vaccine is designed to do, is to inject you with a false flag antigen that your immune system believes that it's a threat. They tag it with antibodies and let the killer cells know that, hey, we have a problem over here. But it's a false flag, but they don't know that. So they go to get rid of it. It's going to be an easy defeat for your immune system. They're going to defeat the damn thing very easily because the virus is handicapped. It's not what my man thought it was. It's a handicapped virus. I made an analogy about the wild beasts crossing the Nile River to escape the crocodiles. They run through a whole bunch of packs of thousands. So imagine a crocodile wrestling a whole stampede of wild beasts. They're going to be unsuccessful. But imagine a wild beast in the Nile River with just a head and a body, no legs. It's easy pickings for a crocodile. You see, it's no fight at all. That's all that vaccine is. It provides an antigen that's easily defeated by your immune system. And when they defeat it, your immune system produce antibodies and memory cells to always recognize something similar to that. And they will always be on guard. They want that smoke ASAP. But when you confront the disease itself for the first time, they are caught off guard. So your immune system is almost always caught off guard. So it's behind enemy lines. It's playing chess. It's black all the time. You dig? And what Jawa said, it takes 14 days for it to actually kick into effect. So he said that, which is true. If an antigen takes too long to work its way through, your immune system will have enough time to defeat it. So with enough time, let me just say this. With enough time, your immune system can kick any virus butt with enough time. With not enough time, you'll lose almost every time.
We said that.
Huh?
We said that, advice.
Right, I know, bro. I'm just putting it in proper context and in proper format because old boy was mixing things around. So with
that nigga said you know, our body can fight it off. But like, nigga, yeah, you be done lost half the goddamn population, nigga.
Okay, now see, but that's some dangerous information because
you know what I'm saying?
I asked the Africans that ran into Ebola, how successful was their immune system?
Yeah, nigga, half of Europe got wiped out with a
Right, by the bubonic plague, right? Well, 90%, up to 90% of the man. If you read the stats, if I pull up Ebola, if you see how these Africans were dying, like it damn near wiped out everybody. Sosa, everybody damn near got wiped out in certain cities that came across the bubonic plague, like not like certain villages. Every last one of them died.
About 90% kill rate. So what 10% could be left? Like, yeah, we did it, nigga. Told you we strong.
In Africa too, right?
So now, the dude mentioned chickenpox, which Mujawa said is part of the herpes viruses. So again, the dude is being misleading. No herpes virus can be eliminated from the body. Okay. Once they get through, if that vaccine if you're not vaccinated, once that thing get through, you'll have it forever. Now it lies dormant at times, so it'll appear that you don't have it anymore, but it will show its face again, and most definitely on your weakest immune point. So when you have a cold or a sneeze, you know what I mean, some type of illness going on, that's when that herpes virus shows itself again. And in chickenpox, it comes back as you get older, and as somebody said, is known as shingles, but it's still just chickenpox. It never changed. They just call it shingles because it happens to older people mainly, and it reacts a little different. But it's still herpes. It's still chickenpox.
Yeah, they got the vaccination.
That shit now too. Me of him asking
they got
if
the
I get
vaccination
clapped,
shingles now too.
Okay, wow.
and I take the medicine.
And look,
why did I get the clap again? That's what it sounded like to me when he said that.
So that's all it is.
Huh?
I said that's just called a booster shot. So yes, some vaccines are limited in its effectiveness. So you're supposed to get a follow-up booster shot, but doctors usually tell you about that, like when to go ahead and do that. Now we're not switching words, Taekwondo. I heard you loud and clear. I was on mute because I did not want to converse with you.
Yeah, I gotta get back to my damn lectures, but I will find out the lecture. I think we got like we already have like a version, like we had like herpes in us already and shit.
Yeah.
If I'm mistaken, like 12 strands of herpes within us just off the rip.
Yeah. So I was trying to tell X that there are some herpes viruses, Lynn, that it's almost impossible for anybody in America to like dodge, but they're not severe and they actually help us out in certain areas. But yeah, there are some herpes viruses that they're very minor, but it's almost impossible. You get through kissing, like in order to avoid it, Lynn, you can't kiss anybody, your child, anybody, because it's transmittable by kissing. Oral sex, forget about it. You know what I mean? Because
you just don't want that certain version.
If a population does not have kiss, you're going to get rid of HS1 for a fact. And the other virus I can't think of, not two. Two is the genitalia virus, but there's another family of it. It's just purely transmittable by kissing. So kissing alone spread the shit around.
Yeah. I tell you, I'm on my lectures. I'm probably on like 8. That motherfucker getting extremely complicated now, nigga. Like, but I'm and then I be watching like a lecture like 4 or 5 times. It's just like goddamn absorb it. Yeah, but I was shocked. I was like, that. But we got a whole bunch of shit inside of us, goddamn. Some you know what I mean? But then when you think about it, it's like, you know, there's billions of viruses, man. There's only like a handful of them that are like harmful to us. Most of the motherfuckers we just eat and shit out. You know what I'm saying? On a regular basis. Breathe it in, eat it, and shit it out most of the time.
All right, so this is for Taekwondo, because he's just trolling. The dude said that your immune system fights off the virus. Hey, let me ask you a question, Len.
Yeah.
Do you know of any cases of an immune system fighting off the rabies disease?
Can I ask you a question? You know how I feel. I'm just saying. I'm asking you a question. I'm answering, but I'm asking you a question first.
Bill Gates, Margaret Sanger.
Man, just yesterday. Yo, what's wrong with you guys, bro?
Bill Gates, Margaret Sanger.
Yeah, what's wrong with these dudes? Sosa. Anyway, the question was rhetorical. Sosa, if you contract rabies,
yeah, you better haul ass to the goddamn
before
hospital.
cures, it was a death sentence, dude.
Right.
Shit, you get the rabies now. If you don't hustle to that goddamn hospital, nigga.
Yes, a death sentence.
Shit.
What is the tetanus shot? The tetanus shot, you know, like if you step on metal. I mean, like I said, I understand.
You talking about lockjaw?
It's
Yeah,
good and
lockjaw.
bad and everything, man. But y'all just, I'm just saying you're overlooking these devils. That's what I'm saying.
Bro, we're talking about. Hey, Len.
But look, no, I'm just gonna go ahead and get off, so I don't bother y'all no more. You know, that's
Len, you
it's
gotta
all
stop being a
good.
coward, bro. Hey, Len, you
Ain't
gotta stop
nobody
being
being a coward, man.
Bro, we're
I
having.
mean, I don't know why you think that somebody's being a coward. Look,
because we're having a
you don't have to believe me. Like I said, the truth don't have to be validated to ignorance. And some of the stuff that comes out of y'all mouth when y'all talking about these devils, to me, you know what I'm saying? So I can feel, you can feel however you want to. Ain't none of us really experts here, you know. So you want to call names and all that, man? I ain't about it. It's all good, man. You know,
because I asked you a simple
it's all
question.
good. You do you, brother.
You came on here saying you have no bias, and you clearly have a bias.
I don't, and I haven't had none all night. We built this whole time, and then Doodoo Brown come up in this joint, and now you putting Doodoo Brown's words in my mouth.
Len, if you don't have a bias, I asked you a simple question. It's just yes or no, or you can say you don't know. I said, have you ever heard of an immune system kicking the virus rabies? Yes or no? That's all I asked you.
No.
Right. That's all you had to say.
No.
You can ask any question you want after that.
No, I have not.
Right. So now you can say what you want to say. I just wanted the question answered. You can say what you want to say now.
Margaret Sanger video coming soon too, man. For the camera, all the facts, nigga.
You know, like I said, you know, I'm not, you know, maybe I don't even deserve to be on the panel right now because, like you said, I don't know what I'm talking about. You know, I'm pseudo and all these other shit. I'm scared and
he went
all
right
this
to
shit.
this is why he's a
you
coward.
know.
He went right into victim mode.
I'm not. Look, I was just trying to present my information, like I told you before.
Nobody called you pseudo.
I'm not on here trying to get any.
You just lied. Nobody
trying to be on somebody's show or somebody's platform. I'm just trying to share the information, bro. I'm not on here following men.
You rock. We let you rock out, man. You rocked out, man.
And I appreciate that. And I told him that after he got done, and then Doodoo Brown come in, and this nigga went crazy. And he act like it's me who's talking this craziness.
I got that.
I ain't say none of that. You heard what I said. And have you even looked up NAMBLA? Man, I'm telling you, this pedophilia shit is real, man. Fucking Epstein Island. They tearing up Playboy Island right now, or the Playboy Mansion. You got NAMBLA. Look it up, man. Show the people what that is. You tell me these ain't some devils. Talking about sex before 8, man. Sex before 8 before it's too late.
Oh man!
All right.
Stay with us, bro. Stay with us, bro.
And I'm telling you, you acting like these motherfuckers is all friendly and doing all this, man. You said here they doing this so they control the narrative. Period.
Wearing
They
that
spending
mask,
all that
man.
money so they
Put
can
no
control the
mask
narrative.
on, Lynn.
They can play both sides. They can play both sides just like in war.
You wearing your mask,
They
man?
fund
You wearing
both
your gloves,
sides.
bro?
They give the enemy weapons, they give them money, and they give the people their own people. They sending our kids over there. And they playing around with us in our lives. And you acting like this is all good.
Lynn.
And
You
nothing
wearing
needs
your
to be
mask,
looked into
man?
because these white people is going to save us.
Lynn, you hear me?
Yeah.
You been wearing your mask, man, your gloves, bro.
Yeah, I have.
All right, man. That's what's important. Bro.
I mean, you know,
keep that mask on.
The way y'all
Keep
think
that
I'm some
glove
kind of
on,
fucking
man.
idiot.
Social distance, bro.
Yeah, and I'm stocked up too. We got food. sardines, pork and beans, peanut butter and jelly, crackers, all that shit. Yeah, water, all that.
There you go.
And I've been playing. I've been planning a month before this because, like I said, all of this that was coming out, and wasn't nobody paying no attention. And then all of a sudden, everybody's on the fucking topic. So y'all keep on playing. I'm about to fucking hyperventilate because y'all got me so mad. You know, start calling me names and shit and acting like what I'm saying. I'm trying to lead somebody astray.
You got a Rob on, got
I'll
the
be
vaccine.
goddamn. That's
chart
not
out.
me. It might be one of these other people on here, but it ain't me. Period. So, like I said, learn what the word guileless means.
I ain't gonna
And
do it.
y'all have a good day and stay safe.
Yeah,
That's what's up. Yo, I'm biased.
Yeah.
Yo, question for you.
Yeah.
Is a virus alive or is it not alive?
Nah, it's neither. It doesn't fit all the criteria to be labeled as alive.
So what do you call it?
Well, they say it's in a gray area.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. But they'll just say that motherfucker dead. Now, the Virology lecture I'm watching, he just claimed that he just said it's dead.
It's a good answer.
Yeah, but it's not dead. You can't kill a virus. You can only deactivate it, and that's why when it comes to vaccination, they say it's an inactivated virus. It's not dead. They don't use the term dead.
What I'm saying dead, they just consider it a
Oh
non-biological.
yeah, no, I'm saying like you can say dead because we know what you mean, but science, as you know, science have their own like little terms that you can't really take literal in the regular day, just conversing. Just like when they say nothing is actually something.
So why do they say that is dead?
Well, that's just a easy way to communicate it to us. But they use the term inactivated, and as you can see, vaccination were inactivated.
Yeah, and like they got a criteria set for something to be living. Like they gotta have a cell. Like you know what I'm saying? Like they got all living things have
it
cells.
has to be able to produce energy, stuff like that. They got to do and reproduce on themselves, like by themselves. Viruses don't do that. But they use the word dead just for like simple conversation because science says make things simple, not simpler. So they'll use the word dead just for conversation. But scientifically, you're going to see the word inactivated and deactivated.
Yeah, I just want to share this real quick because I've been reading on this shit, man. I'm getting ready to kill the pseudos, man. All right, you can see my screen, right?
Yeah.
It says, are viruses alive? It says, since the crystallization of viruses in 1935, there has been a controversy as to whether viruses are alive or inanimate.
Right.
The best analogy is to that of a seed. Is a bean seed alive? It has the properties of life under certain circumstances, but can be kept in an inert state for years. As soon as it is planted under appropriate conditions, it becomes alive. A virus differs in that it cannot reproduce unless it is in a host cell. Thus, one may think of a virus as the bean and the host cell as the soil. Okay. Viruses use the metabolism of the host cell. Although there are large viruses, such as smallpox, that carry genes similar to the host cell, which code for metabolic enzymes, and some genes mimic those of the host cell and thus disrupt cellular metabolism by acting as decoys. These viral products are termed vicrokins. However, each such viruses cannot multiply on their own since they need cellular components for their replication and protein synthetic apparatus. Where did these mimicking genes come from? Were these genes derived from the host cell since they mimic host functions and interfere with these functions, or were they acquired by the host eons ago from the virus? This is a controversial and open question. Thus, the virus is at the edge of life and can exist in two states, an inert state and a living state. I like that.
That sounds like some damn.
You said
Well,
inner
it's real
state,
simple, man.
what state? What was the other state? Inner and what else?
It says a virus could be an inert state and a living state.
Okay, living state. Okay, yeah. That's a great.
I like that.
Yeah, that was
That's
good.
like some quantum physics explanation right there. Both alive and dead at the same time. Type shit.
Yeah.
But I like the analogy with the seed.
Yeah.
So
That-
is a
that-
seed
that was
alive?
pretty dope.
I mean, so yeah, this shit is good, man. This book is dope too.
What book
I like
is that?
this. I'm gonna go to the beginning of the book so you can see what it is. It's called Viruses. So
Yeah, I'm
and
doing like
it's called The Human History of Viruses. Oh, Viruses and Man, a History of Interactions.
Okay.
I'm doing a damn lecture. 25-video lecture.
Oh,
a 25 video series lecture I'm doing. Shit.
That's crazy. I ain't doing that.
Easy. On YouTube, I can just watch it when I'm in my car. Nigga be breaking it down. It's like a class. Like an hour. Every lecture is like an hour. You know, he breaks everything down.
The conscious community got me studying radiation, ion.
I know, right?
Viruses.
I was looking at that shit today. No.
Yeah. You can see my screen, Rob Bourne.
Oh, my bad. What you want me to do?
Can you see my screen?
Hold on.
You ain't showing that.
Nah, I don't see nothing.
What about now?
All right, it's loading. Yeah, I see it.
Okay, you see where you at here? This is microbiology right here. These are all videos. The disease process tutoring. So I'm going in.
Yeah, the lectures are long. So as soon as I finish that,
Hundreds and hundreds of videos. How viruses mutate, flu, replication RNA viruses, DNA viruses, everything here. Viruses, bacteriophage, you dig? Liver cancer, chickenpox, herpes, right here. Just everything's right here.
Yeah. That's how that lecture series is, man. That shit, a lot of them.
Right here. So here are the courses. So you got science, math, you got a whole bunch so I can hit on.
Yeah, cause you know you went to virology, you're gonna have to tap into a little bit of biology.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Give me a little tape, give me a little break. We got that neuroscience. But I've been doing the 5G shit too. You know, I got the video Amber watch. And you know, them folks ain't arguing nothing what Polite's arguing. You know what I'm saying? They mostly talk about safety and precaution. Like she said the same thing about airplane mode. You know, they got the note in your phone. Like you ain't supposed to keep it in your pocket. You know what I mean? But
yeah, that's y'all thing. The 5G, you know, that's y'all thing. I
just been glancing it. I ain't going to it. Are you still airplane mode?
Well, not right now, cause actually I am.
That shit like shit. Cause you know what you gonna do when you hang with when you with the homies and shit. You be like, hey man, put your shit on airplane mode, man.
See, but that's the good thing with me though, because the pseudos when they be extra, I be extra with them. You dig? So I'm like, nah, we both got shit on airplane mode. So what?
Shit. I like the. I don't lie though. I do like the little. I enjoy the little virus shit though. The virology courses and shit. I kind of like them shit though.
Yeah.
Like I'm on that. Like I said, I'm in the complicated shit right now where they talk about them how we getting into the cell and shit and breaking everything down. Like it's complicated right now. But I'm gonna have to get the course book. The book for the course to really.
Yeah, so Rob Bourne got a book on viruses. I'm reading a book right now, Rob Bourne. I'm almost done with it. It's called Virosphere by Frank Ryan. So it talks about the same thing. Human interaction, but different. But it talks about bacteria too. So, and that's how I learned about cholera. The bacteria that was found in the water in somewhere in East Africa. The refugees of Rwanda. They had fled to a small city, and they was out there starving and being dehydrated. And they went to, look at drinking water from the ground, and all of them was getting infected by cholera, and it was dropping like 5, man.
Son, that book is crazy. I ain't even bring up what I could have brought up in there. That should show you the Egyptian mummies. They found smallpox in them niggas.
Yeah. 1500 BC, something like that. Something like that.
You know what I mean? So I was just like, yo, I'm not listening to nobody. I was like, I'm gonna beat this shit myself. Fuck
Hey,
all you niggas.
hey, Dre, that's what the same thing I be saying, Rob. Like, nigga, I don't believe nobody, nigga. I'm finna read everything, man.
So now, you know what I mean? Niggas have a conversation. I cut your ass out there with that bullshit. You trying to spit. Now,
Exactly.
now, all I'm gonna do for now is pull that chart up. Yeah, you keep bringing up. You look. There's a correspondence between technology and viruses. I'm just gonna cough on you. Explain all these fucking viruses and fucking bacterium shit that was going on before none of this technology was around. Nigga.
Right.
And you see on that chart too, right? You see on that chart, there's an Asian flu pandemic before the Hong Kong pandemic.
Yep.
That that he just happened to skip over to make a correlation with the Hong Kong. You know?
And he forgot the flu that's in the 1500s as well.
Exactly.
Because what that thing did, that chart, it didn't name all of them. It just put them under brackets and shit. Like, what's the main big shits? Because the rest of them is just mutations. Nobody know why them shits come back, bro.
Yeah, because they just
I
evolved.
mean, because I'm looking at this. I'm like, yo, hold up, son. How this shit was going for like 600 years, then just pop back up, man. That shit crazy, bro.
Yeah, hell yeah.
It just be mutating, bro. They keep mutating.
Right.
They say it mutate a lot, but most of the time it's insignificant. And then finally, finally that motherfucker gets it right, bro. Like, boom.
And yeah, and don't forget, viruses never go anywhere. Just like right now, smallpox is not eradicated. It's around the bubonic plague. You can Wikipedia it right now. That thing is moving right now. That thing is alive and well in 2020.
Still cases right popping up bubonic plague right now.
Yo, what's the name of the thing that it really is though? What do they call it?
It's something with a Y. It's the year.
Some weird ass name, yo.
Yeah.
I'm gonna start using Google Translate on these fucking terms, man.
Yeah, something tough to pronounce, bro.
Yeah, them viruses be sitting in a cut, man. Just waiting, like, you know what I mean? Waiting to evolve, waiting for that mutation coming in. Boom.
Wait till I catch Unc out here. That nigga don't know what a virus is, yo.
But for real, like Unc can never do what I just did just now. Like he can't fool like that.
Yeah, you'll lead them. You get past them. Like when I started getting into the lectures, like I was past them quick. Like bam, like oh man. A few lectures in, I was like, damn, like I'm way past.
I mean, yo, I'm not gonna lie. I wasn't thinking about this shit until this shit happened. I just know that if I have access to information, I could just go get it. I mean, I might not read the whole fucking book, but I'll be like, yo, all right, what is this shit?
Right.
I mean, like, what's the
like November?
Yeah, like, yo, what's the scientist saying about this? What the fuck? Matter of fact, what the fuck is the difference between the bacteria and the virus?
Yeah,
because I was bugging out. I just ain't say nothing because I didn't understand it. I was like, yo, how you saying some shit is killing people, and then you gonna turn around and say that the shit ain't alive? I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? That shit doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Actually, they discovered viruses, if I can recall, at the time cholera was tearing up those damn refugees from Rwanda. That's when they found out about bacteriophages, because cholera, like they couldn't figure out what was going on, so they had some solutions about boiling the water and just washing your hands, being very like sanitized. And then they realized that like they had like a funnel that catches like all the bacteria, and something was going through the funnel, because bacteria is a certain size and viruses are a certain size, but something was going through the funnel and it was still eating something. And they didn't know what the hell's going on. They thought bacteria was just super tiny. And then I think his name was Dr. Harrell or Darrell, something like that. He found out, oh shit, these are viruses. Well, he named them viruses, by the way.
Yeah, I forgot who.
He said, oh shit, it's something else. Like this is another thing happening that's smaller than bacteria. And then I believe he coined the term. You can fact check me. I think he coined the term.
The first person, like he knew what it was, but he didn't know it was a virus. Like he didn't name it. And then the other dude actually, I think have named it like, and then
Yeah.
and like honored him after he
Yeah,
figured out
because
what it was. Right?
they couldn't see it without an electron microscope. So I don't know what Polite talking about with that light
Yeah,
microscope.
bro, because and just so happens my damn lectures get on the goddamn electron microscope. You just can't look at a virus just simply with the electron microscope because you need something to stain it,
Right.
to make it show. You know what I'm saying? So you need like some damn toxic chemicals
Yeah.
to make the virus stand out so you can get a picture of it. Back then it was like they called it negative staining because it comes out black and white, like a negative picture you get from your camera. You know what I'm saying? But you need two chemicals that's very toxic to give it a stain, and you take a picture of it like a negative. Boom, boom, boom. You know what I'm saying? So even with the electron microscope, you can't just put it on and look at it. You need some chemicals and shit to goddamn make it come out.
Wow.
Yeah. So I was like, shit. That shit outside. I was getting in my class, my lecture, like electron microscope. I'm like, okay, electron microscope.
Got it.
Yeah, like shit. And then even with them damn viruses, though, like they don't just fuck with any cell. Like they wait for the right cell.
Oh yeah. Some attack the liver, some attack the cells in the lung. Right. Yeah, that's why when you read about these viruses, you're like, yo, these things are designed to destroy humans. Like, God,
straight killers, bro. Yeah, straight killers. Like I said, luckily, because there's a bunch of them. Luckily, that a lot of them just go right through us, bro. You know what I'm saying? Luckily, bro, because if they didn't, nigga, it'd be over. We'd have been out of here.
Yeah, it'd be impossible to have a vaccine for all those things.
Yeah, he'd have been out of here. Bro. For real. That much of the human body is kind of phenomenal on the low, though. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
If you stay, you know what I mean, if you stay up with that science, but you gotta be like it's a race against nature, man. Really. Yeah.
Nah, definitely. And you know, the viruses, they love that challenge. Yeah, you got to see the bacteriophage battle with bacteria, because bacteria be mutating and the virus be mutating right along with it.
Yeah.
Like, keep an advantage. You know, I mean, that's a crazy wild fight between them two, man. So the bats, you know, they can maintain viruses without ever succumbing to the virus. You know, they can't defeat the virus. The virus lives inside of them, but it doesn't succumb. It doesn't affect them. So many things, right? Why that's the reason. But so the virus, what it does is it loses the battle to overtake the bat. But that virus is mutating so often, trying to take over the bat. But the bat has some shit inside of it where it mutates also. And it's always
but now here's the number one question. How the fuck did the bat get the virus in the first place?
Yeah,
you know, viruses have been here since before.
Right.
Yeah, but where they come from, like, I mean, like,
that was a fucking evolution shit, nigga. They were here before the cell. You know
virus,
saying?
There's some arguments. Some think a virus is a crossbreed, you know, was a cell at some point and didn't evolve all the way. You did, if something happened with it. So some believe it came here before cells. But it's interesting that you know, like we mentioned, plants have cells, bacteria have cells. Virus can attack anything with a cell in that shit.
Yeah, any living thing the virus can get.
Yeah, with a cell, a virus on your ass. Yeah, but the bats, the reason why they're compiled with viruses, because remember, what keeps a virus alive is really when you're condensed. And bats they live in huge populations.
Yeah, the viruses be in the whales and shit in the goddamn ocean, man.
Yeah, so
nigga, the virus got
bats travel.
Nigga, the virus got to come from somewhere, nigga.
Should have stars.
You know what? They don't really know. Like there's like hypotheses on how viruses started.
Yeah, it's just too old.
But the thing is, man, like you could probably use that in a good argument for a biogenesis, where they like complain about like how does something inanimate turn to something. You're like, well, look at the virus. That's just a cross between what you're arguing about. That shit half dead, half alive and shit.
That don't do nothing, nigga. You just like you do everything for it. Goddamn,
right.
Sitting around waiting for the right cell to lock up with it. Like boom, oh shit, perfect, nigga. It's on.
Yeah,
Like
so-
you ever seen that shit? Like on this little lecture shit, like they put that shit under a microscope and they show it replicating over time.
Nah, I didn't see that, but I seen when the cells like beat them up. I seen that.
They got that motherfucker when it start just goddamn duplicate and it start scaling up. Man, I'm like, God,
Really? Dang.
yeah, it's something serious, bro.
Son, them shit's getting you, son. That shit is like a whole nother. Yo, then you just gotta think about it, son. A fucking virus is pre-programmed to do what it wanted to do what it do, yo.
Right.
You know what I mean? So then, yo, if you really think about that shit, son, that shit crazy, my nigga.
Yeah. Yeah. Nigga,
Oh.
like looking at that shit made me nervous. I was like, God.
So I was gonna add this last part. But remember the bat, right? The virus can't overcome the bat immune system. So I said that the virus mutates a lot, and so does the bat. Whatever it has, it mutates, and it always outsmart like it mutates more than the virus. So when that virus is used to that type of fight that the bat gives them. So when that virus leaves that bat and come into us, remember it's already geared for a bat type of fight. Our immune system nowhere near like a goddamn bat. So when that virus gets inside us, it's expecting a bat fight. Our punk ass immune system, it see that shit, it quickly destroys it. So this is why we succumb to, like, that's why they're so deadly when they come to us. Like they want the smoke, and our immune system don't have the smoke for it, like a bat. So that's why it overcomes it so fast. It's so deadly to us.
Yeah,
so the bat immune system is more superior than the human.
Yes, the interferons is on. Oh yeah, so their interferon switch for some bats it never turns off. So that means that it can never be caught off guard from a virus. So you know how we need a vaccine to get our shit on guard. Some bats switch is on forever, 24/7.
Yeah. And that motherfucker fuck around, bite a goddamn animal.
Look, man,
bite a goddamn cow. You think it's good? You fuck around, eat that motherfucking cow. That virus on that.
All y'all niggas is doing is making a case for God, nigga.
That's spooky.
Hey, but Rob Bourne, the thing about me, I don't mind somebody saying God as long as they agree with the science. I'm cool. I don't care who they give it to. As long
God
as
is mad science.
I'm good with them.
Or that could be the argument against God. 'Cause like if he is, that's a dirty mug. No
Word. He ain't playing fair.
You could just put a virus at this a straight killer, straight assassin out here like this. Like shit.
Designed to like destroy you.
Yeah. You can't even see him. You know what I'm saying? Like you need special equipment to even know it's there. Like shit. That shit crazy.
Nigga, this whole shit crazy, bro.
Hey, when they say they're gonna let New York off, like we got to like April 30th, they said they might let us go. What look like New York?
Niggas said May 15th, but they not gonna do that. Nigga, we just had like 10 of how many people died? 11,000 people. Wait, how many people died today? Look like 800 people died today. 11,000, 1,100 died yesterday.
Hey, y'all got like another month. Yeah, we might, like I said, we might get off on the 30th. For another month.
Yeah, New York, New Jersey is gonna be probably some of the last states to actually put back in the population. But
you know, in South Carolina, Charleston ain't that thick. I was thinking like, nigga, I'll fuck around, just drive back home.
Yeah, but I guarantee you, New York, they're gonna like slowly allow certain, occupations back into the flow of, and back into circulation.
The airport gonna be last shit. So y'all get the motherfuckers.
You already know that.
Flying up out there, motherfucker. Just start this shit all over again. Shit, for real. Shit, man. Damn, another month. That's crazy.
So Lakeisha said bats suck blood from the cows all the time. She got that from Animal Planet.
Yeah. And they infect sometimes. They fuck around. Infect them.
Yeah. This shit crazy, bro.
Yeah,
well, I got some shit that got some. I'm gonna get to that chapter. That got some whole thing on the origin of viruses, and viroids, and the ancestry. I'm gonna read that shit.
And after that, I'm done with this shit.
It's hard because I also watch a lecture on ancient pathogens, and it's hard to get a genomic study on it because the shit they just fossilized.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? So it's hard to really get a genomic breakdown of it. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, like when I read about this stuff, and I got to read about like corny stuff. It's hard to remember the corny stuff, but like I have a high interest for like the virus, and so when I read about this shit, like this shit just sticks to my brain. But other stuff is like kind of hard to recall. I was reading about, what was I reading about? Like I think like some other type cell type shit. I couldn't follow that thing at all.
Yeah, shit, nigga, the cell is complicated. Like you can do like a whole shit of just on the cell.
Organelles, all that dumb shit. I'm like, man, what the hell is this?
Organelles and shit. That old Golgi apparatus and all that shit.
Yeah, I'm like, man, get me to the goddamn. They said the nucleus and one and us and the bacteria got the nucleoid. I'm like, dude, get me to this damn virus, man. Fuck all that.
Prokaryotes, eukaryotes.
Yeah. Nah, I don't want none of that. Archaea. No, get me to the algae. I don't care about that. Get me to the virus.
Yeah. But after you fuck with it though, it'll all come in pieces. Like, you know what I'm saying? You'll get a little bit here, a little bit there, a little to you. All that shit is fucking stick together like a goddamn puzzle, like a puzzle. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Well, my ass is up out of here, man. Peace, y'all.
Yeah, I'm out of here too. Hey, yo, peace, Rob Bourne. Sosa.
Peace, bro.
Yeah, man. The chat is still there. Oh.
Yeah, I gotta actually wake up at 9:00 a.m.
On a Saturday?
Yeah.
He said viruses prove there's no God. Man, if you see how that virus move, nigga, that shit is its own intelligence, nigga. That shit crazy, bro.
Hey, if you want to stay, Rob Bourne, you can take it away.
Nah, man, I ain't staying up. It's not fun if we ain't got nobody to beat up. You know what I'm saying?
Yo, invite somebody on.
Nah, I ain't fucking nobody on this shit. That clown ass nigga though, son, that nigga got like 8 different fucking YouTube pages.
Hey, yo.
Rob on versus Sister Mandy. Sister Mandy.
Oh, shit.
Oh, nah, I don't want no problems with her.
You wait
Sister Mandy, you scared everybody away, man. Ain't nobody want that smoke. Peace, King Life, Lamar. Yeah, we got all the early heads coming on. Hey, yo, man. We're out of here. My eyes heavy as hell.
I don't want no smoke with Nadi.
All right, peace in chat. We out of here.
All right. Peace, bro.
Peace.
Let me get out of here.